meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to order. Just want to remind everybody a few house rules. Cell phones, try to silence your cell phones because we have periodically where people come up speak at the podium with public comment, people speaking on agenda items when they sign up to speak on those. And no outbursts from the crowd because we all want to respect other people and their time, because when they're speaking, they only get 3 minutes. And when the light goes off, you got to land the plane. So that way we can keep moving and be fluid in this meeting. So, County Manager.
Yes, sir. We're going to begin with our invocation by Pastor Heath Jarvis from Faith Life Naples, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Randy Cash, U.S. Army veteran for 23 years, flying Hueys and Blackhawks, and commanded the Army Assault Helicopter Company in Somalia, Christmas of 1992.
Good morning, everyone. Let's pray. Father God, we come before you today, and we are thankful to live in the greatest nation on earth. We're thankful to live in one of the most beautiful communities on earth. And Lord, we are a great nation because you have made us so, and we thank you for that. Lord, we come before you and we invoke your wisdom and your leadership and your guidance over everything that is going to be discussed today. Lord, we do not ask you to bless what we are doing. Lord, we ask that we would be led by you to do what you are blessing. And Lord, I pray your protection, your provision, and your hand, Lord, over every leader here in Collier County. We pray for your blessing over these proceedings today. Lord, help us to discuss all of this business that affects all of us who live here. Lord, help us to discuss it with civility and humility. And we thank you for this, and I receive it by faith. I pray it in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. All veterans are invited to render the appropriate hand salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Randy, before you sit down, would you tell us your recent promotion, if you will?
Yeah, or demotion, as the case may be.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I'm Randy Cash. I'm the State Commander for the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States Department of Florida. I'm proud to represent the 54,000 combat veterans that are our members in the state. And we have 159 posts in the state and 20 districts to include 4 posts in Puerto Rico. And I'm proud to say that last year, the VFW in the state of Florida contributed 1 million hours of community service across the state of Florida. So we're proud to be here, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, agenda changes for July 14th, 2026. We do have one move. That is item 17C being moved to item 9C. This is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Collier County, Florida, amending ordinance number 04-41 as amended, the Collier County Land Development Code, which includes the comprehensive land regulations for the unincorporated area of Collier County, Florida, to require temporary use permits for events on Collier County property open to the public by providing for Section 1, recitals, Section 2, findings of fact, Section 3, adoption of amendments to the Land Development Code, more specifically amending the following Chapter 5, supplemental regulations, including Section 5.0405, temporary events, Section 4, conflict and severability, Section 5, inclusion in the Collier County Land Development Code, and Section 6, effective date. This item is being moved at Commissioner Hall's request. We do have court reporter breaks scheduled for 10:30 and again at 2:50 if necessary. County Attorney.
No changes, thank you.
Commissioners.
Commissioner Saunders.
Mr. Chairman, I have no changes to the agenda, and I have no disclosure on summary or consent.
Commissioner Hall.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I have no changes anymore to the agenda. And I do have a phone call on 17A and B.
Commissioner LaCastro.
I have no changes or no disclosures.
Mr. McDaniel.
Morning, sir. My question to Commissioner Hall, are you bringing up the 17th? Because I was going to move to continue this item for 2 weeks. I was notified last night that there are some potential alleged statutory conflicts between our ordinance and what's existing in the statute. Do you have actual remedies to this, or do you mind continuing?
No, I just wanted to talk about it
Can you,
for other reasons, other than that.
you want to talk about it today?
And we can continue, yeah, we can talk about it today and then continue it so that it
I'd
comes
be-
back like we need it to come back.
I would rather continue it for 2 weeks. We can certainly, we'll have the discussion if the chair will acquiesce, but I'd like to continue it for 2 weeks. I've got some consultants and things that I would like to bring in to work with us with regard to this.
Sir,
And I didn't learn about this until this morning on the way after Harris DeMond made me late because there was an accident up on Immokalee Road and he wasn't running the lights proper.
Sir, if I could clarify, 17C is relative to special events on our county parks. Are you referring to 17D, which is the regulation of permitting communications facilities in the right-of-way?
Forgive me, let's talk about yours. It's 9C and continue 17D.
17D.
Yes, forgive me. I'm sorry. It's Harris's fault, just so you know.
Them little letters are confusing.
It is.
These
Number one.
Cs.
Number two.
So 17,
Especially when you see what's swimming in my brain. And
We don't want to see what's swimming in your brain.
17C will become 9C,
yes,
and 17D, if the board agrees, will be
We'll
continued to the next
continue it to the
meeting.
next meeting.
okay. And then
Okay.
I do have disclosures on 17A and 17B. I had meetings on both.
Okay.
No further adjustments.
All right. With the changes noted, I have no other changes, but I do have meetings on 17A and 17B. So,
I'll move to approve.
all right.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sound, same sign. Ayes have it. Thank you.
That brings us to item 2A. This is the BCC minutes from June 9th, 2026.
Move Move for for approval.
Second.
All right, I got moved to approve in a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, same sign.
Very
Passes
good.
unanimously.
Thank you. That moves us to item 3, awards and recognitions. Item 3A is recognition of a group of students traveling to the National Flight Academy at the Naval Station in Pensacola, Florida. This item is brought to the agenda by Commissioner Kowal. And before I read the letter, Commissioner Kowal, if you had some words.
No, I've had the opportunity, Mr. Keys, who's in the audience here, I mean, he organizes this group every year. And it's been going on here, I don't know, how many years now, Mr. Keys? 10 years now, right? So every year, a group of students go up to Pensacola and participate and actually live the life as a pilot in training. And I think it's pretty intense for these young ladies and gentlemen to experience that. And I didn't know a lot of people knew about this program, so I wanted to bring a little attention to it this year. And I've had the opportunity to be there, had an opportunity to help out once or twice. Commissioner LaCastro actually spoke at the event when they send them off at the airport. So it's pretty unique, and I think the people in Collier County should see what our youth is actually doing here and how it makes them special, how it's going to make them special adults that someday hopefully take care of me when I'm too old in that new nursing home we got. So,
We're gonna be roommates.
yeah, right?
And I'll come over and push your wheelchairs
We'll
around.
still act like we're commissioners. We'll be voting
Yeah, we'll
and
be
making
voting,
motions.
yeah, what channel to put on, what to watch.
Would you
County
like to?
manager, if you like, I know there's a little verbiage on there.
Yeah, sure. Would you
just
like me
read it.
to read this and then we can invite
Yep,
them
we'll invite them up.
All
I'll
right.
hand them, I have certificates for you guys, so then we'll take a photo.
Very good. This is to Ava Des Homes, Isabel Leon, Christian Martinez, Edith Bautista Ortiz, Catherine Teapox, and Kendra Williams. On behalf of the Collier County Board of County Commissioners and Commissioner Dan Kowal, it is my pleasure to extend my heartfelt congratulations on your selection to attend the National Flight Academy at Naval Air Station Pensacola from July 19th through July 24th. Being chosen for this prestigious program is an outstanding achievement and a testament to your hard work, dedication, and potential. During this once-in-a-lifetime experience aboard the Ambition CVT-11, a landlocked aircraft carrier, you will join fellow students in an immersive environment designed to inspire the next generation of innovators, leaders, and problem solvers. Throughout this 6-day journey, you will participate in exciting mission-based challenges using state-of-the-art flight simulators while exploring the fields of aviation, air traffic control, engineering, and aircraft maintenance. As each mission becomes more advanced, you will strengthen your technical knowledge, critical thinking, teamwork, and leadership skills while gaining a greater appreciation for the commitment and excellence demonstrated by our naval aviators. This remarkable opportunity will challenge you to think creatively, work collaboratively, and navigate new possibilities. I am confident the experiences and lessons you gain will serve as a foundation for future success, both in the classroom and beyond. Congratulations once again on this well-deserved honor. I wish you an unforgettable experience, safe travels, and continued success as you pursue your goals and dreams. Sincerely, Dan Kowal, Chairman, District 4, Commissioner, Collier County Board of County Commissioners. Congratulations.
Hey.
Ribbons and pins.
Tina. Yeah, we're gonna do it. That's for you.
Congratulations. Enjoy it.
Fun time.
Check to see if that's yours. A tag fell off. We missing one, Mr.
Yes, we
Keys?
are.
Okay.
We are. I'll take the
All right, congratulations. Here, Mr. Keys.
Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
He might bite.
You guys gonna take a picture?
More than once.
Careful.
You're gonna have a picture.
Yeah, where you're going.
Okay, we're gonna do 2 photos here. So the first one on 3. 1, 2, 3. And we're gonna do one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. That was 6.
Thank you, guys.
Never known him not to.
Right?
Good morning, Board of County Commissioners and Chairman Kowal. I want to say my name is Vincent Keys from the NAACP of Collier County, and I really am just stepping forward to say thank you to you guys, and I hope that the next generation that follows behind us leads in this fashion. They are great students from Collier County Public Schools. They're representing 3 of our high schools, and surely we want them to serve with honor. And I know many of you have served a lifetime in the military, and so we're hoping that these young people will make that selection and step forward and serve our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keys.
Commissioners, if I could turn your attention to the back of the room for the July Artist of the Month. As the nation marks the semi-quincentennial, Collier County Museums is proud to present Leaders on the Landscape, Presidential Moments in Our Community. This curated series of images reflects enduring ideals of strength, citizenship, honor, public welfare, and governance. Each photograph captures moments when U.S. presidents visited or campaigned in Collier County and across Florida, illustrating a shared commitment to service, civic duty, and the deep connections between national leadership and our state's history. Each image has been digitally altered to enhance the archival aesthetic. Whether the visits were social or service-related, they symbolize our enduring commitment to civic duty. With that, it brings us to item 7, public comments.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We have 15 registered speakers for public comment this morning. I'm going to tell the speakers, I'm going to call two at a time, ask you to queue up at both podiums, and I will remind you will receive a single beep when you have 30 seconds left in your 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Corin N. Wager, and she'll be followed by Madeline Werder.
Caught on.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Corin Wager, and I'm a retired combat veteran. Since my military vaccine injury, I do not trust the government to conduct themselves with integrity. As human beings, we have a duty to be good stewards of our land and its resources. We the people want a permanent moratorium on all AI data centers. Aaron Brockovich has created a website to track and keep communities informed about AI data centers. BrockovichDataCenter.com. At the fence line, located in communities that are mostly impoverished and of color, 24/7 noise pollution, 96 to 105 decibels, low frequency cellular breakdown, infrasound causing CNS and heart function damage, loss of property value, natural gas turbine ground vibration, aquifer depletion, groundwater contamination, light pollution, precious metal supply shortages, massive energy consumption, high electricity bills, water rationing, gas and fossil fuel contamination, 79% nitrogen dioxide emission increase, surging asthma cases, substantial electronic and hazardous waste material disposal, EMF dirty electricity, emissions, surface air temperature alteration, destruction of wildlife and human habitats. Within a mile, groundwater filtering destroyed, loss of local economy, massive construction sites, local power and water infrastructure devastation, no transparency of plans, 1.2 to 5 tons of waste streams. Increased flooding, environmental residential appliance fire hazards, noise air pollution from diesel generator backup systems, causing nausea, dizziness, headaches, anxiety, and insomnia. Lithium battery explosion hazard, pre-existing residents, lower quality of life, increased risk of cancer, frequent blackouts, aquatic destruction, residential intimidation to ration resources, and brain tumors. Loss of bone density downstream, miles away, livestock infertility, death of livestock, cardiovascular disease, Alzheimer's, immune dysfunction, motion sickness, loss of bird, butterfly, and honeybee populations, human infertility, future government surveillance, personal data storage on U.S. citizens, social economic collapse through government bailout for AI companies, power grid damage, loss of water rights, destruction of agriculture and aquatic life, hearing loss, and depression. The EPA is obligated to utilize its authority in AI data center regulation. The 1972 Noise Control Act, the 1978 Quiet Communities Act, the 1970 Clean Air Act, the 1972 Clean Water Act, the 1980 CERCLA Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation Liability Act. We the people demand our representatives, all the way up to the President of the United States, to stop putting profit over our health, safety, and happiness, altering environmental preservation and regulatory laws that destroy and eliminate every human and animal habitat by contaminating our environment through air, soil, and water is criminal, and it will not be tolerated. We the people will not be ignored, manipulated, or manhandled. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Madeline Werder. She'll be followed by Andrea Werder.
Folks, I'll just remind you, once he calls your name,
Yeah,
queue
Andrea
up
Werder.
at both podiums. So whoever's next, just kind of stage yourself over at this podium. Troy?
Yeah, is there an Andrea Werder?
I'm Andrea Werder. My daughter didn't make it, sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, then Ryan Kennedy. Please queue up at the other podium. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Who benefits and who bears the burden? Who benefits from bringing this data center into our community? The company benefits, the investors benefit, the technology industry benefits, but who bears the burden? The residents bear the burden. The families bear the burden. The community bears the burden. They bear the noise. They bear the disruption. They bear lasting changes to the character of their neighborhoods. Every major development decision has two sides: the promise offered and the promise paid. The promises and benefits are measured by dollars, investments, and opportunity. However, the price and burden is paid by the residents. The impact is carried by the people who live here. The simple question is, does this project deliver a meaningful community benefit that matches the community cost? When profits are private, but the impacts are public, we have a responsibility to ask harder questions. The profits may be measured in dollars, but the impacts are measured in noise, disruption, and quality of life. Who benefits and who bears the burden? Before approving a project of this scale, we must ask 3 questions. Is it safe for our residents? Is it secure for our nation? And is it truly beneficial to our community? We must also consider the issue of national security. Although the National Defense Authorization Act, the federal government has restricted the procurement and certain telecommunication equipment from designated companies due to national security concerns. So we must ask, what country is this technology coming from? Who controls the supply chain? What safeguards protect our community? Security is not only about protecting information, it's about protecting trust. And trust requires transparency and objectivity. Development should not be measured only by what it gives, but also what it takes. What will our community sacrifice? And remember, our community cannot speak for itself in a developer's spreadsheet. It cannot compete with the projected revenues in the investment figures. That is why you all are here, to give a voice to the people who will have a decision long after today's meeting has ended. So, before approving a project that will shape our community for generations, we must answer the question that matters most. Who is burdened and who is benefited? Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Ryan Kennedy. He'll be followed by Richard Eckstein.
Hi, Ryan Kennedy, a resident here in Collier County and of Ave Maria, Florida. And I am here today to call on you to enact a 1-year moratorium on data centers being built here in Collier County. While hyperscale data centers may seem like a necessary response to growing demands, technology evolves rapidly. The more advanced technology becomes, the smaller and more efficient it gets. These massive facilities could one day soon become obsolete, leaving behind enormous industrial structures while beautiful Florida landscape once stood. The issue is emotionally charged, I grant that, but the decision of this magnitude should not be based on emotion, they should be based on facts. The fact is Florida is simply not a suitable environment for hyperscale data centers. Our climate works against them. Florida is the lightning capital of the nation. A lightning strike can cause catastrophic power failures and ignite fires, placing additional demands on firefighters. Hurricanes, severe thunderstorms, flooding, and wind-related power outages. These facilities operate 24/7, 365. When outages occur, whose power gets restored first? The hyperscale data center or the residents here in Collier County? Data centers operate efficiently with humidity between 40 to 60%. Our humidity is a lot higher than that, as you may know. The force of the cooling systems to work stronger to have to cool down the facility due to this. Beyond our climate, we simply do not have the natural resources to support facilities of this scale. Hyperscale data centers consume up to 5 million gallons of water per day, roughly the water needs of 50,000 people. We have burn bans, water restrictions, those sorts of things all the time here. Our aquifers already depleted across much of Florida. And yet we're now putting an enormous demand if one of these centers is built here in Collier County. The proposed hyperscale data centers largely target rural parts of counties, which is why I made the mention of Ave Maria. That particular region would be a prime location to have one of these facilities due to the enormous size of which the land requires to build it. A lot of times these companies will ask for rezoning because they buy out old agricultural land or other rural land that is no longer in use. And so you guys here at the County Commission have a prime opportunity to put some good ordinances and guide rails in place to protect citizens here in Collier County. Many counties have already passed a moratorium. You wouldn't be the first one. And there already are hyperscale data centers being proposed. There's been 4 so far that we know of that have been proposed here in Florida. 1 has been stopped so far due to the locality commission in question. The other 3 are proceeding forward so far, but many counties across the state of Florida have already passed some form of moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Richard Eckstein. He'll be followed by Jill Kiley.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Richard Eckstein, for the record. I'm here on a very important data, research information I'd like to share with you, Commissioners. You all know what this is, right? And this? These two things right here in our community are causing our elderly people to be ill. Golf course, golf balls, when you hit them, you touch the turf, and then the community residents are taking medication. These two are combining with each other in the human body and causing illness. Chair, may I ask you respectfully if Amy Patterson could read this into the record?
Go ahead. I mean, is it going to be within the 3 minutes?
Yes, it will be. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't have the right glasses on to read it, so I'd appreciate it.
Feel you.
Commissioners, thank you for your time. I'm here today because I believe we have a blind spot in Collier County that affects thousands of retirees who use our golf courses every single day. My concern is simple. We have an aging population with high rates of diabetes, high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease, and other chronic conditions. These residents are already medically vulnerable, and we are placing them in environments that use a wide range of agricultural chemicals, reclaimed water, and turf treatments that they do not fully understand. I am not saying golf courses are intentionally harming anyone. I am not saying chemicals alone cause disease. I am not saying healthy young people are at risk. My point is this. For older adults with chronic health conditions, daily exposure to turf chemicals, growth regulators, fungicides, and reclaimed water can exacerbate existing health conditions. Not cause them, exacerbate them. That distinction matters. Golf looks like a clean, green, healthy outdoor activity, but retirees are not told about evaporation of turf treatments, aerosolized residues, skin contact with treated surfaces, reclaimed water variability, growth regulators, fungicides and herbicides, heat stress, and dehydration interacting with medications. These exposures are small individually, but they stack. And when you combine them with age, chronic disease, medications, alcohol, tobacco, and dehydration, you create a risk environment that retirees do not know they are entering. All I am asking for today is transparency and oversight. I believe the county should require disclosure of chemical use schedules on golf courses, require signage informing residents when turf has been treated, review reclaimed water quality standards for golf course irrigation, establish a monitoring process so that accidental high contamination events are caught and corrected, encourage alternatives to synthetic chemicals when possible. To support this effort, I am willing to donate my regenerative fertilizer product to help reduce chemical dependency on local courses. This is not about shutting golf down. This is not about fear. This is about giving retirees the information they need to make informed choices about their health. We owe them transparency. We owe them oversight. We owe them the truth about the environments they spend hours in every day. Thank you for listening, and thank you for considering this request.
Thank you for your time.
Your next speaker is Jill Kiley. She'll be followed by Caroline Tanner.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jill Kiley, Marco Island. Thank you for your leadership in making Collier County known as Freedom County, USA. The Bill of Rights Sanctuary County Ordinance was one of the most instrumental acts of this board's accomplishments to date. That ordinance wasn't simply symbolic, it was a commitment to defend the constitutional liberties of the people of Collier County whenever those liberties are threatened. Today, I ask you to apply that same commitment to a new and rapidly expanding threat, AI-powered surveillance, flock cameras, networks, and the large AI data centers that make mass surveillance possible. The Fourth Amendment protects the people from unreasonable searches and seizures. It was written because our founders rejected the general warrants that allow the government to monitor everyone first and look for wrongdoing later. Yet AI data surveillance turns that principle upside down. Flock cameras don't simply capture a single suspected criminal. They collect information on every law-abiding citizen who drives by. Artificial intelligence can combine license plate data with local histories, behavioral analysis, and other digital information to create detailed records of innocent people's movements, associations, and daily lives. The issue is not whether technology can solve crimes. We all want safe communities. The question is whether safety should come at the expense of the constitutional rights of every resident. Your Bill of Rights Sanctuary Ordinance recognizes that governments should not assist or participate in actions that undermine the liberties guaranteed by the Constitution. If Collier County continues expanding AI-enabled surveillance systems without strict constitutional safeguards, the ordinance becomes difficult to reconcile with county policy. We are entering an era where AI data centers will have the capacity to process millions of pieces of personal information. Once the surveillance infrastructure exists, it's almost always expanded, rarely reduced. History teaches us that powers granted to at one moment are often used far beyond their original purpose. This is not about Republicans or Democrats. It's not about being pro-law enforcement or anti-law enforcement. It's about preserving the constitutional balance that protects every American, regardless of political belief. I respectfully ask that the board place a one-year moratorium on expanding AI surveillance, infrastructure, including additional flock camera deployments, and county participation in AI-driven mass surveillance technologies, while conducting a thorough constitutional, legal, and public privacy review. Collier County has already declared itself a Bill of Rights sanctuary. Now is the opportunity to prove that those words have real meaning. The Constitution should not become less relevant simply because technology has become more powerful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Caroline Tanner. She'll be followed by Jay Colhagen.
Good morning, Board of County Commissioners. Thank you for your time to hear our concerns today. When people hear the phrase data center, it can sound clean, quiet, and harmless. But behind that simple phrase is a massive industrial facility that can demand enormous amounts of electricity, water, land, and public infrastructure. These projects may serve the digital world, but their impacts are felt by real neighborhoods, real families, and real communities. In Florida, we understand the pressure of rapid growth. We see rising development stressed roads, water concerns, higher utility bills, hurricane risk, and more. Adding a large data center without strong protections could place an even more strain on residents who are already being asked to absorb the cost of growth around them. The question is not whether technology matters, it does. The question is whether private companies should be allowed to benefit while local residents carry the burden. If a company wants to build a facility that uses a major public resources, then it should be required to protect the people who live there first. Humans and wildlife are electrical beings, in the sense that brains, every cell, organs, nerves, heart, and muscles use tiny electrical signals to work. Our bodies operate on frequency. Now add in the toxic burden we're already carrying from heavy metals, chemicals, pesticides, mold, parasites, plastic, and other environmental toxins. What happens when those toxins are exposed to increasing levels of artificial frequencies day after day? Data centers affect nearby communities through pollution, noise, energy demand, water use, and waste if they are not carefully managed, such as air pollution, which can cause breathing problems, and especially with people with asthma, heart, and lung conditions. Noise stress, cooling fans and generators create constant noise that may disturb sleep and increase stress. Heat and energy demand, data centers use large amounts of electricity and release heat, which can put pressure on local power systems. Water use, the cooling systems use large amounts of water, which takes away water from the citizens and can also pollute groundwater. Electromagnetic fields, which can also cause cancer, and chemical and electronic waste, batteries, coolants, and other electronics that can be harmful if they are not handled, recycled, or disposed of properly. I am asking the county to please protect its citizens. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Jay Colhagen. He'll be followed by Richard Schroeder.
Hey, Jay Colhagen for the record. Commissioners, we recognize that technology is advancing. We are not against progress or responsible innovation, but as we build the infrastructure that powers an increasingly digital world, we must also protect the freedoms that make this country unique. The United States already has roughly 11 times as many data centers as China. With this rapid expansion of digital infrastructure, we must carefully consider how many projects affect our communities, our privacy, and our freedoms. The Fourth Amendment was written to protect Americans from unreasonable searches and invasions of privacy. Ben Franklin warned, Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. We must ensure today's technology does not become tomorrow's digital prison, a future where citizens are constantly monitored and privacy becomes a thing of the past. We respectfully ask Collier County to join the other Florida counties in considering a moratorium on large-scale data center developments until privacy protections, transparency, and accountability are fully addressed. The future we build should use technology to empower citizens, protect freedom, and preserve privacy, not to control the people it was meant to serve. Amen.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Richard Schroeder. He'll be followed by Scott Kiley.
Good morning, gentlemen. Richard Schroeder, a retired physician. I want to drill down a little bit more on the public health aspects of AI data centers. There's been plenty of information now accumulating regarding this, and some of it is quite alarming. First of all, addressing the air pollution issue, it can be quite considerable. And as a matter of fact, the diesel backup generators, which are said to almost run constantly, produce up to about 600 times the amount of dangerous nitrous oxides as an equivalent amount of natural gas. Nitrous oxides irritate mucous membranes, can cause severe metabolic and respiratory disturbances and infections, enough to be deadly. It's estimated by the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, the IEEE, that data centers caused about $6 billion in public health damages in 2023 due to only this type of air pollution. Data centers are also becoming quite famous for their noise pollution, with decibel levels measured at well above the 85 that is known to be harmful to our hearing. There is also evidence that now this is important, and this is kind of frightening actually. There's also evidence that these constant levels they emit below the frequency of our normal hearing. We can't hear it, we can just kind of feel it. Can cause fibrosis in many different organs, resulting in premature cardiovascular disease, for example, as well as other diseases. And this is because of the constant vibroacoustic stimuli. The outrageous levels of light coming from AI data centers at night disturb our melanopsin, which is a hormone in our body that regulates melatonin. Now, melatonin, we've all heard of that, it's not just needed for sleep, but it's also our body's master antioxidant, which is one of the reasons you heal while you're sleeping. We already know that our existing light pollution increases the risk of breast cancer by 73% as compared to a totally dark sky, which we of course don't have anymore, and prostate cancer by 50%. So the enormous light pollution from data centers is likely to cause a lot of other stuff. So there was an interesting post from the Agricultural Commission candidate for Texas, Clayton Tucker, who went all over the state of Texas, of course, listening to farmers' concerns about AI data centers, and he's calling for a moratorium. He says what he's finding is that no living calves born, they're all stillborn since the data centers were built near the farmers' lands. The noise coming from them are causing stillbirths. If these are the effects of the center on mammals, what are they doing to pregnant and human mothers? As you can see, the direct threats to our personal health are not insubstantial, and I would ask that you place a moratorium or an outright ban, if you could. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Scott Kiley, and he will be followed by Susan Zender.
Good morning, Commissioners. Scott Kiley, full-time resident, Marco Island. Regarding hyperscale AI data centers, I'm not here today to argue against technology or innovation. Artificial intelligence will continue to advance, and it offers tremendous potential to improve our lives. I am here to respectfully ask for a one-year moratorium on approving hyperscale AI data centers so our community has time to fully understand the long-term implications and work with elected officials to assure our constitutional rights remain the priority. Here's the justification for the one-year pause. Imagine a federal government that is out of control. Federal mandates, out of control taxation and spending, corruption, lawlessness, programmable money, tyranny and oppression turned against its citizens. To a large extent, this is what we are living today. Make no mistake, hyperscale AI data centers are the foundation of a control grid, a surveillance state, and if we allow, a digital prison for all Americans. These data centers capture personal information, and that information will be used to enforce the will of the government. God-given rights, constitutional rights, privacy, sovereignty can easily be eliminated if we do not act proactively. Imagine if the control grid were in place during COVID. With this authoritarian tool, money is shut off, movement is restricted, lockdowns enforced, due process eliminated, medical mandates enforced, social credit scores control your freedom or lack thereof. Bank accounts are seized for non-compliance. Speak against the system and you are persecuted, canceled, or jailed. This is already happening. This issue is about the future relationship between technology and individual freedom. It is also about responsible planning that impacts our power grid, water resources, and public infrastructure. AI must serve humanity, not the other way around. It should strengthen freedom, not diminish it. Today, I respectfully ask you to join the many other Florida communities in pressing pause. Adopt a one-year moratorium, engage the public, bring together citizens and experts to assure any future development prioritizes liberties guaranteed to every American while embracing technology that enhances the human experience. Thank you very much for your time and your service.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Susan Zinder. She'll be followed by Eva Frump.
I have one slide. No?
Okay. I do not remember getting a slide from you, Susan. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, we'll skip it. Good morning, County Manager and Commissioners. My name is Susan Zender, and I live in North Naples. I'm here to speak about domestic animal services. I would like to thank the County Manager, the Board of County Commissioners, and especially Meredith McLean and James French for your dedication to improving domestic animal services and animal welfare in Collier County. Significant improvements have been made to the DAS facility and its operations. Programs such as low-cost vaccination clinics and spay-neuter clinics have expanded services to our low-income families, and the Purr and Play Cat facility has created a wonderful opportunity to increase cat adoptions. DAS has also promoted an active foster program with training on how to take care of kittens. Despite this progress, our county is once again facing a crisis due to the surge in cat intake, forcing DAS to suspend cat intake again this summer. To get ahead of the cat reproduction crisis, we must invest in preventing cats from entering the shelter in the first place. The most effective way to do that is by expanding access to free and low-cost spay and neuter services, especially for low-income families and community cats. The slide I was going to show is just a bunch of empty cat cages. It was from the Clark County Animal Shelter in Kentucky. It shows an empty cat room after 5 years of an aggressive community spay-neuter campaign. Importantly, they achieved this while continuing to accept every cat brought to their shelter. They did not limit admissions or turn animals away. Instead, they made free and very low-cost spay-neuter services frequently available throughout their community and created safety net programs such as pet food assistance and other resources to help families keep their pets during difficult times. Their experience demonstrates that reducing cat overpopulation is possible through sustained investment in prevention. Collier County is already on the right track. We have a clean, well-managed shelter and dedicated staff. Now we need to take the next step by significantly expanding low-cost spay-neuter services for low-income residents and community cats. To make that possible, I also encourage the county to prioritize hiring a second veterinarian. By investing more in prevention today, we can reduce shelter intake, improve animal welfare, and better serve our community for years to come. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to animal welfare in the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Eva Front, and she'll be followed by Alexander Christodoulou.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Eva Front, and I'm Collier County resident. Slide 1, please. I'm standing here today to say thank you. Over the past 3 years, we have seen a wonderful shift in Collier County. Because of your leadership, our county management team, and the dedication of domestic animal services, staff and volunteers, animal welfare is finally a priority. You listened, you care, and you put real actions behind your words. As our county grows, you showed your commitment by raising DAS budget to almost $9 million. That funding saves lives, and as a resident, it makes me incredibly proud. Slide 2, please. However, the data shows a looming crisis. Feline intake is climbing by 12 to 15% each year, and cat intakes now outnumber dog intakes 6 to 1. Slide 3, please. A single pet can live a happy life for up to 20 years, meaning there is a real limit to how many animals Collier County residents can absorb. I was overjoyed that our county management, Ms. Patterson and Mr. French, initiated the historic process of introducing a trap, neuter, vaccinate, return program for community cats in partnership with our local rescues. This is the gold standard of prevention. It stops the cycle of reproduction before it even begins. Slide 4, please. As we prepare to launch this vital program, a look at the operational economics suggests a critical challenge ahead. Rescue organizations handle this intensive, boots-on-the-ground work of trapping, transporting, and returning these animals. The currently proposed rates of $5 to $25 per animal fall short of basic baseline operational expenses, making the current model as unsustainable for a long-term operation. Slide 5, please. To illustrate the reality of our local market, please look at private raccoon trapping. To trap a single raccoon, local companies charge between $150 and $450. The rescues want to partner with the county, but they cannot work at a financial loss. They need the means to hire trappers and run this program. Please consider the long-term outcome and adjust these rates to match the real cost of their work. By investing in prevention today, you are not just saving lives, but protecting taxpayer money from massive budget increase tomorrow. Collier County has already accomplished so much over the past few years. Please, let's take the next visionary step and fully fund prevention with the same passion we have for sheltering and adoption of animals. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Alexander Christodoulou, and he'll be followed on Zoom by Diane Powell.
All right, hello, my name is Alexander Christodoulou. Good morning, Commissioners. AI data centers generate more harm than good. Each AI data center takes around $15 million to $20 million per megawatt for just the facility structure. To build a fully loaded facility, including NVIDIA chips, which are high-end graphics processing units, it can take up to $30 million to $40 million per megawatt. For an AI-optimized data center, it takes around $1,100 to $3,000+ per square foot. On average, an AI data center in Florida is around 150,000 square feet, which would cost $165 million for one AI data center. There are 120 AI data centers in Florida. These AI data centers use up a significant amount of water, between 1 and 5 million gallons of water per day. That means per year, they use around 100 million to 1.8 billion gallons of water. This would cause a huge water shortage. A medium-sized data center might consume on the order of 100 million gallons of water a year for cooling. Without water, us humans can't live for more than 5 days. Water is a necessity to us humans. For AI, it is merely a cooling system. These AI data centers utilize hundreds of diesel or gas backup generators, which release harmful air pollutants like nitrogen oxides and particulate matter into surrounding communities. Data centers' continuous operations generate significant heat, necessitating energy intensive cooling systems to maintain optimal temperatures. Some data centers use water-based cooling systems, which can lead to substantial water consumption. An average Google data center consumes approximately 450,000 gallons per day. This can strain local water resources, especially in areas prone to drought or with limited water supply. That is all I have to say for today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Your next public speaker joins us on Zoom, Diane Powell, and she'll be followed on Zoom by Paulina Dominguez. Diane, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. Diane, I see you've unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Oh, I'm not hearing Diane, but she's unmuted. Diane? All right, let's move on and try Pauline Dominguez. Pauline, we're going to prompt you to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. Pauline Dominguez, can you unmute yourself? Well, we tried.
All right, Troy, those were the last two.
Those are the last two.
Okay. All right, well, we tried. We'll move on. So it's the last public speakers?
Yes,
So,
yes.
All right, we're gonna move on to, we got a break coming up in 30 minutes for the court reporter.
Yes,
I wonder
sir.
if we can do something.
We could take,
Quick.
yeah, we could, Troy, how many speakers do we have for 9A and 9B?
20.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
so I'm thinking if we can slide something in the front end, take
We
our
can,
break.
we can
and
take
then
the break a
we'll-
little bit early. If you want to, we can take the 11s, if that, Mr. McLean, bring him up for 11A to
Yeah, I
do
think-
the update on NISA.
I have an idea.
You have an idea?
Wow. If it,
Ooh.
yeah, this is the only one I'm gonna have today. Mr. Bosey's in the back. We've had a lot of people talking to us about these data centers, and I had a couple of questions for him with
Okay.
regard to that, if I could bring him to the podium. And by the way, this is totally unrehearsed. He has no clue that this was coming forward.
So you don't know what kind of answer he's gonna give you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Terry, capture all this word for word.
Yes, and
Yes.
make sure you put it in print that I am right.
Speak slowly.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Bosey.
Good morning, Mike Bosey, Plain Zoning Director.
My question, we've heard several speakers speak in opposition of these mega AI, I'm going to call them mega AI data centers. Do we have anything in our land development code that by right would allow one of those?
We do, and just to let the Board of County Commissioners know, this Thursday we have a Planning Commission meeting scheduled, and it's all focused upon land development amendments. One of the issues that we're going to talk to the Planning Commission about was the asking for direction to create regulations for the new version of what data centers in, because the way that our land development code works, it's SIC code based. SIC code based means it brings you back to the year 1987. Data processing centers, which are allowed uses in most commercial zoning districts and industrial zoning districts, are a data processing center that is nothing like a hyperscale data center of today's ilk. So we're asking the Planning Commission to direct staff to create regulations for that. Hearing the conversation today, what I wanted to, I'm glad that you gave me the opportunity to speak, was there would be, I think, some wise contemplation by the Board of County Commissioners if you were to consider a year-long moratorium for while staff is putting together the bulk of the structure of the amendments to regulate these data centers, and then bring that through the regular process through your DSAC, through your Planning Commission, and back to the Board of County Commissioners. The state of Florida has granted permission for localities to do just that, recognizing that this is a new commodity from a land use perspective that is much different than what that data processing center from the 80s may have accomplished. So
my question is, in a definition-specific standpoint, there is no definition within our LDC that would allow a mega data center.
Well, there's nothing that prohibits it. We allow data centers. It's a specific SIC code. Because of that generalized term, a current megawatt data center would fit that bill. That's why it would be most appropriate for that moratorium for those mega centers to be better addressed by our LDC with the current concerns in the awareness. One of the things that we had for the Planning Commission was 1,000 Friends of Florida put together about a 10-page brief about things that are of concern for localities to address within the rulemaking process. So they could be pushed forward today based upon that exposure that we have within our commercial zoning district, within our industrial zoning district, that they could go under the guise of a 87 data center, while we know that that's not the case, and that's not the way that they are arranged, and that's not the output that they have.
And I don't disagree that bumpers need to be put in place, guardrails, so on and so forth, to protect the public, community, everybody along the line, property rights along the way. But I would contend that there isn't a definition for these mega data centers within our LDC, and anything not defined is specifically prohibited without a request.
And that could be a clarification, because as of now, we have data centers. And you're saying a specific version of a data center would be the newer version is what we're not contemplated. But a good attorney would be able, I think, would be able to make a different argument. If the Board of County Commissioners is providing the clarification that we do not have the current data center allowance that we have in our LDC does not include the current version of the mega data centers, staff will take that as an active zoning in progress, and we can utilize that direction. So we would put a hold on any new facilities, and then we would move forward, crafting language that could give better protection to the process, better protection to the rules in place, that we would suggest to the board, and bring it through the process and bring it back to the Board of County Commissioners if that's the desire of the board.
So did I hear you say that, and this all boils down to timing as well, you have an item in front of the Planning Commission to bring an item back to the board to put these guidelines, or assemble these guidelines and such?
Yes, staff, staff doesn't initiate LDC amendments, we have to rely upon the board or an advisory board. So we're asking the Planning Commission to direct us to create the rules. I think what this conversation allows us to have a little bit of protection with the clarification that the current data center allowance does not extend to the current version, and because of that clarification the board will be provided, we're getting a direction from the board to address the current version of the data centers and bring something back to the board.
Well, it would make sense to me, for simply because you're now moving in a definition that's currently included within our LDC of a version of 1987. These mega centers were never contemplated then. There are existing data centers already in our community as it sits, and we have ran into multiple times. Jiminy Christmas, we ran into an issue with our LDC for cell towers back in the day that hadn't been touched for over 30 years, and no one ever contemplated when that LDC amendment was written that we would be where we're at now with the utilization of cell phones as a primary utilization of as a necessary primary communication device. So I would think it wouldn't be imprudent for us to even give consideration to the zoning in progress, just to eliminate somebody from watching this and jumping in and filing an application under the old LDC. I would argue, even though there are a lot of good lawyers out there, I would argue that the definition of the SIC code from 1980 something isn't the definition of what's in fact coming forth. I would think we would be able to argue that point and still prohibit anybody from jumping in interimly before the Planning Commission comes back and to this board for those adjustments.
And I don't disagree with that, but I think an action by the board today of declaring, with that statement being declared a zoning in progress, I think that shuts the door completely.
How do y'all feel about that?
Yeah, I
Make
think-
a motion to make that year moratorium until I get it
I don't
figured
want to do the
out.
moratorium. I want to do the zoning. The moratorium has an entirely separate move in
Till we get it figured out.
well.
So nobody
and
can jump in there
The
and,
zoning in progress does in fact just that without implementation of that moratorium. I'd rather, and I'll rely upon my colleague down on the end who's infected
Well, I know
with that.
Commissioner Saunders still wants to speak. Commissioner Hall and LaCastro is lit up, so let's hear everybody.
I just had a couple quick questions. Right now, the data centers in the old code, basically, they're permitted by right in commercial districts and in industrial.
Correct.
And we don't have, I'm assuming we don't have any huge areas that are vacant land that are commercial and industrial. So the fear of having one of these just pop up is probably not likely. However, I think it's a good idea to go ahead and impose the 1 year. I don't care if you call it a moratorium or, you know,
Zoning in progress.
Yeah.
But there's a process we have to go through, and we're here all summer, so why don't we just start that process and have the county attorney come back to us at our next meeting with the proper wording of what we would be doing to prohibit the new type of data centers, the mega data centers, anywhere in the county without coming back to this board, obviously, for whatever changes would be necessary. So that we won't have to worry about someone popping up tomorrow with an application.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. No, I just wanted Mr. Bozzi to go on the record and confirm we don't have any of the mega data centers being requested by anybody. I just want to make sure the public sort of knows that, because somebody that might just be watching this for the first time might hear the speakers and think that, you know, we're about to consider 5 of them that come to Collier County. Is there anything on the books, any requests that we're unaware of that are very deep in the county staff that if we did nothing right now would be coming to us and at any time?
We have not been approached by any applicant for a request for a large scale, hyperscale data center.
Yeah.
Not at this time.
Commissioner McDaniel. once
Sometimes
again.
you skip me, so
No, I saw you.
I saw you kick my light off, so I just wanted to make
I
sure.
didn't want you talking anymore.
Commissioner Saunders, just for reference, we are approving large-scale developments in eastern Collier County that do have requisites of heavy industrial and commercial zoning capacities that could necessarily be construed in these rural villages and towns that we're approving in the east. So I think it's a play on words, but I would rather I'm not in opposition of the moratorium, but I would certainly think more prudent for us to give direction for it to be a zoning in progress, which will allow for both sides to come to us and talk to us with regard to the data and information that we require in order to make the decisions.
What I was suggesting is we have an attorney sitting here. He can tell us what's the best way to go.
I don't think the moratorium is the best way to go. I agree with Commissioner McDaniel.
Write that down.
It happens.
Then let's,
All right, well,
let's-
my whole idea is, listen, technology changes. You know, this world's not stagnant, it's fluid. I mean, we have a statute that's out there from 1980s that, you know, and nobody ever thought this is what was coming in the future. And you have to prepare for these things, and we have to revisit certain things, and I think that we need to do something to pump the brakes on it, to get ahead of it, because a data center's data center, and if I don't want to have to go through that, you know, the process, and, you know, I'd rather have something that we can have control over what kind of data centers come to Collier County. So, yeah, I would definitely would make a motion here. I guess somebody already made a motion for a moratorium, or, but whatever language that we need for the county attorney to write up to make sure that we have at least a good year worth of eyes on this subject, to make sure we can have the proper language in our own ordinance, so we can
If I may, I'd
move
like to work
forward.
with Mr. Bozzi and come back with an executive summary.
Okay.
At your next meeting, I think the board could take substantial action if it chooses. In the interim period, though, there's no harm with the zoning in progress.
Okay.
We've already instructed staff to come back with changes.
I'll move that.
All right. But we'll still have a hearing on it, though, correct?
It'll be a public hearing.
Public hearing on it. Okay. Because
I'll
I
second
just
the
might,
motion.
I mean, other than all the important things people have talked about, I'm still concerned. People realize that Collier County is a very small postage stamp of land left. I mean, you know, our county has 1.1 million acres of preserved property in it and about 180,000 left that we can actually live on as human beings. So these things sound like they take up a lot of space, a lot of energy, a lot of resources that, you know, our future children should have the right to be, you know, have somewhere to live out east somewhere, not a giant data center. So I think that's something we're unique. We're a coastal county, which is also important. So I think it's just something we really take seriously and we move forward after today. What do you think, guys? All right. So do we need any kind of vote or anything that just instruct you to go ahead and write that up?
3 nines to instruct me to come back the next
Okay.
meeting.
Well, let it be said, let it be written.
Done.
Okay.
Next meeting in 2 weeks? Yes. Okay.
Okay, 2 weeks. Do we want to do this break? Because it sounds like we're going to have, or can we do the item 11? Is it going to take about 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, if you'd like, we could take item 11A, which is the update on the Northeast expansion for public utilities, and then take a break and move back to the land use.
Sounds like an idea.
All right, so item 11A is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners, as the ex officio governing board of the Collier County Water Sewer District, accept the Northeast Facilities Program update, including acquisition of future infrastructure, personnel, equipment, and financial resources to continue the program. Mr. Matt McLean, your interim department head of public utilities, is here to present.
Good morning, Commissioners. Matt McLean, your interim department head with Collier County Public Utilities. We are pleased to be here today to provide our annual update to the board with respect to the Northeast program that was presented to you guys last year, this time in July. We have made significant progress over the course of the last year on this important regional facility that will benefit the entire community. Happy to report that the program remains within scope and on schedule. Our agenda for today's program update includes the background review of the infrastructure already completed over the course of the last year, the status for the upcoming projects, along with a personnel, equipment, and financial resources overview. Our presentation will include with a summary and a recommendation for the board to accept this update. So what have we been doing over the course of the last year? Our service demands from the 7 developer agreements that were previously approved by the board were validated into our regional water, wastewater, and irrigation quality models. Water, wastewater, and irrigation pipes have been constructed to the required utility points of connection for 5 of those developments, meeting the date specified in the agreements for utility service. We've completed several key utility facilities that are now in operation, including our interim wastewater treatment plant, which is a 1.5 million gallon a day facility. At that same location, we have 2 7.5 million gallon tanks that supply potable water and irrigation quality water within the region. We have completed the drilling of 2 deep injection wells and 3 of our potable water production wells into the lower Tamiami aquifer. Pipeline transmission mains are currently under construction along the Big Cypress Parkway corridor and Oil Well Road. We've recently reviewed and provide comments back to our engineers on the 30% design plans for the 10 million gallon a day regional water treatment plant and 6 million gallon a day wastewater treatment plant. All of this progress that we've completed over the course of the last year is in direct alignment with the county's strategic plan, specifically the Northeast Facilities Program element. Looking ahead to next fiscal year, the delivery team is scheduled to complete the engineering plans for those 2 regional plants, that 10 MGD water treatment plant and 6 MGD wastewater treatment plant, as well as their associated connections to the deep injection wells. all of which is part of phase 1 of this multi-phased approach that is dependent on our regional demand for services. This infrastructure will include common facilities at the plant site, medium voltage electrical power, and a well field with 24 production wells. Additional design work will also be underway through the course of next year for 3 utility facilities that are in relation to the towns and villages, which will include auxiliary storage tanks, booster pump stations, and extensive transmission mains. This regional network will integrate the water, wastewater, and irrigation quality water and control systems to ensure reliable service and operational efficiency at best value for the district. This slide highlights the personnel and equipment requirements necessary to continue to support the program. As the infrastructure expands, additional skilled staffing and equipment will be essential to operate, maintain, and manage these new facilities, effectively meeting the demand and ensuring the required regulatory compliance for customer service delivery. The team has recruited and begun onboarding the previous board-approved positions for the current fiscal year and has incorporated this human resourcing plan into the board-approved user fee study, as well as the proposed fiscal year 27 budget. These requirements will continue to be reviewed annually and updated as necessary to meet the demand and remain within regulatory compliance. Financially, the program's updated estimated rough order of magnitude cost now exceeds $1 billion. These preliminary costs have increased from last year due to rising plant and well field construction costs as well as inflation. The financial plan continues to remain solid, utilizing a combination of bonds, commercial paper, and collected impact fees. This financial resourcing strategy was developed collaboratively with the county's finance committee, financial advisors, financial consultants, and our bond counsel. Infrastructure expansion capital will be funded through impact fees, and a study is currently underway to review and update those fees. Operating revenues from user fees will cover the ongoing maintenance, rehabilitation, and replacement of aging infrastructure, ensuring long-term financial sustainability of our regional system. In summary, the team will continue to refine and execute the plan to ensure best value. The program update reflects an integrated approach to resourcing infrastructure, personnel, equipment, and finances through 2032. The program remains on schedule, with adjustments made to align as the design progresses and the infrastructure and respective dependencies. Again, the program is designed to meet the ongoing demand, maintain compliance, and provide responsive customer service with flexibility for annual and real-time adjustments to optimize our resources and outcomes to ensure that best value for the district's customers throughout our execution. And with this update, staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners accept the Northeast Facilities Program update, including the continued acquisition of future infrastructure, personnel, equipment, and financial resources necessary to continue the program. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, well, I'd like to make a motion for that acceptance, but I do have a comment as well. You want me to make my comment now?
Go ahead and
or?
make your comment. yes.
Okay. When you're asking for approval for future time, energy, materials, and so on, we're not blanket approving everything right now. Those are all going to come back to us on an as-needed basis when those requisites arise.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that was predominantly it. And then number two was the integration of this facility into the two facilities that we already have in Collier County. And if you could expand just a little bit on capacities that we are seeing in the existing plants that we have in relationship to this expansion, and how this expansion is going to enhance the capacities that we currently have in our existing plants.
Thank you for those comments and questions. It is a regional approach, both on the water and wastewater side. We have 2 regional water treatment plants today that will be interconnected with this new 10 million gallon a day water treatment plant. So regional water delivery, this plant will be delivering water within our entire service district. Those 3 plants work together to supply water throughout. Similarly in nature, the new water reclamation facility also will be interconnected within the overall region. What that allows the utility to continue to do is position ourselves for continued ongoing sustainability, for reliability of our existing plants. We will be in position to be able to continue to do the required plans on all of our plants to maintain our compliance. We'll be able to take sections of our existing large plants off and do significant restoration and renovation on those facilities when these new ones are also in play.
Very good.
Mr. LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a comment. I'd second the motion, but first, one of the things I think is worth saying is, Ms. Patterson, when you became the county manager and we became the 5 that we have up here, one of the things that we requested aggressively and also maybe directed is we wanted more visibility, more transparency, to be more proactive instead of reactive when it comes to facilities and things like that. And I think it's worth saying that you and your staff have been, and you're really to be commended for that. I mean, when I was elected in 2020 and I was here and it was a different makeup of staff, not that the staff wasn't doing a great job, but we heard a lot of things like after the fact. And, before we just vote on this and then you go away and it just looked like 5 assorted slides, and we did a little deeper dive yesterday, and you probably did with all the other commissioners. There's a lot of meat in here. And these are things that we didn't have before. So I just want to say that it's noticed and appreciated, and a totally different, at least type of customer service type of and taxpayer type of service that we're providing at the county staff that we had talked about several years ago. But I continue to see it. I continue to have the staff have a sense of urgency to get back to me with questions and things, and we're being much more proactive. And as we approach the budget cycle, this is the kind of stuff that we need to do a deep dive on, so we know what we're spending our money on. And like that one slide that I think you or the staff made that showed, hey, here's everything that we're going to pay for, but we're not oblivious to these other facility things. We have much more visibility and transparency from you and the staff on things that sometimes didn't get a lot of attention previously. So I just wanted to say, definitely noticed and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So I'd second the motion unless another commissioner has a...
We have no more questions for you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye to accept the report.
Aye.
Opposed, same sound, same sign.
Thank you.
It's accepted. Thank you, Matthew. We're going to go ahead and do that court reporter break. Let's come back at 10:30, I think 10:35. Make it so it's a On, right? Thank you, County Manager.
All right, that brings us to items, our advertised public hearings, items 9A and 9B. These are companion items that were continued from the June 23rd, 2026 BCC meeting. I'll read both these titles before we get everybody sworn in for the court reporter and ex parte. 9A is a recommendation to amend ordinance number 89-05 as amended, the Collier County Growth Management Plan for the unincorporated area of Collier County, Florida, specifically amending the urban Golden Gate Estates sub-element of the Golden Gate Area Master Plan and Golden Gate Future Land Use Map and Map Series by changing the land use designation of property from Estates Mixed Use District Residential Estates Subdistrict to Estates Mixed Use District Golden Gate Parkway 60th Street Residential Subdistrict to allow 36 multifamily townhouse dwelling units with affordable housing. The subject property is located on the southwest corner of Golden Gate Parkway and 60th Street, east of I-75 in Section 29, Township 49 South, Range 26 East, consisting of 4.18 plus minus acres. Furthermore, directing transmittal of the adopted amendment to the Florida Department of Commerce, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. The companion item 9B, this does require all participants to be sworn in and ex parte disclosure be provided. This is a recommendation to approve a rezoning of 4.18 plus minus acres from the estate's zoning district to a residential planned unit development for a project to be known as Golden Gate Parkway 60th Street RPUD to allow up to 36 townhouse dwelling units with affordable housing. The subject property, consisting of 4.18 plus minus acres, is located partially within the corridor management overlay and within the airport overlay on the south side of 62nd Street Southwest and Golden Gate Parkway, and on the west side of 60th Street Southwest in Section 29, Township 49 South, Range 26 East, Collier County, Florida. With that, let's do the ex parte from the commissioners, and then we'll do the swearing in.
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have meetings and correspondence, emails, telephone calls in reference to these petitions.
Commissioner Hall.
I got the whole gamut.
Commissioner Castro.
Me too, all across the board, meetings, correspondence, emails, and calls.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Me too.
And I also have meetings, correspondence, emails, and calls. So with that being said.
Very good. If all participants could stand up to be sworn in by the court reporter, this includes anybody that will be providing public comment on this item.
Do you mean it?
All right.
Very good. Let's begin now with the applicant, Mr. Lombardo.
Good morning, Chair and Board of County Commissioners. For the record, my name is Zach Lombardo. I am joined here by my client, the Collier County Community Land Trust. Mr. Puhala is present. Build to Rent to Own LLC, we have Matthew Smith and Patrick Korth. On planning, we have Ellen Summers, AICP of Bowman. Traffic engineers Jim Banks, J&B Transportation Engineering Incorporated, and we have support from Terrell Hall and Associates. As described, this is a rezone to PUD. It has a companion small-scale growth management plan amendment. From a location standpoint, and this will be certainly shown many times and in great detail, but we are near the I-75 interchange at Golden Gate Parkway on 60th Street Southwest at the corner. The current future land use element of the property is estates. It is south of and touching the Golden Gate Parkway institutional subdistrict. The current zoning is also estates and surrounded by conditional uses and other various items that are not typical in the estate zoning district. And because this is a small-scale growth management plan amendment, I want to take a brief moment to give a little bit of an opening to frame the evidence and policy that you're going to hear today, because this project is something that our team is really excited to bring forward because it's truly unique. Let me explain that. First, this is not purely a rental. Second, this is not purely ownership. And third, it's not part of a larger project. What this is instead is it's an intentionally designed project to facilitate ownership without overburdening the community to fund it. Instead, this dips into Collier County's significant philanthropic resources to deliver a new tool in the toolbox here. In the traditional methods of delivery, you're either doing just rental or just ownership. And when you do those two things, you're not able to bridge the rent cycle. You have people that are renting, and maybe these are favored rents, but they're not able to save up and get into ownership, because even in a habitat project, you have to be able to be qualified to purchase on day one. As going to be explained in detail by the team, that's not a requirement here. This is something that helps facilitate that transition. But the other part of the traditional method of delivery is the scale of the affordable housing delivery to the rest of the project. So typically, through an affordable housing density bonus or the Live Local Act, the affordable housing piece is a small piece of the project. Picking something inside of the Golden Gate Area Master Plan that is in this format, we can look at the Randall Curve PUD. This is inside of the Golden Gate Area Master Plan, and it delivered 40 affordable housing units. These were rental units only. That project, in order for the developer to provide 40, built 400 units. So the efficiency of that project was significantly less than this one. Now, there are other reasons why that project went that way, and that created different planning challenges, but the significance here is that when you hear the planners and the team talk about compatibility and location, that feature matters a lot, because at the neighborhood information meeting, what we heard was, this is a great idea, this is the wrong place. I think what we're going to hear today is it's the opposite is true. It's a great idea because it is the right place. This is located next to the interchange, and it's what makes this work. This is housing for young families and essential workers. They need to be able to get in and around Collier County. The employers find this very interesting. In fact, we picked this site after talking to potential employers. We wanted to make sure this was going to have the market delivery we were looking for. And so when we look at compatibility, because we're providing 100%, and it's a small amount of units, 36, we can do something that's actually very typical in Collier County, which is put multifamily next to single family. We're sitting here very close to Lakewood. If you look at Lakewood from an aerial, you'll see major roads, multifamily, and then single family in the middle. This is a typical project design in a master plan community. This is not a master plan community, but that's not a unique planning feature. And so because the project is unique, because it is smaller in scale, because it's more efficient, we can use traditional planning tools to appropriately provide for compatibility. Because it's not enough to just say it's different and therefore it's not compatible. We only ever ask about compatibility when we have two different uses. So we can provide setbacks and buffering and walls as requested by the Planning Commission to deliver something that Collier County doesn't have. It's a missing middle product, and it's something that we're very excited to walk through today because it's what's going to bridge the gap. So I'm going to call up our planner, Ellen Summers, to go through the design of the project. She's going to talk heavily about compatibility. She's going to reference other sub-districts so we can really get a frame on how this can work so that Collier County can have this additional product.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Ellen Summers. I'm a certified land use planner and a senior manager of planning and development with Bowman. Again, Zach gave a good little overview of our current location of this proposed project. We are within the state zoning district. We abut directly to Golden Gate Parkway and the intersection of 60th Street Southwest. We have estates residences to the south. We have estates residences to the west. We also have churches, daycare facilities, and again, we have the behavioral health clinic and center across the street. Our site is about a half mile west of Santa Barbara Boulevard. It's a north-south collector roadway in Collier County, and we are about a quarter mile just east of the I-75 interchange. Wanted to give a broad view of where the site is located in comparison to the remaining county boundaries. We're that red star right there just north of Berkshire Lakes. We are ideally and centrally located within Collier County. We have direct access to I-75, and not just on one side. We're right in the middle of I-75 within Collier County. We have access to North Naples, where there's significant employment opportunities. We have NCH to the north. We've got Physicians Regional to the south on 951. We also have Physicians Regional on Pine Ridge Boulevard, just north of the site. Again, centrally located. We're near City of Naples. We're near industrial parks off of Airport Pulling Road. As Zach stated, we have two applications before you. The first is the Golden Gate Parkway 60th Street Residential Subdistrict. And these applications permit 36 affordable housing, income-restricted townhomes. These units are restricted for a period of 30 years, and they may be rented or sold during that restricted period. The second application is the Golden Gate Parkway 60th Street Residential Planned Unit Development. Again, we provide that same maximum density and restrictions as part of the Small Scale Growth Management Plan Amendment. And I want to go into a little bit about our compatibility features and our development standards that we have proposed within the planned unit development to ensure that this product fits within the location that we've selected. I do know you all received an expert witness report from Max Forgy, and I have reviewed extensively this report. I have respect for Max. I have respect for what this report provides. And there is a lot of reference to compatibility, and I want to be sure that I address that as I go through these slides. Compatibility is a planning term we use often. It has several layers to it. It's not just that we have one use exactly the same adjacent to another use. It ensures that we've included development standards, site design standards, that there's no conflict between these two uses. So inherently, multifamily residential is compatible to single-family residential. That's a planning concept that I think even Max could agree to. Within our planned unit development, we have included development standards that require a minimum setback of 30 feet from the west and south property lines. That's where our adjacent estates, single-family homes are located. Sorry, bear with me just a moment here. We also have a minimum setback of 25 feet from the east and north property lines. Those are our PUD boundaries adjacent to the right-of-way, 62nd Street and 60th Street. We've also included lighting standards, again, one of those measures that we discussed when we talk about compatibility. We have a lighting requirement that our lighting may not exceed 15 feet in height. They shall be shielded from neighboring residential, and they shall be consistent with dark skies best practices. The dark skies best practices, that's something, it's kind of a movement, and we've seen it often in Collier County with rezones, development standards, especially over the last 10 years. And essentially that just means we have low-level lighting, we have warm color temperatures, and we're ensuring that those lighting fixtures are shielded so they don't spill off into adjacent properties. When we talk about compatibility, we also talk about noise and odor. We did commit and we did look to ensure that our dumpster enclosure is furthest to the north as possible, away from adjacent residential properties. Again, addressing any noise and odor concerns that may arise. Just a full view of our master plan. I'll go into a little bit of detail here. We are proposing enhanced 25-foot type C buffers on the southern and western property boundaries and type D landscape buffers along the right-of-way. We have dry detention areas proposed for the site. As part of this process, if approved and going through site development plan, we will have to ensure that our stormwater retention is remaining on site. And we will have to have environmental resource permits with the South Florida Water Management District. Again, to go into a little bit of detail of our landscape buffers, we have a 10-foot type D buffer along 60th Street Southwest and 62nd Street Southwest. This buffer requires trees to be spaced 30 feet on center. Typically, the Land Development Code requires 2-foot hedge to be planted at 2 feet at time of planting. We have required these to be planted at 3 feet in height. Also within Land Development Code, the minimum requirement is that they have to attain 30 inches in height within 1 year. We are proposing that they have a minimum height of 6 feet and be maintained at 6 feet. In addition to these planting requirements, the type D landscape buffer requires that every effort to be made to preserve and retain and incorporate the existing native vegetation. And again, as we continue to talk about compatibility in these landscape buffers, I will note that there are preserve requirements within Collier County. And for a site this size with the native vegetation that was included on the site, we would have been required to obtain 0.37 acres of native vegetation. But Collier County also has allowances if it is a less viable preserve network, if it is smaller in size, if it doesn't have hardwoods, if it doesn't have wetlands, that may be mitigated off-site. And so that's what we have chosen to do and propose for this project. However, I will note that we have our 25-foot enhanced type C landscape buffers. And again, these are along the west and south property lines. This landscape buffer proposes a 6-foot hedge, 2 staggered rows of trees, 30 feet on center, a minimum of 50% of the buffer to include a meandering bed of shrubs and ground covers. It also requires that existing native trees and other native vegetation, where possible, to be retained. As the result of the last Planning Commission meeting we had, we've also included a 6-foot high wall. That 6-foot high wall will be located on the south property line. And it'll also be located, that wall will extend the south property line and 20 feet north into the western property boundary. And I do want to note that this is an enhancement in Collier County's land development code. When you have multifamily adjacent to residential or single family, it's typically required of a 15-foot type B buffer, which requires a wall, hedge, berm, and trees 25 feet on center. And again, we did want to provide an exhibit of what that would look like with the wall, with that landscape buffer specifically to the south and to the western property line. And again, as I mentioned, part of our landscape commitments is to retain existing native vegetation. This is an aerial of the site. It is heavily vegetated. I will tell you that there are portions of this that have exotics, but you can see the pines, the palms. There's a very thick brush, if you will, within this site. So we will make every effort to retain what's there and existing and incorporate our proposed landscape plans with what's there. In this perspective here, you have the aerial on the left, and this is looking west on the southern property boundary. And then this is looking south on our property for the western property boundary. I do think I failed to mention, one of the other compatibility features is talking about building height. The estate zoning district permits a zoned building height of 30 feet. We have proposed a zone building height of 35 feet. So again, that's in matching scale with the state zoning district. And I do have again, this is a conceptual rendering of what these buildings would look like. We have a few more things to go over here. I want to introduce Jim Banks. He's our traffic engineer. He's going to go over the transportation element. And then following Jim, we'll have Michael Puhala here to discuss the program a little bit more in detail. And I'll get back up here to close it out. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Jim Banks. I'm president of J&B Transportation Engineering, and my firm, I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and my firm prepared the traffic impact study pursuant to the standards set forth by Collier County government. Your staff reviewed the study and agreed with the report's findings, and more specifically, it is estimated that this project will generate no more than 19 two-way PM peak hour trips and have a maximum of 11 outbound trips during the AM peak hours and 7 outbound trips during the PM peak hour. So just to reiterate real quickly, 19 two-way trips in the PM, 11 outbound trips in the morning peak hour, and 7 outbound trips in the PM peak hour. Your staff also agreed with the report's findings that the project will not significantly or negatively impact the adjacent road network. or cause any roadways to operate below their adopted level of service. It was also determined that the project's traffic will have less than a 1% impact on Golden Gate Parkway, which is defined as a de minimis impact by both Collier County and the state of Florida. It was verified that Golden Gate Parkway between I-75 and Santa Barbara Boulevard will continue to operate at level of service C at project build-out. And this table reflects the adopted 2025 AUIR traffic volumes on Golden Gate Parkway between I-75 and Santa Barbara Boulevard. Staff also determined that the project is consistent with policy 5.1 of the transportation element of the growth management plan. So with that said, we meet the standards set forth by Collier County. But I do think it's important to put it on the record. I know you're aware of this because you have engaged your staff and your consultant, T.Y. Lin, to perform an evaluation of improvements that could be implemented along the Golden Gate Parkway corridor that would improve traffic flow, capacity, and safety measures. And your staff, along with your consultant, conducted a public information meeting on February of 26th of this year. And I believe the final report was completed, their study was completed in April 2026. And I believe it will be presented to you on August 2026. Now, this is the from your website that outlines the objectives and goals of this study. And I'm not going to read them to you except for one. It's the third one down from the top. The objective of the study is to develop major improvements to enhance traffic flow, improve safety, and support future growth along this corridor. Now, as part of that study and the final report, the recommendation to the board for your acceptance is to construct the Golden Gate Parkway overpass at Livingston Road. Now, this will greatly enhance traffic flow along Golden Gate Parkway as well as Livingston Road. So this is a very important component of the improving the capacity along Golden Gate Parkway. Even though the segment that we access is operating at level of service C, the downstream traffic congestion near the intersection at Livingston Road will be greatly alleviated by this improvement. Other improvements recommended by your staff as well as your consultant is to make modifications to several median openings along Golden Gate Parkway that are non-signalized intersections. 60th Street is one of these intersections. And you will hear in August that your staff and the consultant is recommending the safety improvement of directionalizing these median openings that will prevent motorists from being able to turn left out across 6 lanes of two-way traffic to access Golden Gate Parkway. And in this case with 60th Street, it would be those that would want to travel westbound on Golden Gate Parkway. Now these improve, as a traffic engineer, not representing my client, this is a good improvement. And my street comes out on 951 and it's directionalized like this. And even if it wasn't, I would go ahead and make the effort to turn out right on 951, head down to the next intersection, make a U-turn. And we found from the traffic counts that were performed by T.Y. Lin that several of the folks that use 60th Street today actually do that. They turn right out on Golden Gate Parkway, go down to 58th Street and make a U-turn. And that's what, so motorists that want to head westbound on Golden Gate Parkway That's what will do in the future. They'll turn right out on the Golden Gate Parkway, drive a quarter mile to the east, and make a U-turn at 58th Street. I think I should go back to that overall aerial real quickly so you can see exactly what I'm. So the red box is obviously the project, and this north-south street to the east is 58th Street. There is a median opening there now, and there's an existing left turn lane at that location. Now, that's not a typical four-way intersection. As you can see, it's a T intersection. So it has fewer turning movements than a typical four-way intersection, and it has a lower demand than some of the other intersections. But at that location is where that U-turn would be performed, and currently today, some of the folks do that. And during the Planning Commission, it was mentioned, I mentioned that left turn lane at 58th Street would need to be reviewed in order to determine if it needed to be extended, which is possible. Even though it's outside the study area, when it goes to the design, your engineers will ensure that left turn lane has the adequate length to accommodate the U-turns that will be occurring at 58th Street. Oh, I do want to point out also that the improvement, the modification to the intersection at 60th Street will occur regardless of this project. In other words, this project did not trigger that improvement. This was an improvement that your staff and your consultant had determined prior to this project coming on board. With that, it completes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Hall, you got a question?
Yes, Jim, thank you. Will you go back to the slide about how many traffic or AM and PM traffics? That one?
Yes.
I guess the math's not computing to me. We're going to put 36 units in there and only 15 people are going to leave in the morning?
11 exiting in the morning, 4 entering. Not everybody leaves at the same hour. I live on a street. There's 30 homes on that street. I leave at a different hour. We don't all leave at the same hour.
What if they do?
Well, based on the ITE studies and the historical traffic patterns of residential units, that would be contrary to what we've
I guess I'm
established in
asking
the past.
because this is being presented as an affordable housing project. Those are working people.
Yes.
They don't get to sleep in until past peak hour trip. They get up and they go to work, and I kind of question that. I challenge that.
Okay. Well, these are based on the ITE.
Just common sense wise.
No, I understand. It's based on the ITE rates where they've went out and surveyed hundreds of residential communities.
I agree. You know, you can survey some elderly neighborhoods, and there's people who aren't going to be leaving, but the working force people are going to be getting in the car and they're going to be going to work.
Okay.
I would like to see that looked at again with that reality in account, taken accounted for.
See no other questions? Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Michael Puhala. I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director of the Collier County Community Land Trust, also the Executive Director of HELP, and the CEO of the Housing Alliance. We're going to explain a little bit about the affiliation of those organizations and why it's important for our community. For almost 2 decades, HELP has served as a HUD-approved housing counseling agency in Collier County, and we've been guiding thousands of local families through homebuyer education, financial counseling, foreclosure prevention, and pathways to housing stability. And over that time, we've witnessed firsthand the growing challenges facing the workforce families who contribute every day to the success of our community, but they find home ownership increasingly out of reach. In 2016, I had the opportunity to participate on a stakeholder committee alongside the Urban Land Institute, and we were examining the challenges facing Collier County. And I don't think it's to anybody's surprise that housing affordability rose to the top of the list of issues. And that collaborative effort brought together community leaders, elected officials, housing professionals, and stakeholders to develop solutions to the affordability crisis that we were already experiencing and was further compounded by the pandemic. And one of the key recommendations that emerged from that process was the formation of a community land trust as a long-term strategy to preserve affordability and to create homeownership opportunities that could endure for generations. So in response to that recommendation, HELP received approval and some initial funding from the BCC to launch the Collier County Community Land Trust in 2020. We work closely with the Florida Housing Coalition, which is the state's leading housing policy and technical assistance organization, to achieve certification through their Florida Community Land Trust Institute in April of 2021. That's a collaborative program with Freddie Mac, and that certification ensures that we will have access to conventional financing for our tenant beneficiaries as they convert to home ownership. And I think that's an important point to make. We have heard some questions regarding, with the land trust ownership model, is there going to be access to financing? And the answer is unequivocally yes. We already work with 8 financial institutions that do lend to certified community land trusts. And I'm imagining that number is going to grow. Fannie Mae has also jumped on board and is very highly supporting the community land trust ownership model. So that work with the coalition, we also recently engaged them to provide both guidance and expertise in developing processes, policies, and best practices that can not only support this project, but it also creates a framework that we can replicate for future projects in our community and also be replicated across the state to other communities that are facing similar housing challenges. And I'll actually have the opportunity to present on this model at the upcoming statewide affordable housing conference in Orlando in late August. So we're excited about that opportunity. Now, the mission of the Land Trust has become increasingly important, but it's also become more challenging to achieve. We've seen rising construction costs, escalating land values, increased insurance expenses, and higher interest rates. And there's just overall broader economic uncertainty, and all of these things have made it even more difficult for our hardworking families to achieve homeownership. That reality has required us to think differently, collaborate more broadly, and pursue innovative solutions that can be scaled to meet today's challenges. So in 2024, with the support and the vision of the Collier Community Foundation, we launched the Housing Alliance, and that is now creating a housing hub designed to connect partners, align resources, coordinate services, and also accelerate housing solutions throughout the county. And the foundation's leadership and commitment to collaboration has helped to create some new opportunities that really otherwise would not have existed. It was through the foundation that we were introduced to our amazing partners who are here with me today, Matthew Smith and Patrick Korth, and they've helped shape the innovative build to rent to own, or B2R2O model that you're going to hear about, and that is at the heart of this proposed project. We connected over 2 years ago, and we've spent countless hours engaged with real estate professionals, brokers, attorneys, and others who serve on our boards, but also in advisory capacities. And we've continued to revise the program vision. We've had deep input and collaboration from key employers in the community to ensure that the design of this program addresses their critical and pressing needs to both recruit and retain talent. Collaboration has come in the form of engagement with key leadership at these employers, but also survey work across their employee bases. So we've gotten direct input from the end users, the employees that would be living on site. Similarly, our site selection process was born out of stakeholder and employer feedback. Our consistent theme, or one consistent theme arising from this work, is that the few accessible ownership opportunities that do exist for our essential workforce are far too distant from key job centers. We heard strong affirmation that this specific site, with its unique proximity to 2 major thoroughfares, does provide an exceptional access to jobs, especially for our on-call professionals who may need to be mobilized at a moment's notice in times of emergency. Now, the second major factor influencing our site selection process was sustainability. We wanted to develop a program that could, with the support of private philanthropy, be financially sustainable and would not rely upon one-time public subsidy for our upfront costs. This specific site meets the underwriting criteria necessary to provide that attainable homeownership access to our essential missing middle workforce, all without requiring any contribution from the local taxpayer. So speaking of philanthropy, we're particularly grateful for the confidence that the philanthropic community has shown in this effort. Between community leaders, foundations, and donors, we have collectively pledged nearly $6 million to help support this project through innovative recoverable grant investments and other forms of project assistance. And again, great gratitude going to the Community Foundation for stepping into a role to help administer that recoverable grant process, and something that has not been accomplished before, but it will be unique for this project. That level of commitment sends a powerful message. It reflects a belief that this proposed project is not simply another housing development. It's a community investment, a pathway to economic mobility, and a model that has the potential to change lives while also preserving affordability for future generations. But before I wrap up my comments today, I want to further emphasize the ecosystem of support that stands behind this project. Our 3 affiliated nonprofit organizations work together in a coordinated housing continuum. I've mentioned this a bit, but HELP provides housing counseling, financial education, income certification, homebuyer preparation, and ongoing support services to our selected tenant beneficiaries. And the Housing Alliance serves as that community housing hub, bringing together partners, resources, coordinated services, advocacy, and also employer collaboration that's been very key to this project. And the Collier County Community Land Trust, as the project owner, preserves the long-term affordability and also provides stewardship to ensure that we'll have homeownership opportunities for future generations. Together, these organizations create a comprehensive support system that extends far beyond delivering housing. Families participating in the program will receive guidance and personalized support every step of the way, from the initial outreach to financial readiness, to and through lease up, and also to and through the home ownership transition. Equally important is the level of oversight and accountability behind the effort. The project will benefit from the collective leadership of 3 exceptional boards of directors, and those are comprised of respected community leaders, housing professionals, business executives, financial experts, and stakeholders who are deeply committed to the success of this mission. Now, their governance, combined with our partnerships with philanthropy, county government, and industry experts, create a robust framework of stewardship and accountability that will help this project for years to come. So, Commissioners, the proposal before you today represents the culmination of years of planning, partnership, and community collaboration. It is consistent with the consolidated plan, which stresses the development of workforce housing options as a primary target. It reflects recommendations developed through the ULI process, the support of local philanthropy, the leadership of our nonprofit partners, and the dedication of countless individuals who believe that workforce families do deserve a realistic pathway to homeownership. So I want to personally thank you for your leadership, your partnership, and your continued commitment to trying to solve one of our community's greatest challenges. And at this time, I'll turn the podium over to Matthew Smith, who's going to dig a little bit deeper into the B2R2O model. And I do look forward to answering any questions that you may have at the conclusion of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Smith, for the record. I'm going to provide a deeper overview on the Build to Rent to Own program. The Build to Rent to Own program, or B2R2O, is designed to restore the American dream of home ownership for the essential service personnel that keep our community safe, healthy, and thriving. The challenge of affordable housing in Collier County is well documented. And while the shortage of safe and affordable rental units for our workforce is often discussed and addressed through projects that appear before this commission, the ever-widening ownership gulf, the gap between renting and any realistic prospect of home ownership, has only grown more pronounced, in spite of the meaningful steps the county and other stakeholders have taken to increase the supply of affordable rental units. Over the past 10 years, the income needed to purchase the typical Collier County home has more than doubled, from $73,000 to $149,000 today. This program is designed to tackle that ownership gap head on. That gap is of special critical importance to the educators, healthcare workers, and public safety officers this community relies upon. By their nature, these professions are highly transient. Practically every community in the country faces a dire shortage of this critical workforce, and when affordability in a given community is strained for these groups, they often vote with their feet, lured away by offers of higher pay or a lower cost of living elsewhere. Whereas 10 years ago, an essential service personnel employee new to town might likely be able to afford a home within a few years of working here, those opportunities have virtually vanished today. This homeownership program offers a direct antidote to that multifaceted problem here in Collier County. The cost of housing is the dominant expense in nearly every household budget. If we can offer these essential service personnel a safe, structured, and supportive pathway to ownership, we address not only the looming uncertainty of future rent increases, but we offer a far deeper benefit: the ability for these families to truly set down roots in our community, paired with a long-term wealth-building opportunity through the advantages of homeownership, which is responsible for the majority of household wealth in this country today. This program begins with the same benefits you as county commissioners have seen in countless income-restricted rental projects that have come across your docket over the years. Our units will charge affordable rent based on the target AMI levels you will hear mentioned later in this presentation. And then this program goes 10 steps further. Rather than have every last cent of rental profit fall through to the bottom line of the property owner, this program reroutes those proceeds back to the beneficiaries. Net of the project's operating cost, each monthly rent payment goes towards funding the tenant beneficiary's down payment reserve account, a mechanism that allows the tenants to gradually build up the down payment equity capital needed to purchase their home over the conclusion of the 3-year program. During that time, our affiliate nonprofit HELP will provide holistic, wraparound educational and support services to ensure these families are on track to meet their homeownership goal at the program's conclusion. Whether that's repairing credit scores or guiding our beneficiaries through the labyrinth of application processes to access other home buyer programs they may be entitled to, this program is structured to systematically break through every roadblock to homeownership these households may currently face, ending in a supportive ownership capital stack enabled by Freddie Mac's approved Community Land Trust lending program. The end result is a cohort of like-minded homeowners who have peace of mind in knowing tomorrow's housing costs are well within their budget, and who have hope for the future through the wealth-building benefits that homeownership has provided countless Americans over the last century. With ongoing stewardship by the Collier County Community Land Trust, we will ensure that this project benefits not only the initial 36 households to come through the program, but the many more essential service families who may purchase these homes from our initial cohort in the years ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Commissioner
I'd like
Saunders.
to ask a question because I'm trying to get my arms around the rental program and the rent to own. So after 3 years, a tenant is eligible to purchase the unit.
That is correct. They could purchase it earlier in theory, but they will continue to accrue money towards their down payment reserve account.
Let's just assume 3 years for just our discussion. That's fine. So when that person or family buys the unit, what can they do with that unit?
It's an owner occupancy requirement, if that's the question you're alluding to. So they have to live there. They can't rent it out or Airbnb.
All right. Can they sell it?
Yes, they can sell it.
Now, when they sell it, do they have to sell it to someone that's income restricted as well?
Yes, that will be in keeping with a 30-year commitment to keep this project affordable.
That individual that buys the home would that be at the 130% of AMI, or would that be at a lower?
The subsequent buyers could approach 120% of the AMI if I have the commitment correct.
100%. What would the rental? I mean, at 120% of AMI, what is that rental rate?
The rental rate for 120% of AMI?
Yeah, I mean, what's sort of the dollar amount if you got say a family of 4? I know there's different levels, but what's that approximately? I'm just curious.
Right, it would be about $2,500 as contemplated in the program.
And that's the 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom?
These are all 3-bedroom townhome units.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Saunders, if I may, I just wanted to add on that when you talked about that sale, that the Community Land Trust model also has a resale formula, so it is a shared appreciation product, and that's what ensures the affordability to that next home buyer as well. So that's all structured and part of the transition.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hall, you have a question?
Yeah. And there's a right of first refusal for the land trust to obviously be able to always be have some direction and control over the resale of the units, so they're not going to be flips.
Mr. Hall, you had a question?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. Operationally speaking, I love the rent to own. I mean, people want to own their house, and they take care of it when they own it versus renting it. But there is a concern that I have with the 120%, the 80%, and there's a clause in there that even up to 140%, if they're renting, they can buy it. So my question is, at what point do we lose the affordability factor?
And I'm happy to address that. So the intent there is that when these initial tenant beneficiaries, we are targeting the majority of the units are to serve individuals earning up to 80% of area median income. Now, what we don't want to do is have somebody rent, and then because they've increased income in it and gotten some raises, that they can't then transition to ownership. So it's only those initial tenant beneficiaries that can earn additional income and qualify up to that 140 range. Every subsequent resale buyer, to your question, Commissioner Saunders, they're capped at the 120% of AMI. And unfortunately, the level of income that is required to purchase a home has gone up pretty significantly. So we've seen the values, but we do believe that this does still serve that workforce, especially the essential service personnel, especially if you have a 2-income household. This provides some missing middle opportunities that don't exist.
When the people transition, I mean, I can see the people transitioning to ownership sooner than later, let's put it that way. When they do that, is there going to be HOA fees tacked on to the owners?
There will eventually be a homeowners association, most certainly, but the Community Land Trust will always be involved in helping to maintain and keep the costs low. We're also not, there's not going to be any extensive amenities, so it's really just going to cover maintenance and insurance costs, which any homeowner has to cover regardless.
Sure.
So we're looking to actually try to get better benefit because of the Land Trust being involved in the 36 units.
I saw on the one slide that workforce housing was defined from 60% to 120%, but yet rents would be capped at the 80% AMI level. You know, for the people making 60%, that, you know, that knocks them out, that shoots them out. And with all of the philanthropic, you know the word, and grant support, I would hope that we would be able to lower those AMIs a little bit so that we could get, you know, people that maybe not be married and maybe not have a dual income into those houses. I just, the other question I had is, I understand there's third-party financing, everybody's got to go to mortgage school and learn how to do all that, and that's great. Has the program considered maybe a bridge loan, like an owner finance loan for 2 years with a 2-year call or a 2-year balloon? You know, to help bridge these people in who they just, you know, they got the jobs, they got the time and the jobs, but they say they got a divorce and they just need a little bit of time to massage their, after the 3 years I'm talking about. At the 3-year level, they got a little dink on their credit and they're having a little trouble getting financing. I just wondered if there was any consideration for a bridge program to help those people stay in the house and get ownership.
Absolutely, and it is actually something that I'm looking into is the opportunity to create end loan financing internally, and within 3 years we have full confidence because of our experience working through the HUD-approved agency. That's a long period of time to be able to get somebody mortgage ready. So we do have a lot of confidence. But to your point, if we see that there's a need, we're going to explore every opportunity. Nobody's getting kicked out.
Yeah.
But we're going to work diligently to. And I do want to address the 60% AMI threshold limitation. It's somewhat intentional because we are really making an essential service personnel commitment to this. By and large, a lot of those employees will not qualify if we put too low of a limitation on it either. So there's some challenge both ways.
Yeah, maybe not all of the units, but maybe make some of the units available for that lower rate. I just really want to see the hard-working people get a chance and not the ones that is kind of easy street, you know. But you got 2 teachers, 2 EMS workers. I mean, they're making 120 easy, and it's not really much of a challenge for them, but it is a challenge for some of the others, and I just wanted to see them get a chance in there.
Should.
Yeah, I was, you know, I'm sorry. Sure. Yeah, I was a little confused too. I saw the 60 on the slide, and then I was looking at the paperwork. My paperwork might be dated, but it had in here that 19 units were at the 80%, up to 80 percentile, and 17 at 120. And is that still?
They're capped at, that's the income cap, but the rents can literally be adjusted. Just because that's the cap on the income limit, that doesn't mean you can't earn less. And that's the point of using the philanthropic investment, is to try to be flexible to get to some of those. Because reality is very few people that apply for this housing make exactly 80% of the area median income, but you have to have some level of a guide to work off of. So that's the cap. Doesn't mean that we're going to be automatically only focusing on individuals that are up to that level. So when we say 60 to 80, that is the intent, to be able to create some flexibility in the upfront rents to accommodate more individuals.
And another question on the lines that my colleagues kind of were touching on it. So the program itself, let's say I'm going to participate and I qualify the rent into the program that you designed, and you spoke about the 3-year money goes towards I guess an escrow or some sort of account that I can use as a down payment later. My question is, where's the price of the property at that point, and where does the price of the property say? Like, I entered into the contract and say I want to do this program. I'm 3 years. I'm going to buy this thing. This is my intent. Is the price of that property locked the time I sign that lease?
Yes.
Or does it adjust with the market 3 years down the
No,
road?
it's locked to not go above. Could actually fluctuate down. We can't envision, because we're bringing. If you looked at the market, I mean, these are going to be priced well below the market range. In addition to that application of the down payment reserve, it is the pro forma. We didn't put the whole thing up, but I can promise you that it is very beneficial to our tenant beneficiaries.
Okay. Do you guys have any more presentation, or?
Yes,
You do?
that was
okay,
it for
because I
our-
still have more questions, but I'm maybe
Yeah,
for
come
a
back at
later
the end.
time.
Thank you. We really appreciate you all's time. I know this is a lengthy presentation, but it's we want to make sure we lay out the framework here before you all. So I had Michael and Matt come up to kind of explain the program a little bit, to really kind of tee off to what our commitments are within the PUD document and the Growth Management Plan Amendment. As we've stated, we have a maximum of 19 dwelling units that are available to households who earn up to and including 80% of the AMI. And then we have a maximum of 17 dwelling units available to households who earn up to and including 120% of AMI. If these houses are sold, or if these units are sold during that restricted period, that 30-year program period, any unit may be sold to a household that has rented the unit. And as I stated, just to reiterate it, provided the household certified incomes are up to and including 140% of the AMI. And again, that's for those individuals who locked into this program and maybe over a couple years span have increased salaries. Any unit may be sold to a household whose initial certified incomes are up to and including 120% of the AMI of Collier County. And as noted, these units will be offered first to essential service personnel involved in providing essential services in Collier County. This is a PUD commitment. Those are individuals that are employed as teachers, educators, other school district employees, community college, university employees, police and fire personnel, healthcare personnel, skilled building trades, and government employees. We're going to kind of wrap up here a little bit. We did have a neighborhood information meeting on November 3rd, 2025. We had approximately 25 members of the public there. 2 members of the public attended in Zoom. We did make some changes to our PUD as a result of that meeting. We did increase the enhanced landscape buffers, and we had a solid identification of where that dumpster location would be. I do want to note, we are required, this is considered the estates. We have a 1-mile property owner notification area. And I just wanted to kind of point out that we sent over 3,500 mail notices for the neighborhood information meeting. But of course, we had those neighbors within close proximity attend. Your staff has recommended approval, or has recommended that the CCPC forward the petition with a recommendation of approval. This is both for the PUD and the Growth Management Plan Amendment. We did go before the Collier County Planning Commission on April 2nd. And we had a vote of 5-1 for a recommendation of approval for both items. I will note, as a result of the CCPC hearing, we did commit to including a 6-foot high wall. I previously demonstrated that on our landscape exhibit as well as our PUD commitments. We also relocated, or tried to shift north our access on 60th Street Southwest, further north to the greatest extent possible to align with that church access that's directly across from 60th Street. And again, we made sure to highlight that preference for essential service personnel and the affordable housing commitments. And one last thing here before I turn it over to Zach. Our 1 nay vote for the Planning Commission I can kind of summarize this, and our thoughts are that this was primarily attributed to that there's not other locations in the estates where we've made small-scale growth management plan amendments. That the perception was that we haven't had other rezones with higher density or intensities in Collier County within the Golden Gate Area Master Plan. And I do want to point out that this is not the case. When the right condition, the right location, the right use comes about, we have this opportunity to make our case and for you all to hear it and to make that policy decision to see what's right for the greater community. Across the street from Golden Gate, from our property, we had the Golden Gate Parkway Institutional Subdistrict that was approved in 2022. It allows group care facilities and accessory medical and administrative offices. It has a maximum trip generation of 139 2A PM peak hours. Temple Shalom, that's across Pine Ridge Boulevard, was initially approved in 1989 and then amended to a PUD in 2020. That permits churches and childcare, preschool, 237 2A PM peak hour net trips. Naples Senior Center subdistrict was approved in 2020, later amended in 2025. That is an elderly activity center and adult daycare center in the Oaks neighborhood, another estate zone area. That has a max trip generation of 50 2A PM peak hour net trips. And then you have the Vanderbilt Beach Road Residential Subdistrict. That was actually amended out of the urban Golden Gate Estates master plan. That was approved in 2023. You may know that as the Ascend Naples. And that permitted 208 multifamily residential units at a density of 11.9 dwelling units per acre, and only 71 were restricted as affordable. So that's 34% of that project was established as affordable housing units. And again, those are just rental units. That had a trip generation of 110 2A PM peak hour net trips. And that's just within the urban Golden Gate Estates. In the rural Golden Gate Estates area, you can see these over on the top right of the map here in red. We had the Immokalee Road, 4th Street Northeast mixed-use subdistrict improved in 2021. 400 dwelling units with 10% committed to affordable housing. 150,000 square feet of commercial development. Created a max trip generation of 753. Just to the north of that, Immokalee Road Estates Commercial Subdistrict, approved in 2021, 200,000 square feet of commercial development, max trip generation of 681. And then to the south of that, the GMA Commercial Subdistrict just approved in 2024, 125,000 square feet of commercial development on 9.8 acres with a max trip generation of 389. And the reason I point this out, I believe that we have to have shifts from time to time. We understand that there was a restudy in the Golden Gate Area Master Plan. In 2016, we had 300 participants, the Golden Gate community participate in that restudy. But time is changing. There has to be a little bit of accommodation for the growth that we're seeing in Collier County. And the reason I make point of these other sub-districts is primarily in response to that planning commissioner who had not really seen other examples of where we've done a growth management plan for a sub-district in the Golden Gate area. It's the right location, the right combination of uses, and in an area that can be accommodated for what we're proposing. With that, I'll turn it over to Zach. Thank you.
Mr. Castro, you have a question?
I do, ma'am, if you
Yes.
maybe just stay at the podium. Before I ask the question that I was about to ask, I think your slide here, which is very informative, sort of proves Commissioner Hall's point, because if you do the math here, you have 400 dwelling units and, the number of trips, and the algorithm can always be a little bit fuzzy, but this seems more legitimate, 400 units, 700 trips, and I was sort of scratching my head the same way, and not that it makes this project a showstopper for me. But that number of trips, the math just seemed a little off. This seems more correct to what we see on all projects. You build 400 units, and most people have 2 cars and that sort of thing. So that's just sort of a side note. The one thing I did want to ask is, several years ago, when I was the chairman of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, one of the things that we caught by some projects similar to this, Actually, not similar. This one is very unique, and I like a lot of things about it. But I'm still open to hearing from both sides. I'm not ready to vote or anything. But one of the things that we caught, and it's something you reminded us that you'd be doing several slides back, is making first responders and teachers and all of those a priority. I'd like a little more detail on the timing and the advertisement and all that. And I say that because, and you probably remember this conversation that we had. So maybe it was more than a few years ago, because I think we've all been on the affordable housing. I think I had just gotten elected, but it was something we dove into, because what we discovered was everybody who bragged about that, and I think it predated me even being a commissioner, what we found was, and I want to hear that you've got an aggressive plan to not do this. What we found is the developer bragged about that. It might have resulted in the project being approved, but it wasn't aggressively advertised to the first responders and the teachers.
Right.
It was for a very minimum time period. Everybody sort of flew below the radar, and then the second those 30 days were over for all the teachers and firefighters to get their low rent units, and one or two walked through the front door, then boom, the 30 days were over, or it was some sort of ridiculous minimum time with minimal advertisement. Wow, what a coincidence. 99% of the people that then moved into this building were none of those people, and they paid a higher rent fee and all of that. I'd like a little detail on what's the window that you're going to be aggressively advertising, chasing, folks that fit those parameters, and how long would it be for? Because I remember that same discussion, and I'll turn it over to you, talking to some fire chiefs, and even I think talking to people that work for Sheriff Rambosk, and about this one particular unit way back when, and they said, God, we had no idea. Nobody ever told us. It wasn't aggressively advertised to us. I bet we would have had more people that were interested. So can you expand upon that a little bit more? Hopefully we've learned our lesson, and you're doing it in a much better way.
Well, to your point, we're actually working right now on a housing affordability portal that would make marketing for all of these developments in the community that have income restricted units and have an essential service personnel preference. It's going to get the word out to all of our essential service employers. So that's something that we're actually going to launch in January of this upcoming year. That's different through the Housing Alliance, but that's an add-on, something we've already been working on, but certainly these units will be a part of that. But in addition to the direct employer engagement that we have with all of our essential service personnel employers, where we're going to obviously let them know as soon as we're going to start a pre-application process, that's going to be well known. But this goes a step further in the sense that there's actually going to be a scoring metrics, ranking, and reviewing. We're going to open a minimum of a 60-day pre-leasing window, if you will, because we believe we're going to far exceed 36 interested households that are interested in this program. So part of the scoring metric is essential service personnel is going to actually be boosted, if you will. So there's a better likelihood that those individuals will be able to participate in the program. But in addition to committing to a minimum of a 60-day advertising window, we would be committing to that a minimum of a 60-day pre-application process, and our rank and review process, which we're building out with the help of the Florida Housing Coalition, would include additional scoring for essential service personnel.
Well, you must be doing something much more aggressive than maybe what happened in years past, because all of us have heard from a lot of business owners and other folks whose employees would be very interested in possibly living in something like this, and they've sent us quite a few emails with a lot of specificity. So they were very aware, not just that the project might be coming or whatever. I mean, I got some emails with a lot of specifics from NCH, and I see that Matt's here representing NCH on down. So no, you've answered my question. And the 60 days goes by quick if you're not aggressively advertising it properly. So I like the idea of the portal. Do you know when that might be stood up?
Well, it has to be January 8th of 27 because we have a launch party. So it's already scheduled. So yeah, we've been working with an IT developer. They did, I don't want to get off track, but they did something very comparable for the city of Boston. So it's not a new concept, but it's going to be somewhat revolutionary.
And other units already constructed would be.
We've already been talking to all the property developers, and all that information is already going to be on the portal the day it's launched.
That's great.
And then we're going to have the developers have their own login credentials and be able to update their units of availability and pricing as they go. So
thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. McDaniel.
And this would be, you can answer this. It was my understanding that 100% of these are going to be in an affordable status.
Correct.
Forever.
Correct. Well,
So-
the PUD
30
has a
years.
30-year commitment, but the land trust effectively is a 99-year
So what's the
model.
60-day criterion for advertising to attract
This
potential
is only for the
tenants?
essential service workers. If the essential service workers don't take the space, that doesn't make them not affordable units. They still have to be affordable income restricted people that come into the unit. And this is a distinction. There were some approvals in years past where it was hold back for essential. If we get essential, they have to take it. If they don't get it, and as you point out, conveniently on that 62nd day or 61st day, we can do it market. There's no market option in this at all.
That was where I was going, is we stopped doing that once we realized the game that was being played with that fictitious term limit up front. And then they reverted to market. So
And I want to briefly, before closing, just address that comment about these two slides proving Commissioner Hall's point about the traffic issue, and I'll have Jim address this if necessary. But even if we went at 36 p.m. peak hour trips, we're less than any of these existing subdistricts. And I also want to point out that in these subdistricts where you just gave this example, like the Immokalee Road, 4th Street Northeast, there's 150,000 square feet of commercial in that trip count. So that trip count is not 400 units at 2 cars a unit. It's 400 units, 150,000 square feet of commercial, all of that generating 753 2 peak hour trips. And as you look at the next one, we have 200,000 square feet of commercial. The next one, 125,000 square feet of commercial. And this is an important point. I'll slow down for the court reporter. I got really excited. I'm sorry.
Yes.
At the interchange here, and this has been brought to my attention, over the years, this interchange was not one of the originally planned interchanges for I-75. There was a lot of discussion about what that was going to do to this zone and what was and was not appropriate. And one of the things not put forward in a way that I would say is legally binding, but certainly policy-wise put out there by your previous commissioners, people in your seats from 20 and 30 years ago, was they didn't want commercial at this interchange. And so going back to this high-level concept of what is the narrow, tailored version of this project, it is purely affordable housing. There's no commercial component, and all of these things tie to all of the rest of the questions. Because if we don't have a commercial component, we can't subsidize the lot purchase price with the commercial revenue. We can't subsidize the rents with the commercial revenue. If we don't have market units, we can't subsidize the rents with commercial revenue. So this project had to be designed on its own merits. These buyers and these renters have to pay for the build of this project, because while there's charitable money behind this, these are structured in the format of loans primarily. So the project has to fit within the parameters of the financial model being used. And that, on the one hand, puts us in a much more intense financial position. On the other hand, it allows the project to be very specific and, in my mind, very plannable. Because again, when we're talking about a small collection of multifamily buildings, it's easier to plan how to dovetail that into existing communities than if what we came to you and said was, we acquired some more property than this, but we're in the same area, and we want to do 400 units, 40 of them are affordable, and we're going to do strip commercial along the front because we have frontage on Golden Gate Parkway. That is a totally different application, but that's the applications that you have seen in the Golden Gate area. And so I would submit that the traffic information followed the standards and it was correct, but even if you think it is totally bogus, if you double and triple it and go to 36, even if you go to 60, you're not approaching level of service as demonstrated by the traffic information statement. So it's not a true concern for the project as far as whether or not it can be approved. And so in closing, I would reserve for an ability to cross-examine a public comment and to close after public comment and answer any questions and make our team available. But this is a centrally located site to major employers in the county. This was a very intentionally selected site based on that reason, but also, as discussed, because we have no other revenue center and we're not using one of the traditional methods of delivery, the price of the site matters too. We have to make sure that all of these things function together. This is a first of its kind project in Collier County. It's 100% affordable. It has a path from rental to ownership that has been carefully thought of. I think it is important that the applicant here is not a developer trying to get a bonus. The applicant here is the land trust whose mission has been figuring out how to solve this problem. This is their task. So they are committed to getting this right and focusing on how to make this work. And all of the intentional design pieces of this are part of that, even the 80-120 splits. And just to confirm, that's a cap. That doesn't mean if you're 60%, you can rent an 80% unit. If you're 90%, you cannot. We have addressed the compatibility. We've done it with the traditional tools that planning uses. We've done it in a way consistent with how master plan communities are intentionally designed, where they put multifamily next to single family. And this was acknowledged by the Planning Commission, who recommended approval to you all. So our team is available for questions. We think this is an exciting opportunity for the county to build that third tool that we don't have to bridge the gap. There is some commentary in, I think, the planning analysis from Mr. Forgy that, well, it doesn't solve the problem. No one project is going to solve the affordable housing program problem in Collier County, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't start chipping away at the problem. So if there's any questions, we'll answer them, and then otherwise we'll go to public comment or whatever you would like to do.
Well, probably going to want to hear from staff next. And then how many public comments?
20.
20 signed up. Any on Zoom or just?
No, not for this.
Okay, everybody's in the room. All right. And then just make everybody available, because I'm sure we'll have more questions after that. Mr. Bosey.
Mike Bosey, Plan and Zoning Director. As indicated by the applicant, staff is recommending approval of the project. It's been reviewed by your Housing and Economic Development team, your traffic team, utilities, your safety service providers, your engineering, your stormwater, as well as the zoning team has reviewed it. Everyone has signed off on the application, is recommended an approval. Was heard by the Planning Commission as indicated. It was a 5-to-1 vote. For a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission to the Board of County Commissioners. There was some additional conditions that they addressed related to the 6-foot wall on the west and the south side in a limited fashion. I would say, as a 100% affordable project, this is the type of project that planning would support, specifically because of the location. The location is a 6-lane divided highway. That 6-lane divided highway has a capacity of 3,300 trips on an hourly basis. This will contribute 19 total trip from a PM and an AM peak hour transportation impact, which is de minimis. It's relatively low in that regard. What I would also say is not only from the location of the intensity of that road system is if you're in January through March, there's an intensity associated with a 6-lane divided highway that is significant. And having a multifamily as a buffer between that road and the single-family residents that sit to the south is not an inappropriate or not an uncommon situation that's recommended from a planning standpoint, from a de-escalation of intensity. And from a location standpoint, in proximity to the I-75 interchange is advantageous from distribution throughout the county from a jobs perspective, because individuals who will be working within areas, Commissioner Hall has stated, these are working individuals. They're going to need to find their way to their employers. That location with access to I-75 within 1,000 feet to the west provides a tremendous advantage for that distribution throughout the county. Also, from a compatibility standpoint, the applicant has provided for enhanced landscape buffering, the wall that was suggested from the Planning Commission, the height limitation to fit within the character of the neighborhood, but also within the compatibility of the various land uses. This is not a monoculture of residential development. If you look across the street, if you look along Golden Gate Parkway, there's daycares, there's churches, there's residential there's residential houses, there's institutional development. Because you have these uses, such as the daycares, a daycare in close proximity to an affordable housing project, that's a great synergistic, that's a compatible land use relationship. That has benefit. Not only does this location have benefits from, like I said, from a distribution standpoint from getting to the various points of the county, but the land uses that are around that provides complements to the intended purpose, workforce housing, is something that staff recognizes as unique and beneficial as well. There's transit within the Golden Gate Parkway corridor as well, which within close proximity. So that provides opportunities for individuals who maybe are do not have a car, choose not to have a car, to be able to utilize the public transit for goods, services, daily employment opportunities. All those reasons, staff has reviewed it, is recommended approval. As we said, there was a 5-to-1 recommendation from the Planning Commission. Staff is in support of it. We would entertain any questions that you may have specifically related to the project.
Mr. LaCastro.
Mr. Bosley, what was the staff's analysis of the environmental impact? You know, every time we see an undeveloped lot, you know, we'll hear from the other side that, you know, oh, there's black bears there, panthers walk through there, there's 10 bald eagle nests, there's gopher tortoises and such, and sometimes they're not wrong. On this smaller parcel that's sort of wedged in between several different things or whatever, but I didn't hear anybody address that analysis was done. Somebody walked the property. There's not something on there that's you know, being harmed or displaced in some sort of significant way that we need to know about.
I do have Ms. Cook who could get into the specifics of the environmental, because it's an existing, it's within the existing urbanized area. It's surrounded by developed property, close to the road system. They have asked for a deviation to allow for the offsite of preservation. Because of the lack of environmental sensitivity of that land. Staff is supporting that. So Ms. Cook could go into the details, but because staff is supporting the off-site preserve, that's an indication that there was no important environmental resources that were identified that were in need of protection at this individual location. So from an environmental standpoint, environmental is signed off on the project, as well as the offsite dedication of the preserve as well.
I mean, Ms. Cook, just for the record, why don't you give us a short version just so people know that it wasn't something that was ignored or overlooked or anything like that. And I'd like to know the detail as well.
Jamie Cook, your Development Review Director, for the record. I oversee all of the environmental review and permitting for development. The applicant did hire an environmental consultant who did a thorough environmental assessment of the property. There were no listed species identified on the site. There was, I believe, one cavity tree found in their environmental assessment. So they will be required to do an updated environmental listed species survey prior to beginning construction. So that will come in with their site development plan. During the course of the review for this request, environmental staff did do a site visit themselves and noted that they concurred with the report provided by the consultant.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from my colleagues here or questions? So, well, thank you, Mr. Bosley. Guess we'll go ahead and start with the public comments. I noticed there was a young lady walking around with a child. Do you know if she signed up? Because I'd like to get her out of here first.
She probably has, but I wouldn't know her by name. Would you like me to?
She just stepped out of the room.
Yeah, she stepped out.
She's not going to speak? Okay, I just wanted to, I didn't, because of the inconvenience. I figured let her go first.
The child might have
something to say. All right, so.
Okay.
Go ahead, Troy.
I want to remind the speakers again to queue up at both podiums for the benefit of time here. Your first speaker is Elizabeth Ratty. She'll be followed by Vicky Rodriguez.
Good morning. For the record, Elizabeth Rady. Good morning, commissioners and county staff. As you know, I wear several hats in our community, from the tenant union to disaster recovery, and also as a workforce and senior housing advocate. But today I wear the hat of a potential home buyer living in Collier County. I have worked 3 jobs, and almost to the point I thought I couldn't physically go on to get to the place in my life where I could purchase a home. It's extremely overwhelming and exciting, yet nauseating all at the same time. I'm so blessed to be surrounded by some of the most knowledgeable people, from HUD-approved financial counselors that help, an extremely knowledgeable realtor, and a mortgage company that makes magic happen. But even with all the odds in my favor, it became sadly apparent that owning a home in Collier County, or even a condo that doesn't bury you in HOA fees, is not realistic for me. This weekend, my sights were set on Lee County. Like so many before me who, in order to have a place to call home, have now traveled. The reality is that there is a huge gap between what the average workforce resident, even with 3 jobs and a 6-figure salary, can afford or even qualify for in the current market price of a home in Collier County. The Gateway Project, Build to Rent to Own, is the model that bridges that gap. How wonderful would it have been for myself to have been able to rent a townhouse and my rent equity go towards the down payment, and to be working the whole time with a counselor and positioned into purchasing of the place I already love and call home. It's seamless. The process takes away the anxiety and the fear of the unknown with the home buying process. Most of all, it allows those who work so hard for our community to have stability and equity in the community instead of working here and adding equity and spending into other communities. It's imperative that this project move forward. This is going to be the game changer for the workforce, your essential services, and those like myself and like Vicki and so many others that are stuck in the gap and don't want to leave Collier County but want to be homeowners. I have worked with many individuals who have had to move to Lee County, and eventually they come to the determination that they can no longer handle the commute and seek employment closer to home. Businesses can't keep employees, schools are losing children. We are seeing this firsthand in Collier County. Regardless of what the narrative people try and spin, this is the reality. The Gateway Project is the ability to make what seems impossible possible, and can be the beginning of hope to those who want to live, work, and play in Collier County. So I am asking you today, commissioners, as a representative for the workforce in this community, to please vote yes on the Gateway Project, and let's get her done.
Mr. Castro, I want to ask you a question.
Elizabeth?
Elizabeth, one second.
So this is way out of turn, but I appreciate the commissioner letting me speak. Normally, we all just shut up. But we see you in here frequently, but I don't get a chance to cross paths with you, regularly or whatnot. But I just wanted to say, and it is part of what we're discussing now, you do wear many hats in the community. You and I are pretty active on social media. I really appreciate you chiming in on social media with people that start venting with uninformed opinions. As I'm about to type something, I can tell you half a dozen times, your comment is already on there, separating rumor from fact. And that helps us and you and I don't agree on everything, right? We've probably bumped heads on things since I've been sitting here, but I just, I wanted to be able to say that because you're going to sneak out the door, and I don't want to just send you some email or anything, but you help us at the county on those things that we do agree on when you do have the facts. And I could have written the exact same thing you did, and everybody be like, oh, lying commissioner who's in the pockets of all the developers. You chime in there and you say, and you've corrected so many people. And then I've watched comments after yours, and folks really appreciate the eloquence and the detail you've put. So continue that, and that does have something to do with this, because like you say, you wear many hats and you're active, and your comments here mean a lot to me because you are so deep into this, talking to renters, and you're out in the community, and so your position on a project does matter, and I appreciate you really sharing it aggressively on social media, even though I know it's a pain in the neck, right? Because then you open yourself up to
some rabbit holes here and there, but
But thank you for what you do and how vocal and involved you are.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, your next speaker is Vicki Rodriguez. She will be followed by Cindy Brown.
Good morning, commissioners. I want to begin by recognizing the progress Collier County has made over the past several years by acknowledging our housing challenges and supporting workforce housing opportunities. I also want to recognize the advocates, community leaders, and developers who have helped move those conversations into action. In 2021, research showed that nearly 29,100 households were severely cost burdened, spending more than half of their income to keep a roof over their heads. Back in 2021, you saw that cry and you moved into action. Today, you have the opportunity to take the next step. Communities across the country have recognized that affordable housing alone is not enough. Minnesota is one example of a state that created workforce and affordable home ownership programs because they understood that a healthy housing system needed pathways, not dead ends. Today, Collier County has the opportunity to do the same. Many of us have quietly fallen through the cracks, and I know this because I've lived it. We are the missing middle. Hardworking people who earn too much to qualify for traditional affordable housing, yet still face barriers to home ownership. Years ago, affordable housing gave me stability to live independently after graduating from Naples High School and attend FSW to become a professional educator. Later on, it allowed me also to be able to provide for my daughter as a single mom. Affordable housing, it didn't give me a finish line. It gave me a starting point, because mobility requires opportunity, and opportunity requires a foundation. Some people have the ability to take risks because they have a safety net. Others have to take risk just to create that safety net. Today, workforce housing has allowed me to further continue my education to obtaining a dual master's degree. It also allows me to extend on my career and provide a safe environment for myself and my daughter, and that was only possible because of the opportunities like Alora. I know there was concern back then, but when you reflect on today, you'd never know that people like us lived there, and 9 times out of 10, I'm like the only one at the traffic light. So I lived it. Today, when I look at my daughter and the young adults coming behind her, I see a generation that deserves those same opportunities that I had. That bridge helped me. That bridge helped people begin. That bridge that helped people begin must be followed by the bridge that helps people advance. Workforce housing was never intended to stand alone. It was designed to be part of a complete housing ecosystem. Affordable housing provides the starting point. Workforce housing provides stability. And that's what opportunities like Build to Rent to Own will offer us. Attainable home ownership property opportunities create the pathway forward. When one is missing, the entire system slows down. People who are ready to become homeowners remain in workforce housing because there's nowhere else to go. The result is that every level begins to back up. A healthy housing system creates movement not by keeping people in one place forever, but by creating a fluid rotation of opportunity. Build to Rent to Own doesn't replace affordable housing, and it doesn't replace workforce housing. It completes the bridge, the groundwork that has been laid. Growth is already happening, just like approved developments like Ave Maria.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
Ma'am? Your buzzer went off. I'm just letting you know that just because you're cutting into other
I could
people's
wrap it
time.
up.
Can you just
Yep.
make it quick, please? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I got intent.
I know.
Today, the opportunity is to complete that bridge. My question to you is, will we seize this moment and finish building the bridge? Will we be remembered as the leaders who recognize that the housing ladder needed another rung and had the vision to strengthen it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Cindy Brown, and she'll be followed by Kelly Turner.
I'm Cindy Brown, and I live on 60th Street, 6 properties away from the property being discussed. There are significant concerns about this project. The first one is the traffic. There was a public hearing meeting February 26, 2026 at the Golden Gate Community Center regarding the Golden Gate Parkway Corridor Congestion Study, showing the preferred improvements along Golden Gate Parkway to improve the flow. This entails building a barrier in the center at 60th Street when you come out. So indeed, yes, when you come out of 60th Street, you will no longer be able to turn left and go towards Naples. You will be turning right, going towards Golden Gate City. Your next opportunity is 58th Street. That's where you will be in the passing lane of Golden Gate Parkway to get into that left turn so that you can make a U-turn. So that means if you add 36 homes, potentially 72 cars, and the original street currently is 18 single-family homes. So you're adding 36 on top of the 18. There's going to be a backup just to get off 60th Street. Then there's going to be a backup to take that U-turn to get into Naples. Concern 2, wastewater disposal. On November 20th, 2025, there was a Collier County Planning Commission meeting for conditional use for the Golden Gate Worship Center located at 5890 Golden Gate Parkway. This is the 4th property away from the property we're speaking about. It was to request zoning change to allow a church to exist where currently there is a single family home. This was conditional as they would need to hook up to city water. That's obtainable by going underneath 6 lanes of Golden Gate Parkway because the hookup is on the north side of Golden Gate Parkway. It was stated that the city wastewater service is not available to them because it's at maximum capacity. If no wastewater service is available, how are 36 homes going to get rid of their waste? There is not enough room on the property to install 36 septic systems. Concern number 3, water runoff. If this property is cleared of most of the vegetation and replaced by parking lots and buildings, the rainwater is now going to run into the ditch running along 60th Street. This ditch currently fills up when we have storms right now. If all of the water from this property exceeds the capacity of the ditch, the water will now flood our front yards. Finally, precedent matters. If this is approved, it then clears the path for additional lots in our single-family home neighborhood to be transformed into extreme multifamily properties. Every lot on my street could be sold and transformed to put additional 36 homes on a single-family lot. This is huge. In summary, the roads, the wastewater service, and the culverts cannot support this project, and the zoning change is not compatible with our neighborhood. So this build to rent to own may be a good concept, wrong site.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your next speaker is Kelly Turner, and she'll be followed by Max. Is it Fargay, Max? Forgy, okay. But Kelly's been seated additional time from Earl Turner, Diane Sachs, and Lori Van Zandt. Oh, okay. So Kelly, you will have 12 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Kelly Turner. I reside at 3111 60th Street Southwest. My home and property directly abut the southern property line of the proposed development. And because the site is a corner lot, we also have direct sight lines along the project's western boundary. I live there with my husband, our 3 children, and my mom also resides on our property in a separate home. I want to begin by acknowledging something I believe everyone in this room will agree on. Collier County needs housing, and Collier County needs affordable housing. The question before you today is not whether housing is needed, and it is not about evaluating the applicant's business plan, financial model, or value of their services. The question is whether this proposal belongs in this location, and whether it is consistent with the county's long-established planning policies. I believe it is not. This property is located within the estates, an area intentionally planned and protected as a low-density residential community. The Growth Management Plan and Land Development Code establish a clear vision for this area, one of large lots, rural character, and low-intensity residential development. The county's own planning history reinforces those principles. Going back a little bit, in 2001, following the state's commitment to fund and construct the I-75 and Golden Gate Parkway interchange, the Board of County Commissioners at the time established an advisory committee to develop recommendations for the areas surrounding the interchange. The committee was specifically charged with minimizing impacts to surrounding property owners, preserving the existing residential character, and creating an appropriate gateway into Naples and Golden Gate. Over the next several years, the Golden Gate Area Master Plan Restudy Committee evaluated land use opportunities throughout the Golden Gate area. While the committee identified locations appropriate for additional commercial and institutional development, it also concluded that the Golden Gate Parkway corridor between Livingston Road and Santa Barbara Boulevard was not appropriate for new conditional use development because of its surrounding residential character. Those recommendations were incorporated into the county's planning policies in 2003 and 2004. In March 2007, county staff reviewed petition CP 2005-6, which proposed creating the Golden Gate Parkway Institutional Subdistrict. Although staff did not recommend approval because the petition conflicted with the comprehensive plan's prohibition on new conditional uses along that corridor and with the county's commitment to FDOT to preserve the corridor's residential character, the board ultimately approved the petition on June 4th, 2007. In doing so, however, the board reaffirmed the underlying planning principle by amending the Golden Gate Area Master Plan to state, and I quote, "Recognizing the existing residential nature of the land uses surrounding the planned I-75 interchange at Golden Gate Parkway, there shall be no further conditional uses for properties abutting Golden Gate Parkway between Livingston Road and Santa Barbara Boulevard, except as permitted within the Golden Gate Parkway institutional subdistrict. Further, no properties abutting streets accessing Golden Gate Parkway within the above defined segment shall be approved for conditional uses. Taken together, these actions demonstrate a consistent planning objective. Even as new infrastructure was built and development pressures increased, the county repeatedly recognized the importance of protecting the surrounding residential community from incompatible intensity. And although the Golden Gate Area Master Plan has since been reorganized over the years, the underlying planning objective remains just as relevant today. Today, you are being asked to approve a development that would introduce a level of residential density and intensity fundamentally different from the surrounding estates. I respectfully believe doing so would be inconsistent with those longstanding planning principles. 36 townhomes on approximately 4 acres is not an extension of the existing neighborhood pattern. It represents a dramatic increase in density and intensity that is incompatible with the surrounding estates community. This is not simply a different housing type, it is an entirely different development pattern. It is not a minor adjustment. It is a fundamental change in character. At the Planning Commission hearing, and I believe today, the applicant maintained that because both the proposed development and the surrounding estates are residential, they are therefore compatible. Respectfully, that oversimplifies the issue. By that logic, every residential use would be compatible with every other residential use, regardless of density and regardless of intensity. But our planning system doesn't work that way. The growth management plan distinguishes between low-density estates, suburban neighborhoods, townhomes, and apartments, and other residential uses because they have fundamentally different characteristics and different impacts. A single-family estate home on several acres, like mine, and 36 townhomes on approximately 4 acres are both residential in the broadest sense, just as a neighborhood park and a regional sports complex are both parks. But no one would suggest that they have the same intensity or the same impacts on surrounding properties. Compatibility, one of the central questions before this board today, is evaluated by looking at the overall development pattern. The density, intensity, scale, and relationship to the surrounding neighborhood. Those are some of the characteristics that determine whether a project belongs in a particular location. At the Planning Commission hearing, there was discussion focused on modifications intended to reduce impacts to neighboring properties, including mine. I appreciate the applicant's efforts to address some of those concerns, and those changes may lessen certain impacts. However, they do not resolve the fundamental issue before this board. The question today is not whether this project can be made somewhat less impactful through conditions. The question is whether these petitions are compatible with the surrounding estates community and consistent with the county's adopted planning policies. A wall may screen a view. Landscaping may soften an edge. Relocating slightly a driveway may improve noise and light intrusions. Those are worthwhile design considerations, but they do not change the fundamental character of the project. They do not change the density. They do not change the intensity. And they do not change whether 36 townhomes on approximately 4 acres is compatible with the surrounding estates community. Mitigation is not the same as compatibility. This project is not compatible. The residents of this area have already experienced significant changes in the character and intensity of development surrounding them, including major development directly across the street. We understand that communities grow and that change is part of that process. However, growth must still occur in a way that respects the planning framework that established this area as a low-density residential community. The question before you today is not whether change should occur, but whether this additional increase in density is appropriate for this location. And because planning decisions don't only exist on paper, they affect real families and real neighborhoods, I'd like to speak from a personal perspective. My family invested in this property because of what the county's adopted plans said this area would remain. We had an investment-backed expectation that the planning framework governing this area would be applied consistently. Those expectations are fundamental to a fair and predictable planning process. When isolated rezonings fundamentally alter established neighborhoods, they undermine public confidence in the county's planning policies and the assurances residents relied upon when making one of the largest investments of their lives. For my family, this has not been an abstract land use application. It has been 268 days of uncertainty since we first learned of this proposal. For nearly 9 months, we have wondered whether the neighborhood we chose, invested in, and believed would remain protected under the county's adopted plans could be fundamentally changed. One of the reasons we chose to raise our family in the estates was its peace, privacy, and rural character. Our children swim in our pool, ride their bikes on our driveway, run and walk on our street, and play in our yard every day. Until this petition, we never questioned whether that sense of security would change. If these petitions are approved, it will. Instead of bordering another low-density estate residential property, our family would live immediately adjacent to 36 townhome units with a proposed 90 residents, with the traffic, lighting, pedestrian activity, noise, and daily intensity that accompany that level of development. The impacts to our privacy, safety, and quality of life would be significant and permanent. But this is not simply about my family. It is about preserving the character of an entire state's community and applying the county's planning policies consistently. Commissioners, your own land development code directs you to consider whether a rezoning would adversely influence living conditions in the neighborhood, create traffic incompatible with surrounding land uses, remain consistent with the existing land use pattern, and be consistent with the growth management plan. I believe that these petitions fail each of those standards. Approving these petitions would establish a precedent that extends well beyond these 4.18 acres. It would signal that the protections residents have relied upon in the estates can be set aside through individual rezoning requests. If the county's adopted plans can be changed parcel by parcel, what confidence can residents have that those plans will be applied consistently in the future? Today, this decision rests with you. You have both the authority and the responsibility to apply the county's adopted planning policies consistently and to protect established neighborhoods from incompatible development. These petitions are neither consistent with those policies nor compatible with our surrounding community. After 268 days of uncertainty for my family and so many of our neighbors, I respectfully ask you to uphold the county's adopted planning policies, protect the established character of the estates, restore the confidence residents place in those policies, and vote to deny these petitions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Max Fargy. He'll be followed by Christina Park. Max has been seated additional time from Brad Bigger, Denise Bigger, Daniel House. Okay, I hear him, I didn't see him. Michael Rizzo. Is Michael in my
Yeah, I saw Michael. You can't miss Michael.
He was giving us the peace sign.
Did I get it? Yeah, Jordan Hester.
He's around.
He's around.
He's probably in the hallway.
So that is a total of 18 minutes. And we'll be followed by Christina Park. Christina, you might want to have a seat.
Yeah. Don't stand.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Max Forgy, doing business as Forgy Planning, 236 Southeast 45th Street in Cape Coral, 33-year member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, and my resume is on file with you. This is at least my 5th case in Collier County, and it's a pleasure to be here today. You have also received my 13-page report.
I apologize. Let me just interrupt for just a quick second. I think the purpose of that introduction is for you to be qualified as an expert, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't know if we need to do that, but I want to give you the opportunity, if that's what you're suggesting.
It's quite up to you. I am only addressing the legislative.
Okay, I just want to give you, I just didn't understand what capacity you were in.
Okay. I'm not doing that to advertise myself. I'm here on behalf of clients Kelly and Earl Turner. And in my report, which you have received, and I hope you have read, we address the legislative and quasi-judicial natures of these proceedings. I'm specifically talking about the legislative portion. This is an application to create and define the Golden Gate Parkway 60th Street residential sub-district within the urban Golden Gate Estate sub-element. And the growth management plan enshrines the county's vision of its future and provides guidance to property owners, local government agencies, and infrastructure and service providers. A local government has every good reason to maintain its adopted plan unless and until a better use reveals itself through the amendment process. Ms. Turner referred to her investment-backed expectations. That's what the comprehensive plan provides for neighbors. At the April LPA hearing, I referred to a more intense or lucrative use of the property, and Mr. Lombardo reminded me that the applicant is, in fact, a not-for-profit organization. So in this report, I've changed the word from the word lucrative to revenue generating, which it certainly is. I don't intend to go into any detail on the question of compatibility because Kelly Turner, I think, knocked it out of the park. She addressed that issue eloquently and forcefully. But Florida statute does, in fact, define what compatibility is in section 163.3164 paren 9. That land uses or conditions can coexist in relative proximity to each other in a stable fashion over time. The words over time are particularly instructive in this case because they speak to the long-range effects on neighboring properties and most specifically to the estate-sized Turner property, 2.25 acres, directly to the south of this subject property. The staff report makes note of that property, and it also refers to 4 properties on the west side of the subject property. Quote, on the west side of the subject site, there are 4 lots that are legal non-conforming dating back as follows, 1975, etc. The report is factually correct, but it does not reveal that the lots, for all their nonconformity, have houses on them. So it's not just 4 vacant lots, it's 4 residences will be impacted. On page 4 of my report, I address the matter of consistency. I'm not going to go into any depth on that here. Also on page 4, the subject property. The staff report states that the subdistrict is intended to provide, quote, low-density semi-rural residential lots with limited opportunities for other land uses. Residential density is limited to a maximum of 1 unit per 2.25 gross acres. Multifamily dwelling units, duplexes, and other structures containing 2 or more principal dwelling units are prohibited. That's on page 4 of the staff report, close quote. That is the current flume designation on the subject property. as well as the Turner residents and their residential neighborhood. Unless and until this honorable body amends that designation, neighboring residential uses will remain under the protection of the growth management plan. This application is being heard by the Board of County Commissioners because the applicant wants to change a long-standing designation that has been in place for a very long time on 4.18 acres. The same staff report recounts that the GGAMP restudy vision for Golden Gate Western Estates describes the area as, quote, a low-density, large lot residential neighborhood in a natural setting, close quote, and that the community consensus was to maintain the area as it then existed. Clients Kelly and Earl Turner strongly agree with this approach. I'll say more about that later. On page 5 of my report, summary of the request and site context. I think you've heard enough testimony that I'm not going to recite that. Page 6, paragraph 7, regarding the growth management plan and the GGAMP consistency and other areas of concern. And here I want to talk at some length. The staff report provides a useful history of the growth management plan and its evolving treatment of the Golden Gate vicinity. The subject property is located within the residential estates subdistrict of the urban Golden Gate Estates area, where the adopted GGAMP framework is intended to preserve low-density, semi-rural residential character. The 2017 restudy produced a community vision statement, which Kelly Turner's already referred to, for the urban Golden Gate Estates. Quote, Golden Gate Western Estates is a low-density, large lot, residential neighborhood in a natural setting with convenient access to the coastal area. Close quote. I know I've said that before. The community consensus, as recounted in the staff report, was to maintain the area in its present form. The restudy is barely 9 years old, and there is no evidence that the residents along 60th Street Southwest yearn for a different flume designation at the end of their street. To the contrary, the proposed change of use would benefit only the applicant's interests. This is a significant fact that the BCC can consider in a legislative case such as the proposed flume amendment. This is not a case where the applicant proposes to retrofit a project into an already mixed urban district. To the contrary, the existing suburban form is already well defined. It is a case where the applicant seeks to amend the adopted plan precisely because the current plan does not allow this development form. Page 7 of the report, I address the quasi-judicial rezoning concerns. I'm not going to raise those now. I want to stick to the legislative. But on page 8, I do observe that staff concludes that traffic is de minimis under the submitted traffic study, but local concern is more specific than arterial level of service, as Kelly Turner has already said. The county does not track local street volumes for this segment. That means that the countywide traffic framework does not meaningfully capture neighborhood level circulation, turning, queuing, driveway conflict conditions, or child safety on the local street. In my remaining time, I want to address the findings that were made in the staff report. And I want to say from the beginning that I found the staff report reliable and factual, although we have reached a different conclusion. The facts are quite accurate. First item, the process for adoption of a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. The staff report says this amendment does include a text change for the Golden Gate Area Master Plan, and these text changes are directly related to the proposed future land use map amendment. They basically said that the proposed amendment involves a use of 50 acres or fewer. Correct, it's 4.18, more or less, and therefore it's eligible for small-scale amendment. Our response is, yes, the subject property is indeed 4.18 acres, but it is noteworthy that the property's less than 50 acre status by itself does not justify approval. Likewise, the fact that the text amendment relates to the subject property does not imply merit for the text amendment. Next item, staff report says, this amendment preserves the internal consistency of the plan and is not a correction, update, or modification of the current costs that were set out in the comprehensive plan. Response, the GMP, Collier County's comprehensive plan, has been in place for decades, and its internal consistency should be assumed. There is insufficient compelling evidence that the proposed amendment would enhance the internal consistency of the GMP. They have a set of findings and conclusions on page 9 of the staff report. Staff report posits 11 findings, some of which I'm going to summarize. One is an existing conflict exists between the proposed use of the project within the estate's designation of the GGAMP, and this proposed amendment resolves the conflict. Our response is that the purported conflict exists only in the applicant's imagination. The proposed amendment does not resolve an actual existing conflict. Next, the subject property is approximately 1/2 mile to the west of Golden Gate City, which is designated urban and allows higher density multifamily development. Response, the existence of the Golden Gate City 1/2 mile away does not justify a small flume amendment on this property 1/2 mile away. Staff report says, as allowed in the CCME and the LDC, the petitioner is opting to provide off-site mitigation rather than retain a portion of the on-site native vegetation. Response, the loss of the on-site mitigation and native vegetation, while convenient and desirable to the applicant, would be detrimental to the Turners, who reside directly to the south of the subject property, with a loss of a cherished buffer from the proposed development. And one more finding from the staff report. Collier County has an existing unmet need for affordable housing inventory. And our response is, while affordable housing is an unmet need in Collier County, that deficiency, which has been building for decades, will not be resolved by this single action on the county's part. I will not be reciting my 11 recommended findings of fact in support of denial. I specifically refer you to 3 through 11. The staff report was well-researched and provided good historical background, and I appreciate that. But it does not provide a strong case for approval as analyzed in Section 10 of this report. There is competent, substantial data and analysis to deny the proposed future land use map amendments. I want to wrap up. The applicant has, to my observation, an admirable business model. They have some good ideas, but I respectfully remind you that your mission today is to make a land use decision, not to decide the merit of what they are trying to accomplish, or the quality of their work. I go back to the words which Kelly Turner used, investment-backed expectation. This is a well-established neighborhood. People bought their property, they developed their property, they have maintained their property, and they did so in large part in reliance upon the representations that were made by this honorable body and by your predecessors. I urge you to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Troy, how many more public
7.
speakers? We still have 7?
Yes.
I want to take a court reporter break real quick.
And just for the record, I'm going to cross-examine the witness.
I'm going to take a break. Can I just take a break? Because I think we're way past what we should have. Be back here at 12:47.
reconvene.
Where did Mr. Lombardo, did he still in the room? Mr. Lombardo.
He's not back in here yet.
And where's the gentleman that was speaking at the podium? Oh, okay. And you said we have 7 more speakers?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. There he is. All right, Mr. Lombardo, I'm going to go ahead and grant you the opportunity to cross this gentleman. From what I was told, it's not uncommon. So go ahead.
Mr. Forgy, in your testimony, you referenced the most recent restudy of the Golden Gate Area Master Plan. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you know how many people participated in that restudy?
Before I answer this, I want to say one thing.
I've asked a question.
It is not. I think in the last 10 years I've only been cross-examined once on legislative testimony, and I'm not sure how that works.
Well, and let me just say for the record that this is also a rezone. There's a quasi-judicial component here, and the fact that Mr. Forgy decided to only address the legislative piece was sort of his decision, but I need to be able to understand the nature of his testimony. He was sworn in, were you not?
I was.
And so I believe I'm entitled to inquire as to representations he made. I'm a little unclear as to whether Mr. Forgy's holding himself out as an expert. Commissioner Saunders asked this question, and Mr. Forgy said no, I believe, but I need to understand that as well.
I have been accepted here as an expert witness in the past. I was a little bit hesitant to volunteer to hold myself out here as an expert because I was speaking only on legislative matters. But sure, you can accept me as an expert.
Well, we certainly object to that, but we'll get into that in the cross-examination. Can you answer my question?
What is the question?
How many people participated in the restudy?
I do not know.
Would you believe me if I told you it was 350 people? Do you know how many people received notice of today's hearing by mail from the applicant?
I think I heard some number like 3,000 or something.
Okay. And is it your opinion that comprehensive plans can be amended or that they can't be amended?
I think my testimony said that they can be amended and that they should be amended when there are compelling reasons to do so.
In the urban estates in Collier County, are you aware of any other amendments that involved an affordable housing component?
No.
Did you review any other sub-districts in the urban estates?
No.
This is the primary basis for my objection to this witness as an expert, because he has testified at Planning Commission and again here, even after this, the benefit of this cross at Planning Commission, that he has not reviewed any of the other sub-districts. Turning back to the witness, would it surprise you to learn that there are sub-districts in the urban area of the Golden Gate Area Master Plan that have affordable housing components?
No.
Would it surprise you to learn that the density of those projects are higher than the density that's being asked for here?
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's an interesting way to phrase that. I would expect you to be very surprised because you indicated that these sub-districts are counter to the overall nature of the Golden Gate Area Master Plan.
I do not remember putting it that way.
So then what's the issue with this sub-district from a planning standpoint?
I don't understand the question.
In your testimony, my understanding was you opposed this project. Is that correct?
Yes.
You, in your report, have a lot of information about sub-districts not being the appropriate way to handle changes inside of the urban area.
They are far from the ideal way to change a 4.18 acre property's land use that would impact an existing well-developed neighborhood.
Do you know if any of the other sub-districts impacted existing well-developed neighborhoods?
No.
So how are you evaluating this sub-district if you didn't have the benefit of other sub-districts that already exist?
I don't know why that would be important. I'm addressing this particular sub-district.
Understood, but so without the benefit of the legislative bases that informed this board and their predecessors as to the other sub-districts, is that correct?
I don't have an answer to that. I was focusing on this specific proposed amendment and no other. And I don't think it was my job to completely research the complete history of the Collier County Comprehensive Plan. And by the way, the staff did a pretty good job of that.
Turning to the preserve, you referenced this as a loss of a cherished buffer. Do you understand that this application includes a buffer?
Yes.
And it includes preservation of existing trees?
Yes.
So is the preserve tied to the buffer?
My response there was that they would lose the buffer in the form that they currently enjoy it, and Kelly Turner's testimony was very clear on that as well.
If this were a single family home and not this project, would there be a buffer requirement?
I don't remember. I looked at it earlier.
Are you familiar with the dimensional standards and requirements of the estate zoning district in the Land Development Code?
I looked at them and I did not refresh before this hearing. So
Okay. Do you know if a wall is required between these? But if it was a single family home?
I'm sure it's not, because it was a part of your
But you don't know
earlier.
that.
I think the testimony that we heard at in this hearing revealed that the wall was not required and that the applicant offered it and it was accepted.
But my question is more globally, because if we're talking about what the expectations were for this site, I want to understand what could be built here by right. And I'm concerned that you have not looked at and have a working knowledge of the estate's rules. And that's what my questions are aimed at. And because I'm next going to ask about multifamily rules, ignoring the estates. If we put a multifamily building next to a single family home, what are the buffer requirements?
A more global question would be, how many units could you put on that
I understand that's your
property?
response, but unfortunately in cross-examination I asked the questions and you answered the
Yeah,
questions.
and by the way, we don't get to cross-examine your experts.
That's
or you.
correct.
Yeah.
And the case that you cited, then I want to get into that since you brought it up. The case that you cited, were you giving a legal opinion about how quasi-judicial hearings work?
A legal opinion? I'm not an attorney, no.
Okay. Did you read that case?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Who was the applicant in that case? Who was the plaintiff? Was that a neighbor or was that the applicant?
Is that Machado?
Yes, sir.
Well, it was Machado. I'm assuming it was.
Who was the applicant in that case? So that there's not an entitlement there. All right.
I have read Machado all the way through. And
my observation here is, to the extent he would like to be an expert, we would move to strike him as an expert. He has testified that he is not familiar or does not remember how the estate's dimensional standards work. That's the base zoning of his client's property. He did not review other sub-districts. This is a sub-district application in the urban estates. I didn't ask him or expect him to be familiar with every growth management plan amendment that has taken place in Collier County. But if you're going to come before the board and suggest that somehow this sub-district is out of scale with prior decisions of this board, which is how I understood his testimony, I would expect at a bare minimum they'd be familiar with the existing sub-districts created by this board that include affordable housing. That's a very narrow amount of sub-districts. So with that, I don't know if the board is going to recognize him as an expert, but we would object to that and suggest that there's not been a requisite demonstration of expertise.
Well, if I remember correctly, I believe Commissioner Saunders picked up on the initial verbiage of the individual when he came up to the podium, asked him if he wanted to be recognized as an expert, and I believe he stated, "I do not want to be recognized as an expert." So we'll stick with his original demands of his own.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Chair, are you ready to continue with the public comment, sir?
Yes, please.
Your next speaker is Christina Park, and she'll be followed by Tiffany Minch.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Christina Park, President and CEO of the Greater Naples Chamber, and I stand before you to express my enthusiastic support for Project Gateway, this 36-home attainable housing community plan for Golden Gate Parkway here in Collier County. This innovative project will expand access to workforce housing while creating meaningful, long-term pathways to home ownership for Collier County residents. At the Greater Naples Chamber, access to attainable workforce housing has remained a top public policy priority for more than a decade. We recently surveyed our over 1,000 member businesses and found that 69% of our members identified attainable housing as one of the primary challenges impacting their ability to recruit and retain a qualified workforce. Projects like these are essential to addressing this persistent and growing need. Project Gateway aims to address this concern by adding 36 affordable units to the inventory, providing more working families the opportunity to live in the community in which they serve. Just as important, the project goes beyond rental housing by prioritizing home ownership. Stable, attainable home ownership opportunities are critical to building long-term economic mobility, strengthening families, and fostering a more resilient and invested community. Beyond expanding the inventory, this new community creates real structured pathway to home ownership for the working families that serve here. Through an innovative build-to-rent-to-own model, residents will begin by renting this home at an affordable rate, building savings and stability before transitioning to ownership without having to leave the home that they've made their own. We're also pleased to see that this developer has partnered with the Collier County Community Land Trust for this project. The partnership demonstrates a clear commitment to long-term affordability and responsible growth, helping ensure that these homes remain accessible for future generations of Collier County's workforce. I strongly encourage you to approve the request to create this project and its companion growth management plan amendment. This project will have a meaningful impact on expanding access to affordable housing for our workforce while providing long-term economic stability and home ownership for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Tiffany Minch, and she'll be followed by Matthew Holliday.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Tiffany Mensch. I'm a Naples resident and have the privilege of serving as President and CEO of United Way of Collier and the Keys. I'm here today on behalf of myself and the United Way because housing is one of the most important issues facing the families that we serve, and I'd like to express our support for Project Gateway. Every day we work alongside hardworking families who are contributing to our local economy, raising families, paying taxes, serving our community. They're doing everything right. Yet for many of them, home ownership is completely out of reach. At United Way, we serve ALICE households. These are asset-limited, income-constrained, and employed families who earn too much to qualify for public assistance, but still struggle to afford their basic needs. They make up nearly 1/3 of Collier County, and housing is one of the greatest barriers they face. Too often, we meet families after they've reached a crisis, and stable housing is one of the most effective ways that we can help prevent that crisis while strengthening financial stability, workforce participation, and long-term economic mobility. That's why Project Gateway is so important. It creates a pathway to homeownership for hardworking Collier County residents who contribute to our community every day. I believe the people who help make Collier County the thriving community it is today and give us the quality of life that we have should have the opportunity to call it home as well. What makes this project especially compelling is that it isn't simply another housing development. It's an innovative approach to creating homeownership opportunities, and the 3-year rent-to-own model gives families the time to build savings, complete financial literacy training, and prepare for the responsibilities of owning a home. It's building financial capability while also creating a realistic path to long-term stability. I also appreciate that this project is being developed in partnership with the Collier County Community Land Trust, which means that these homes will remain attainable for future workforce families and create a lasting community asset that will continue to benefit Collier County for generations. And just as important, its central location near the I-75 interchange provides convenient access to many major employment centers in our county. At United Way, we've learned that when housing becomes unstable, everything else becomes harder. Children struggle in school, families face impossible financial choices, access to healthy food and healthcare becomes more difficult, and commuting to work becomes a challenge. That's why we believe that the best solutions don't just respond to crises, they help prevent them. These challenges facing our community are too complex for any one organization or sector to solve alone, and projects like this demonstrate what's possible when the public, private, and nonprofit sectors come together to create practical long-term solutions. I recognize that land use decisions require balancing many important considerations, and I appreciate the thoughtful process that has gone into this proposal. And from all of you, thank you for your time and consideration.
Your next speaker is Matthew Holliday. He'll be followed by Carl, is it Scusa? Scusa, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. Appreciate the time to be here today. For the record, Matthew Holliday on behalf of Naples Comprehensive Health. I would give anything to be able to track this article down, but I once found an article on the interwebs where they were discussing the lack of affordable housing in Collier dating back to the 1970s. And I really wish I could put my fingers back on that it is a question that is not likely to be resolved anytime soon. And when you have a project that strikes what we believe is a good balance between access, affordability, and scale and scope, these things they're very important, right? We know that at our hospital, for example, I've talked about this before, about 30% of our workforce lives in Lee County. I know of one critical care cardiac nurse who drives all the way from Cape Coral to work at NCH downtown. We know that in passing 4 other hospitals, that individual has a lot of opportunity. If we lose assets like that are taking care of your loved ones, that begins to have a negative impact on our whole community, right? What we love about this model has already been discussed. This is an opportunity for people to transition from renters to owners, building the stability, building the equity, becoming more solid neighbors. And speaking of the neighbors, these are the ideal people you're going to want to have in your community, aimed at law enforcement, educators, county employees, and of course our first responders and healthcare workers. These folks don't all depart at one single time. The traffic impact across 36 units. Many of our nurses are on 12-hour shifts. They're working basically 6A to 6P. I think 7A to 7P. I think law enforcement are on similar shifts. This is going to be a neighborhood built of people who are model citizens and contributors to our local economy. Running a quick map while I was sitting here at about 10 o'clock this morning, from this location, there are 3 hospitals that are within a 15-minute drive of this project. PRMC at Pine Ridge got down to 9 minutes. For a lot of our staff who are on call, emergency activation, they have to be within 30 minutes to qualify for those roles and to contribute to the team. So on behalf of our hospital, the people who keep the rest of us healthy and happy, I strongly urge you all to approve this good project. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Carl Scusa. He'll be followed by Todd Lyon. Carl has been seated 3 additional minutes from Mia, who is sitting right back there. You will have 6 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Carl Scusa, and I live on 60th Street Southwest, the street that Project Gateway's traffic would empty onto. I've lived in a place where zoning was negotiable, one approval at a time, each one the template for the next, until the streets couldn't carry the cars and the neighborhood people bought into was gone. I moved to Golden Gate Estates because this county made a promise. The Golden Gate Area Master Plan, 1 home per 2 1/4 acres, multifamily prohibited in all districts and sub-districts. Thousands of us bought onto the strength of it. My wife and I did. The question today is not affordable housing. It is whether that promise holds or gets amended away parcel by parcel, starting with 36 rental townhomes at 19 times the planned density. And we've seen this playbook before in our same exact small area from the same planner, Bowman, trying to bring us Hope Home 2. It was sold in the most friendly terms, good neighbors, upstanding citizens. After it failed, Bob Mohair then used Hope Home 2 to try to sell this project by saying it is not like Hope Home 2, it's not a halfway house. Admitting finally what it was from the beginning, which was a bait and switch. Now, back again, same area, amend the plan, just this once, just for us. And what are we trading the promise for this time? Collier County Land Trust effectively has no revenue on their 990, no roster of employees anywhere that I could found, 0 homes ever built. They don't even own this land. Their own director calls it a pilot project. The rent-to-own organization is being run by 2 finance analysts from New Jersey with zero experience operating a project like this in the real world. Rent to own as a concept has a track record, and it isn't as good as it sounds. The largest operator in America, Home Partners, which was backed by Blackstone's billions, converted roughly 1 renter in 5 before Blackstone shut it down. One that actually worked, it took a 15-year model and experienced team with 4 decades of experience. And when Ohio's own housing finance agency studied that model, operators without that experience converted just 14%. So typically what we see is 10 to 20% of renters actually end up owning. So these statistics prove that this project will see a constant flow of renters, not permanent affordable housing. The applicant is promising results in a matter of a few years, but if and when the pilot project fails, the density is permanent. They run the experiment, we inherit the result. So why not start a pilot on land that doesn't need a permanent amendment to do so? Even setting the promise aside, the ground says no. Nearby parts of Golden Gate are failing, and in the Planning Commission meeting, the staff admitted that parts of Golden Gate nearby are failing. The traffic study was modeled, I think that was brought up today. It was a desk exercise, did not take into account the reality of 36 working class houses, the Amazon trucks, UPS, all to support these homes. Commissioner Saunders, you've previously proposed moratoriums on these kind of parcel by parcel amendments. Here's a parcel. Commissioner McDaniel, you've warned about opening Pandora's box in other commission meetings. This is Pandora's box. And you've said we have processes in place to manage growth. This is the process. The plan is the process. Commissioner Kowal, you've stood up for what neighborhoods have bought into. We bought into 1 home per 2¼ acres. So keep this promise, deny both petitions on these findings. They're inconsistent with the master plan. It's an isolated district out of scale, no site-specific need, inadequate facilities. Keep our neighborhood free of this outrageous experiment that stacks 36 homes. We only have 17 homes on our block. So that's tripling the size of our neighborhood. It is not compatible with this neighborhood. We already have the David Lawrence Center expansion in our area, which was mentioned earlier across the street. How much is too much for one small area to tolerate? Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Todd Lyon, and he'll be followed by Vicki Tracy.
Good afternoon, commissioners. You're probably sick of seeing me at this podium for these discussions about affordable housing, but I am passionate about it, so thanks for listening. My name is Todd Lyon. I am the Vice President of People and Culture, formerly Human Resources at NCH, the second largest employer in Collier County, about 4,500 employees. I also am proud to serve as the board chair since April on the United Way of Collier and the Keys, working along Tiffany and the great people we serve. And I'm also serving my 3rd year on the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee here with Collier County. I would like to support this project greatly. We have seen many projects come through AHAC, and at NCH we've talked to a lot of developers and people with ideas for affordable housing. These 2 finance guys from New Jersey actually happen to be very bright, and this model is very unique and creates something that we don't have yet, and that's people that want to own and live here in Collier County, not just rent. Part of my oversight as the Vice President of People and Culture is recruitment and retention for 4,500 employees as we continue to grow additional services we want in Collier County. These folks don't want to rent. They want to make a life here, and this model makes that possible to do so. I think that we need to look a little bit beyond our immediate neighborhood. We are one county, Collier County. We need to think that all of us want this housing, but no one wants it near them. And this is what we hear meeting after meeting after meeting. When we take a step back and look at the location, it's 36 homes that are going to be housed by our first responders, our teachers, our people that you want in your neighborhood. Getting to the point of traffic, I just wanted to address too. Most of our employees are 3 12-hour shifts. That's 4 days a week. They're not working. They leave the house at 6 a.m. They get back, if they're lucky, at 8 p.m. at night. Teachers are similar, bus drivers. We've got to look, I think, at the demographic of people we're serving. It's probably better to have that population there than the typical 8 to 5, 9 to 5 folks. Commissioner LaCastro, I wanted to address the piece about how would this be vetted and advertised. We are very committed at NCH to this project. We've had several meetings with that team. We have a huge need, not only for our incoming employees, but our current employees to find attainable housing. We hear this regularly. Half FTE of one of our HR generalists spends her time working and finding what is some attainable housing for our current employees, and we hear it every day. I think there will actually be competition for the 36 units. We are committed at NCH to continue the conversations and actively advertise and address it with our staff. I think, as I said, if you don't want this in your neighborhood, where in Collier County can we have it? And I love the passion. I love that people aren't thinking of this as a handout. There's been great discussion today and presentation. I do encourage you, the third Tuesday of every other month, AHAC meets. It's an open meeting. We love to hear public comment. I would love to continue to see the passion that's put into these meetings by those that attend. Come and look at the bigger picture and look at what this means for us as a community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Vicki Tracy. And I'm being told now that she left. And then Katie Tuff. Katie, you'd mark possible. You're going to speak?
My name is Katie Tuff, and I serve as Vice President of the Golden Gate Civic Association. This is not an NIMBY issue. Our association does not challenge the need for, nor do we oppose affordable housing, because we are affordable housing. We do not oppose any proposal that further increases. What we do oppose, is any proposal that further increases the population density of our community, which is more than 6 times the density of the city of Naples. Increased density has a negative impact on our infrastructure, our schools, our roads, utilities, crime rate, and overall quality of life. The proposal goes against the Golden Gate Area Master Plan, which is part of the county's growth management plan. Created through the dedication of knowledgeable county staff, vested community members who gave hundreds of hours of time to ensure the intent and purpose, which is to serve and preserve the best use, quality of life, safety, and health of our community. In regard to amending the master plan, one of the applicants mentioned a little bit of accommodation for change. Golden Gate has far exceeded a little bit of accommodation for affordable housing. Every crumb of land in our community is being served up for affordable housing. As amazing as this innovative housing model sounds, we are here to approve appropriate land use. I ask that you deny this request and uphold the mission and integrity of your growth management plan and the Golden Gate Area Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that was your final registered speaker for this item.
All righty. I guess petitioner would like to make any more comments or some things he's heard.
We have two main items we'd like to address. Mr. Banks, I believe, is going to. There were some comments about traffic we'd like to specifically address with Mr. Banks, and then I'd like to respond to the comment about the Blackstone experience with this project.
Commissioners, twice in one day. Okay. I'm going to be very brief. I just want to do a little cleanup, that's all. And by no means am I wanting to be argumentative, but I just think there was a few things that needed to be cleared up on the record. First, as I stated in my initial presentation, the traffic study was prepared pursuant to your all's methodologies. It's not my methodologies, it's your all's adopted methodologies. And your staff reviewed my work product and they agreed with those findings. Now, as it relates to the suggestion that this project that had the 400 dwelling units and the 150,000 square feet of commercial was more to scale of what you would expect. As it turns out, the trip rates for those 400 dwelling units is 153 two-way trips and 116 outbound AM trips for 400 units, which equates to 12 outbound trips for every 40 units, which equates to 11 outbound trips for every 36 units. It is the same trip rate. I prepared that traffic study, and it was approved by this board, and I used the same trip rates and the same outbound trip rates on that project as I've done on numerous projects over the last how many years? 40 years of my career, and it's the exact same scale. 11 outbound trips. Now, again, I'm not trying to be argumentative. Commissioner Hall is certainly entitled to his opinion that that the 11 outbound trips, as he suggested, seemed low, and that suggested that maybe 36 would be more realistic. And if I'm putting words in your mouth, Commissioner Hall,
I don't
please
care.
correct me.
I don't care at this point.
Okay. Okay. All right. But even if it is 36 trips, it would still have a de minimis impact onto the adjacent road network, and Golden Gate Parkway has a surplus of capacity and would still operate at level of service C. And with that, I thank you for your additional time.
Thank you.
Just briefly, there was mention of the Blackstone project involving build to rent to own. I think it'd be helpful to provide a little context on that conversion ratio. So Mr. Smith will address that.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try and keep this really brief, but two major differences between that precedent, which we of course reviewed in our 2 years preparing for this, and what we are proposing today. One being that Blackstone program is, as most Blackstone things, was market rate return seeking. That is not the case here with the financing we have from the philanthropic community. That means in the case of Blackstone, they had to charge a significant premium upon normal market rate rentals to offer that opportunity to convert. We are doing pretty much the exact opposite. Income restricted rentals well within the budgets of the commitment levels we've made, and add on the fact that this program includes comprehensive wraparound support services from a HUD-approved counseling agency is a strong distinction, and I think you'll find that if we are approved, our conversion rate will be far, far, far higher.
Thank you. And if there are any questions, we would love to answer them. But to capstone the entirety of the public comment and the entirety of the presentation, we agree that this is the land use piece of this and the affordable housing piece are both a part of this. This is a policy decision, so affordable housing is something that can be considered. But compatibility was addressed. We've listened, we've made modifications. Compatibility is the tool that the planners use when we get into putting uses next to each other that aren't identical, and we've done that here. We've provided buffering, we've provided walls, we've made adjustments to the design to make this as compatible as it can be, and we believe that that compatibility has risen to the level that is acceptable, and this is evidenced not just by the staff report recommending approval or our planner's testimony. It's evidenced by looking at your built environment that you already have in Collier County. Putting multifamily buildings near to single family homes is common planning practice throughout the county, and the significance of our ability to do this smaller scale project, 36 units, as opposed to a 400 unit project or a 170 unit project, is we can better plan for the compatibility while taking advantage of the site, which you heard from the employers is extremely desirable. So we'd appreciate your consideration. We'll answer any questions you have. I think this is a marquee project that allows Collier County to blaze a path forward on a better pathway to homeownership.
Who's lit up? Well, I have a few questions, and it may involve a few of you, so I'm not going to particularly pick anybody, but if whoever feels they want to answer the question, they can step up. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner McDaniel, you go first. No, I'll go last. No, go ahead.
My questions are for staff, not for the
Oh, okay.
applicant.
All right. Well, light yourself up again when I'm done.
I'll do that. Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So I asked for some additional paperwork from you after I had my initial meeting with you guys, and it was more on the lines of because in reality, what we have before us is 36 rental units with the vision of 3-4 years, whenever it is, out, that somebody will have the opportunity to own that particular structure, not the land, but the structure. And I don't know enough, I know enough to be dangerous, I guess, but knowing about mortgages, that's a different type of animal than somebody goes in and buys a home that has property and things like that. It's like a non-conforming or whatever. So I had some paperwork sent over to basically answers or give me more information on how the finances are going to work. And when I got it back, I saw that, you know, a conventional fixed rate mortgage is what you're seeking at the time of purchase. And you quoted Freddie Mac as being a backer through this particular process, because you guys are going to hold the land lease.
Correct.
As an additional party involved in it. Do you know that? Do you know if, which is funny, it made me think of this extra question I wasn't going to ask before, but you brought up the Blackstone project. Was the Blackstone project the reason they were at market rate? Because wasn't there a caveat at one point, Freddie Mac, if she did some sort of lease to own type, it had to be a market rate? Now, if that's true, then wouldn't this disqualify this project?
Well, no, and what Freddie Mac created, and I sent you the Freddie Mac Form 490 is a specific ground lease rider that's only available to community land trusts. So this is a little, it's its own unique category, if you will. So as a certified community land trust, we've gone through that Freddie Mac certification program. They've carved out and created their own ground lease rider that says if you incorporate this with your ground lease, we are comfortable in providing secondary market funding to conventional lenders who will provide loans to individuals buying only through a community land trust. It's not just any rent-to-own concept. It has to specifically be a certified land trust.
Certified with the other form backing it up. Now, is there any other programs that individuals at the time of purchase would be able to participate, like a veteran would be able to use a VA loan? Or
Absolutely.
They could use a VA loan?
There's nothing that would restrict that.
Okay, the state's first, what is it, Hometown Heroes?
Hometown Heroes, any down payment assistance. It's going to be a conventional loan backed by, and Fannie Mae actually would probably be involved as well. Both of them have a program now for community land trust home ownership.
So knowing, I know you sent me, I think it was 7 lenders that are going to supposedly participate. Yeah. Do you happen to know what their minimum credit scores are on a conventional fixed loan?
It's going to be, it'll be standard to what they can, I mean, obviously it's automated underwriting approval, so they're going to typically give you some guidance to say it's probably going to start somewhere around the 640 range, but it could be, depending on other circumstances, it's going to go through their automated underwriting system, and if it gains approval, then they'll be able to. So there's not going to be just like one set number. You have to attain this credit score in order to qualify. Somebody could have very little outside debt. That could be a compensating factor in order to get approval. But I can assure you that over that 3-year period of working with the Housing Navigator program through our HUD-approved agency, we fully anticipate a 6-month to a year plan is typically what we work on an action plan to get credit scores to where we assume people would be able to qualify for mortgage. It's up to the individual to make sure they're making good decisions and following the plan. But we think this incentive to achieve home ownership will be sufficient to allow incentivize people to want to follow the plan and get those credit scores to where they are going to qualify for conventional financing. But it's going to be regular follow-up.
And let's say, just scenario-wise, if they, at that time, in the 3-year period, and they don't qualify, what happens to them?
Well, it's built actually into the lease, annual renewal. So every year while we're working, there's going to be regular check-ins with the navigator every year. If we see a pattern of the individuals not following the plan to work towards home ownership, then unfortunately they may not have their lease renewed. So there's got to be buy-in from the individual.
They would be evicted from the
Not
property?
evicted, they just wouldn't get a renewal. Because it's evictions during the lease term.
I got you. Okay, yeah.
But no, we're not throwing people out. But it would just be if they're not following, because this is going to be, and that's what we're working with.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get to a point where we can feel confident that I'm not approving a rental property.
I completely understand that, and
you know, and that's what we're faced with is that right now. We have to let's be an open mind about this. We're depending on people's ability to do something years out that will convert it into what your model is that the individual has to be able to participate and has to get to that point, has to get financing. But what we're really approving is 36 rental units basically on this property. And then if you look, would we do that in this neighborhood in any other situation? I find it hard to believe that 4 of us up here, or maybe 3 of us would do that. But that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. The only reason I'm asking these questions is because I was on the AHAC committee when you guys came forward last year. I was sitting on it. I'm not on it this year. I love the idea of this thing. It was one of the things we were saying, listen, we want home ownership. We got a great model for rental. We're doing it. We're doing it here in this county. We've been doing it, and we're doing it well with partnership with other organizations like McDowell and Rural Neighborhoods, other organizations. But this was something that piqued my interest, but in reality, it also piqued a lot more questions as it went on and as the location came up. You know, it was just, do I gamble and put 36 rental units in a community that probably 36 rental units shouldn't go in? Or do I have confidence that this model will pan out to what the vision is? It has nothing to do with wanting or having the need for affordable housing, the need for first responders to have homes. It's more or less, that's the thing I'm struggling with. And I'm just being honest, and that's the reason I'm asking some of these questions. That you know, they're going to be faced with a couple years down the road when the time comes to pull the trigger to purchase the home. And in both ways, your answers are helping me too.
Yep. If I could, sorry, just add one clarifying remark to that. Over half of the anticipated committed financing for the project, the total development cost will be philanthropic capital. That capital is mission first, it's people first, it's essential service personnel and tenant beneficiaries first. So best faith efforts to participate in the program will be rewarded, and there is flexibility within Michael's organization to make discretionary decisions that give those people their due when they put in the necessary work.
And I wholeheartedly believe that's everybody's vision. I think everybody in the room wants that goal. But is this the right place for the experiment? I guess that's what I'm kind of getting at.
And just, again, I don't want to take too much time on it, but it is a little bit, our community land trust bylaws, our mission statement, everything is home ownership. So we're not incentivized to continue to run a rental community. We're incentivized to get the people to home ownership. So that it's a driving force behind this. So it's a little bit different in terms of maybe you have a developer come in that says, we're going to do a build to rent project and maybe we'll try to, but if the rental is a higher incentivized outcome, this is not. Home ownership is the outcome that we're striving to do. And all I can do is attest that with my board and my mission statement and our bylaws, we're going to have a lot of people with oversight ensuring that we're moving towards that, achieving that mission.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, I don't know if this, I don't have any questions of the applicant. Either Mr. French, who's talking to Cormac, or Cormac, somebody come up here, if you could, please. I'm gonna say it out loud. I said it to you when I met with you. I love the idea. I love the thought process. There's no argument. It's been very well established that there's certainly a need for affordable housing affordability, as we adjusted the vernacular many years ago, Cormac. This is the wrong place for this experiment, as it's been called. My question is, how many units are available for rent currently in Golden Gate City right now, ish?
In Golden Gate City, I mean, we don't track private house rentals. I can give you the rough number of that are available in rental complexes. And in Golden Gate City, we do have the Renaissance Village property on the Golden Gate Golf Course that just opened. So they have got about 150 that are just hitting the market and they're being absorbed. So it might be a little bit of a mischaracterization to say how many are available on a current basis, because they literally just opened the doors.
Okay, and then that leads me to the next question, because it was brought up about the ULI study that was done in advance of all of us coming onto this board, and the requisite for volume in units being appropriated to offset the lack of affordability, and that this board was, I took it that this board was relegated to appropriate about 2,000 units a year. Do you have any idea how many units we have approved in the last 9 years or so?
I can tell you in the past 6 years, or 6 or 7 years, you've approved close to 6,000 units, a combination of urban area and those that are to come in the future, planning in the rural areas and the towns and villages that have been approved. So that planning horizon is anywhere from coming online tomorrow to 20, 30 years out. But there are about 6,000 on the books that are approved and in some form of construction or planning now.
Because it was shared with me, I think Jamie French shared with me some time ago that we had approved close to 10,000 units, but there was a significant amount that were still in some form or fashion of construction and weren't even available on the market yet. So to be able to ascertain the true need, there's no argument that there's a need for housing affordability, but in order to ascertain that, even though they're approved, it doesn't substantiate that there's a sufficient volume there for the market.
Yeah, your needs analysis say that we need about maybe 3,000 a year to come online, and historically we're seeing about 1,000 to 1,200.
So we're hitting it at about 1/3 of the theoretical need.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. My other reasons for not being satisfied with this are first of all, protection of the residents and the folks that live in this particular area. I'm reading here an email that I got from Mr. Bosey that talks about the Golden Gate Estates sub-element that was approved for the institutional use that this board approved. I didn't vote for it, but the central receiving facility down the street and the adjustments that were made in that sub-element, talking about the policies, but the number one issue that continuously arises with me is the maintenance of the rural characteristics of Golden Gate Estates. And this is not rural. This is not, in my personal opinion, this is not a rural development request. This is a residential development request. There were specific objections or specific language put in here to resist the suggestion of adjustments in conditional uses for commercial uses. And I know, I think Zach and I talked about it the other day about the differentiation between a sub-district and a conditional use, but at the end of the day, it is a more intense, higher use. It's not, it is residential, but it is a more intense and higher intensity use than a single-family home that would be permitted on this site. This particular picture that is up here brings up another discussion that we had when we met, and that is the creep that transpires when one project's approved. I believe within, unless we've made an adjustment somewhere along the line, I believe that when you, Miss Kelly, the lady that spoke earlier, owns a piece of property next to a non-conforming use that's within the district, it opens the door for contiguous pieces of properties that are adjacent to come and ask for a different use themselves. And it's on that, it's on those bases that I've determined that this is a great idea, just in the wrong place, and I'm very much not in support.
Mr. LaCastro.
I'll probably have more to say in a minute, but to Commissioner Cowell's question or concern about, hey, are we just approving another rental property that maybe down the line might have something, unique in it, and it may be more rent to own, but I was thinking the same thing, and somebody can comment, or maybe I'll just make the statement off the top of my head. But I tend to think this property, whether we approve it or not, but this concept is going to attract people that are looking to buy, people that have looked all over for rentals, and it didn't fit their model. Miss Ratty, she's a perfect person at the podium to say, wow, the day you cut the ribbon on this, I'm racing over, and a whole bunch of people that I represent or that I speak with will. So I'm not as concerned, now that I've sort of heard everything and I've had a chance to think about it. I don't think you're going to just have 36 renters that show up and go, oh, it's kind of neat that I might be able to buy it, but I haven't really thought about that. I think they're going to hear about this, especially the first responders, permanent employees who work at NCH and folks that aren't just sort of passing through. And I think you're going to advertise to that demographic, whether it's on this location or not. I'm sort of putting my notes together and my thoughts about the location, because the folks that are opposed to it, their comment to remind us that, hey, it's not about this unique, innovative type thing. It's about the location. And I'm sort of weighing some of the notes that I have here that sort of go on both sides. I mean, you need 4 votes for this, so maybe I don't need to make a big speech if I'm pro or con. If it looks like we always say here, you don't have the noses or the head count, as we always say, then I'm one of those people that says, don't make a big speech just to get on TV or get your name in the Naples Daily News. Let's just let's just see it for what it is. So I guess before I maybe make what I think would be my conclusive comments, I would just say if this did fail here, I would hope this concept would continue to be looked at and pushed in possibly other locations. Some sometimes I say, I vote for the thing that I maybe hate the least. If this was more buried in Golden Gate and in the middle of the, the different residential areas, I mean, to me, it'd be a total no-go. Where I was struggling as I was looking at the map, out of all the lots there, this one being on the main road and whatnot, it does have merit for consideration. One of the notes I wrote down here, everybody kept talking about long-standing designations in previous staff reports and comprehensive plans, but those have the ability to be amended due to changing needs. And a perfect example, maybe half the people weren't in here when we were talking about AI data centers. We have very specific verbiage in long-standing plans that don't address the mega data centers that are coming. And so we all gave direction here hours and hours ago, and maybe a lot of you weren't here, that wow, we need to change those long-standing plans that actually don't address what's currently going on now. Back in the day, the folks that were up here in the early 2000s, maybe we did have a big affordable housing issue. As has been said many times, it's a 30-year-old problem or whatever. The disappointing thing is they weren't addressing it. It wasn't on the front page of the paper every day. They weren't getting hundreds of nasty emails from people saying, we need affordable housing. They weren't hearing from business owners. So that's where I sit here and say, things have changed. And part of our jobs, I think, is to be dynamic and open-minded and look at the plans. I'm not a big supporter of making a big, major pendulum swing for plans that are in place that make sense. But much like the data center discussion that we had this morning, gosh, we're about to possibly totally gut our land development code plans that everybody swore by, were totally comprehensive. And in a very short discussion here this morning, we realized that for the new emerging requirements of the county or things that might come, those plans aren't sufficient. For Golden Gate, like I said, I'm not a big supporter of making a big major pendulum swing. Like they said, those people that have lived out there, they live out there for a very specific reason. But on the flip side, a lot of things have changed. So small little muscle movements are what we're here to decide. I'm curious what my other colleagues think. There's a few things that Commissioner Cole has said and Commissioner McDaniel has said that has sort of added to me piecing things together. Would you agree that folks that have heard about this project, I mean, you're the perfect person to talk with, are salivating over being able to rent to own, and that you can't guarantee anything, but if this got approved on this parcel or some other parcel, a few years from now, the vast majority of these people who walk through the door the day you cut the ribbon, years later, they'd be owners.
That's the entire mission. And yes, just in doing a little bit of the workforce surveying of really just 3 employers, I think we had nearly 400 respondents, and by and large, the model is very well received. So we know we're going to have well outsized the 36 units in demand. And again, as we scale and vet those applicants, we want to move towards those that are definitely the most suited for home ownership within that 3-year window.
Did you all consider any other parcels that fell out?
A lot.
Why did they fall out? One of the things I sit here is I wrote down here, I love that this is dynamic, it's unique, it's innovative project that I believe meets our current housing requirements. But then I sit here and say, gosh, if this is and I don't know that it's a test project, I think it's a project that I wish maybe would have come forward over the last few years. And actually we had a couple of similar ones, one in my district, and it didn't pass. And I think it would have been a really great project. It was sort of a rent to own type thing, obviously. But I sit here and think, gosh, if you're trying to push this, what is relatively a small project, it's not to the people who live in that neighborhood, but compared to other things that we approve here, 36 units isn't ginormous. But you sit here and think, gosh, if you ruled out all these other places where maybe there weren't as many moving parts, things that we'd have to override or whatnot, why did some of the other lots fall out that weren't within an area that's so protected and everything? We could be sitting here, approving this 5-0 if it was maybe in some of the other places. Why did some of those other lots fall out that were outside of Golden Gate that is a unique community?
Well, it's primarily economics. I mean, a lot of times if something is, the more entitled a piece of land is, we're competing against the open market. If we want to make the affordability work, the economics have to work, but also the proximity. I mean, we've heard it several times over. There's not a large inventory. I think you mentioned it earlier today, Commissioner Kowal. There's a limited amount of developable land still available, and especially in the close to job centers, a lot of things are obviously moving east. We're trying to counter that by creating something that is very, very proximate to downtown, and you heard that in the comments from NCH, the number of hospitals that are within a 15-minute drive. I mean, if we had a list of other choices, we wouldn't be going through this process. Yeah, we didn't do it for fun. So.
Okay. Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, Mr. Lombardo and your team, you made a great presentation. This is a difficult project and one that I think you painted the best picture that could possibly be painted for a difficult project out of the box. I'm not going to support this, and I've communicated that in the past. And there were a couple of things that were said that I think are really pertinent here. The planner for this project said, you need to do what's right for the greater community, and that's what we do. We do that all the time here. But we also have to protect the interest of people that live in this community, that have invested in this community, and are looking forward to stability in their neighborhoods. And that's kind of where I come down on this. There was a comment that I had suggested a moratorium on these types of small-scale comprehensive plan amendments. I did do that because I felt that we were on a path where we were approving these projects. They sound good. They provide some workforce housing. They're on a 6-lane major divided highway. Why not? Well, the why not is we need to protect the people that live here. We need to protect the people that have invested here at the same time that we need to provide for our workforce. So there was a question about workforce housing in Golden Gate City. The Renaissance Project, they have about 150 units. I know that they're renting those up. I know that they've had to make certain concessions to attract more people to those units because they're competing with a lot of workforce housing, and so they're having some trouble. But ultimately, that's going to be 330 units, not 150, but 330, 320 units. And then you got the old hotel out there that's going to be 220 units, very small units. It's not workforce housing in the sense that it's got restricted revenue or income levels, but they're very small units, and they're renting those for very low amounts of money because a very small unit is attractive to a single person or perhaps a married couple without kids, but it's a stepping stone into other types of housing. So that's 550 units right there on the Golden Gate golf course that are going up. I think that not only do we have to do things in the greater good, but we also have to make sure that we're protecting the neighborhoods. This is a great concept. I can't support it in Golden Gate estates, in the urban estates. I happen to live in urban estates, and I wouldn't, quite frankly, want one of these next to my house. Not because it's going to attract people that I don't want to live around, but because I've invested in a rural type of a neighborhood. And the folks here that are with us this afternoon, have done the same thing. So I think that I'm not going to support this. It sounds like there's not support for this project. And I'll go ahead and make a motion. Well, I'll wait until after there's another speaker or two, and then we'll go from there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I like this project. I like the concept of it. I love the ownership of it. It's something that I've been trying to get to since I've been here. We have a major need for workforce housing, and we still do. We've approved all these units. I think Mr. Goodman said we have over 6,000 units, but out of the ground, we don't have very much, but that's still coming. Are we going to solve the workforce project or the workforce housing with 36 units? Absolutely not. Are we going to permanently affect people that live there with this project? Absolutely so. It's been a long day. I'm not going to be long. I ran for this job based on two principles. Never spend more than you make, and always treat others like you want to be treated. If this was in my neighborhood, I would want it denied, and I'm not going to support the project.
Mr. LaCastro.
I guess I'll try to end on maybe a positive, motivational, enthusiastic note. Okay. You obviously don't have the votes that you need up here, regardless of those of us who haven't, said, "Oh, I'll vote for it," or "I'm not." So what I would say is, I wrote here, it was noted this only benefits the developer, and then I put, it actually would benefit 36 working families and a whole bunch of businesses that live within a short drive. So that matters as well. I guess my biggest concern is this is going to fail today, but I would look right at you because you're the main leader, and even Cormac. This idea really can't die on the vine. No. So, the first time to throw the coin in the water in a Golden Gate neighborhood it was a big reach. I don't think any of the five of us here think this is a bad idea, but that's a big reach. But I would hate to see interested developers and investors and citizens who are salivating at getting something like this get discouraged and say, well, see, you can't get anything through, the county commissioners, because of current citizens or where it's located or whatnot. There isn't a lot of space to put something like this. Like, and to your point, a lot of stuff falls out because it's either overpriced, expensive, or it's in the wrong spot. You build something like this away from all the businesses, it won't attract, the right kind of folks. But boy, I sure hope things like this continue to come to us with a little less moving parts, a little less pushback from the community. I think this is the type of unique and innovative, projects that we need. So in the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and then in all the different hats that you wear, I hope that nobody walks out of here going, yeah, we gave the college try, forget it. This just won't float unless all the conditions are perfect. I actually thought this one, you could make the case that the amendment, the amendment that is being asked for isn't a gigantic reach, but you already see, and I don't disagree, with my colleagues here. I hate that, the first time this is thrown out there, it's in Golden Gate, because nobody quoted me, but there was a vote. And I remember it, and it was when I was a fairly new commissioner, and I got educated on how the Golden Gate Master Plan really protects these citizens who have lived out there. And I made the comment, gosh, there's some portions of my district that don't have those protections. And so even when people throw stones and spears at me saying like, I voted for this, that, or the other, well, but there's property rights and there's not these additional protections the way that Golden Gate is. So it is a very unique community. But, when you go back to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee meetings and you go back to the Collier Community Foundation and all the hats you wear, I hope that this continues to be a model that is really looked at in an aggressive way, and something comes to us that is a lot shorter discussion because it's a no-brainer.
Mr. Saunders.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lombardo, you obviously don't have support to get a positive vote today. I have perhaps a suggestion that you might want to consider. It would have to be something very quick. I would absolutely not approve of any kind of a continuance of this, obviously. It wouldn't do any good. But if you want to withdraw the petitions, that way you just don't get a negative vote, I'm okay with that, because these petitions won't come back to this neighborhood. And you could actually, in a denial, you could bring it back. So it's just a question of whether, for the record, you'd rather have a withdrawal of these applications or just a negative vote. Mr. Chairman, that's sort of my suggestion. The board doesn't have to agree with that.
Yeah. Can I make a comment on that?
It's the same effect. It's just a little softer blow for
Mr. LaCastro.
Yeah, Mr. Lombardo, while you're there talking, really consider that. And we just recently did that on the Orange Grove on Sable Palm. And
the Sable Palm, we just continued it.
Yeah.
What
we
I'm talking about-
didn't let it go to a total
I'm not
negative.
talking about a continuance.
Yeah.
I'm talking about an absolute withdrawal of the applications. That's the same thing as a no vote. It's not a whole lot of difference, except for you can't file an appeal and go to court, which you're not going to do anyway in this thing. So I'm just giving you that opportunity. If that doesn't work, that's fine. I'll make a motion for none.
I'm agreeing with you that that's a smart way to go. It leaves the door open a little bit for you to,
Doesn't keep the door open
For
for
this.
this application or this location.
Yeah.
But it does soften the blow a little bit if you would like that. That's all I'm
I
suggesting.
think it's a smart way to go. but-
Commissioner McDaniel has a comment real quick.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I wanted a clarification that the withdrawal didn't provide for a reapplication or appeal.
Not at all. Not at all. If he withdraws, there is no appeal. But even a denial, they can always come back with a new application. So nothing's ever really fully permanent.
Never carved in stone.
But as long as one of the five of us is on this board, this is not going to come back
Right.
to this neighborhood,
It's a cleaner
regardless.
way to do it, though. Yeah, I agree with your suggestion.
Okay, we, after deliberating, will agree to withdraw our applications. I do want to point out, because there was some discussion about, I wish this wasn't started in the estates. When you look at this map, the estates is massive. And so when we're talking about where are the price per acre that we can do something.
Mr. Lombardo?
Yep, understood. I
We've
withdraw.
heard this. I've made the suggestion. You've agreed to the
We've agreed to
withdrawal. Mr. Klatskow, I assume that kills this petition.
Yes, it does.
All right. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would simply recognize that he has withdrawn the case. This application is dead. It's not an appeal. It's not a continuance. There is no appeal. It's over as far as this application is concerned.
And Mr. Lombardo, on behalf of your people, I accept the withdrawal. So this item is over. Move on. Thank you.
I would like to make one comment
Go ahead.
to the neighbors. You don't have to go to the 269th day.
There you go.
69.
So we've been 268 days.
Oh, I heard, yeah, that's right. Yes, sir.
Mine'll be 5 minutes. I gotta leave too.
I was smiling at you.
No, we don't need you, Bert.
We need 3 for the setback.
Believe me, I've never really felt
Or is it the
needed.
new rules, right?
No, that
It's
was
3?
really, I'm glad to hear you. I didn't know we could do that.
For this,
Withdraw
yes,
the
but for
application.
the
Smarter way to
September
do it.
votes, it's super majority.
I just
This
he
is
needs to-
3.
What?
We're
I
gonna
don't
set
know.
the maximum millage
We're
rate. It's all
still
the
in
same
session.
anyway. It's like
I have one of our
0.02.
members had to leave.
Oh,
No, I'm sorry. I want to get to the rest of this. Okay, now, guys, we're still in session. We have to move on to more business, but I appreciate everybody's comments today. Thank you. Sorry about that. Commissioner Saunders was asking to be excused for the rest of the meeting, so that kind of threw a monkey wrench in things there. Sorry. All right.
Commissioners, that brings us to our item that was moved from 17C to 9C. This is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Collier County, Florida, amending ordinance number 04-41 as amended, the Collier County Land Development Code, which includes the comprehensive land use regulations for the unincorporated area of Collier County, Florida, to require temporary use permits for events on Collier County property open to the public by providing for Section 1, recitals, Section 2, findings of fact, Section 3, adoption of amendments to the Land Development Code, more specifically amending the following: Chapter 5, supplemental regulations, including Section 5.04.05, temporary events, Section 4, conflict and severability, Section 5, inclusion in the Collier County Land Development Code, and Section 6, effective date. This item was moved to the regular agenda by Commissioner Hall. Do you want to start, Commissioner?
Yeah, Commissioner Hall, would you like to?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I don't want to get into a long discussion, but before we just kind of ram this thing along in the summary agenda, Mr. French and I had a conversation yesterday afternoon, and he said something that I thought, you know what, maybe we ought to just take a small pause and look and see what we're really doing here. We have a process that's in place right now for temporary use permits for public parks. And this particular ordinance is going to require something for everyone to do that if they're going to use our properties or their properties. And before we did that, I don't think there's one of us up here that wants to create bureaucracy. And I just wanted to have a small discussion between us that maybe we can get this to come back to us shortly with not just a carte blanche, everybody's got to do a permit, and do something that's what is smart to ask for and then what is cumbersome and burdensome on some people. So I've asked Mr. French and Mr. Bosey to come up and just kind of tell us what the process is right now. What's going to happen if we don't do anything? That's really what I'm asking.
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. Staff had initiated this because the board had asked for more visibility on the events that were happening within the county parks and properties. So this was intended to do so. As part of our discussion, especially yesterday after our discussion with you, we started to realize that if we did have moved this forward as it was, it would require all parties to have to seek a temporary use, sometimes when they're not even necessary. Say if they're utilizing a corporate event within the North Collier exhibit hall. That is something that we can internally manage and provide for without the need for the requirement for a temporary use permit. One of the reasons, the secondary reasons why we were requiring all events requiring with the public to require the temporary use permits was the notification of the safety service providers, and specifically one of the fire districts have commented that they were very supportive of that just because of that awareness. So I think one of the things we talked about yesterday was making sure that as part of the process that anytime that we have county-owned property where we're holding events, that we make sure that we coordinate with those safety service providers to make sure that they're aware of those events and understand that there may be additional need for attention to those specific facilities. So based upon the conversation, we had proposed, as we were suggesting, currently the amendment was going to be a board-approved agreement shall be required for temporary events on all county parks, facilities, and other properties. A temporary use permit shall be required for events that are open to the public. That was what we had. We had brainstormed over the night, and we had came up with a secondary proposal where, as you can see on the screen, but what it's trying to say is there's some qualifications. Not everything needs to have that full temporary event permit. There are some circumstances where it doesn't cross that threshold. So I think we could spend some more time talking as a staff to make sure we've addressed all the issues that we want to make sure we get included within that would require the temporary use permit, those ones that fall below that threshold. So we're fair on both sides, that all the safety service providers are always provided notification when there's a larger event, but when there's events that are somewhat shielded, somewhat minimal, they won't have to require to go through that extra process. So I think staff is asking, as you had suggested, to take this back, spend a little bit more time, and then bring it back to you with some modifications to it.
Yeah, I think that would be wise. I would love to see that, just so that we don't create this huge bureaucracy and be burdensome and cumbersome. I like to get out of people's business, not into it. But there are things that should require those permits, and I don't know if you want to break them down by population or by the size of it, or however you want to break. I'll leave that up to y'all. But I just thought it would be worth the pause just to get that done and to look at it.
I agree. Let's take a deeper dive, because you surely don't want to just create more, like you said, more bureaucracy over something that, because I'm trying to wrap my head around, like, I'm just thinking, I know people use our sports facilities, they use our, like North Collier Regional, like a basketball league comes in and they want to use the gym on a periodically basis, I mean, that's something that would not require a permit. I mean, that's just, something that they do on a regular basis. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around with this, because I don't think this was clear either after I read it, after you brought it up. So I'm fine with, if you guys go back to drawing board. We'll bring it back with Commissioner McDaniel, 17B, I think it was. Was it B? C?
17D.
D? Which one did you want back?
That was a long time ago. I'd forgotten.
You forgot already. You should have taken that.
Bring it back with the totally unrelated other item.
But yeah, I mean, I'm all right with that. I mean, I trust you guys. We'll
If
get
we
to
could
the
get a
bottom.
motion to continue this item.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll make the motion to continue it.
I
Bring
have
it
a
back.
motion to continue.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign, same sign. 4 ayes have it.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 11B. They are a highlight of our agenda meeting, the setting of the maximum millage rate. This is a recommendation to adopt a resolution establishing the proposed maximum property tax rates to be levied in FY 26-27 and reaffirm the advertised public hearing dates in September 2026 for the budget approval process. Mr. Chris Johnson, your Division Director for Corporate Finance and Management Services, is here to present.
Please, Jesus, don't read the timeline.
Timeline.
No, he's not.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Oh, that was the surprise, Commissioner.
He guaranteed me he was not reading the timeline.
As the county manager stated, I'm Christopher Johnson, your Director of Corporate Financial Management Services, and today we are here to adopt our proposed millage rates as the maximum millage rates to be levied in 2026-2027 and reaffirm our advertised public hearing dates for the adoption of the FY26, FY27 budget. Those dates are September 3rd, 2026 and September 17th, 2026. Okay, what are we doing today? I'm going to very, very briefly show you the budget timeline. Then we'll go on to the July taxable value, which we've received on July 1st of this year, the proposed maximum
Hold
millage
on one
rates.
second, Kurt. I can hear you guys in the back, so if you want to take it outside or whatever you want to do. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem, Commissioner.
Because I know it's very important. I want to hear exactly what you're saying.
All right, all
Picking
right.
up other audible here in the room.
As I was stating, we'll go through the proposed maximum millage rates and then adopt the maximum millage rates via resolution. Here's your timeline. I'll be real quick, Commissioner. In yellow there, you'll see that's today, where the board is going to adopt the proposed maximum millage rates. Tomorrow, you will receive, per trim statute, your tentative budget, which will include a list of any changes since June. And then moving on to just a couple more things on here. As I stated, the first public hearing will be scheduled for the 3rd of September 2026, and the final public hearing where we adopt the budget and the millage rates, hopefully, will be on the 17th of September 2026. All right, so July taxable value. We've seen a little flip flop from June here. We actually gained an additional $3.2 billion of taxable value countywide. If you look here, you'll see the prior year taxable value of $164.5 billion. And then over here in the current year gross taxable value, the FY 27 taxable value is $170.3 billion. As I stated, that's a $5.8 billion increase over the prior year. $3.5 billion of that is attributed to net new taxable value. In the unincorporated area, last year's taxable value was $104.7 billion. This year's taxable value is $107.8 billion. That's a $3.1 billion increase. Of that, $2.3 billion is net new taxable value. Overall increase countywide was 3.5%. In the unincorporated area, it was 3%. And again, that's up from June, from the June values significantly. Any questions on the taxable value before I scoot on to the chart of the taxable value? This is your taxable value over the last 5 years. So you can see in 22 we were at about $122.3 billion in the general fund or countywide. Now again, $170.3 billion. In the unincorporated area, $77.1 billion to $107.8 billion. Moving on to the millage rates, the first column with the numbers in it here in white is your prior year adopted millage rates. In the green there, you'll see your current year rollback millage rates. In the blue are your proposed millage rates and the variances. And then the yellow is the variance between the rollback and the proposed millage rates. As I was stating earlier, in June, you'll remember the green column was higher than the blue column. That has now flipped, and it is, I guess I'll call it, it's in the traditional manner we're used to, at least since I've been giving these presentations to y'all. So the budget, the FY27 tentative budget is prepared at the millage neutral rate that you see there in blue. And one other thing to note is that you will notice it's a very small difference between rollback and millage neutral this year compared to some of our previous years. How do those rates apply to tax dollars? I'll go through these kind of one by one here. Again, same setup here. Prior year is in the white, green is rollback, blue is millage neutral, and yellow is the variance. For the general fund last year, the tax levied was $495.3 million. At the rollback rate, the levy would be $507.7 million. That's a difference of $12.3 million over last year. At the millage neutral rate, the general fund would be $512.7 million, a difference of $17.3 million over last year. And the difference between rollback and millage neutral is $4.9 or $5 million approximately for the general fund. Water pollution control, about $4 million last year, $4.1 million at the rollback rate, a difference of $90,000. Millage neutral, $4.2 million, a difference of about $142,000. And then the difference between the rollback and the millage neutral rate is $51,000. Conservation Collier, last year, taxes levied were $34.5 million. The number at the rollback rate this year would be 35.2. That's a difference of $729,000. Millage neutral tax dollars for Conservation Collier would be $35.7 million, a difference of $1.2 million over prior year, and the difference between rollback and the millage neutral rate is $476,000. And then you'll see the total countywide there. The total countywide difference between rollback and millage neutral is $5.5 million. Unincorporated area, last year the levy was $71.6 million. At the rollback, it'll be $73.6 million, difference of about $1.9 million. At the millage neutral rate, it would be $73.8 million, a difference of about $2.1 million. The difference between the rollback and the millage neutral is about $216,000. And finally on this, you'll see the MSTU roll up. That's all of those MSTU funds, all 23 of them put together there. You'll see last year's rate was $14.3 million. This year would be about $14.6, a difference of about $269,000 at the rollback rate. At millage neutral, it's $14.6 million, difference of $295,000. And then the difference between millage neutral and rollback is $26,000. The total tax levy at millage neutral for this year would, at rollback, would be $635.2 million. That's an increase over last year of about $15.4 million. At millage neutral, it would be $640.9, or a difference of 21.1. Overall, the difference between rollback and millage neutral is $5.8 million. Any questions on that? That's kind of a lot of numbers. I'm sorry, Terry.
Troy, do we have any public speakers on?
We have two.
Okay. Are you?
Whenever you
Whenever you
want, Commissioner. The next one I was just going to show was the difference between, and I won't go through these all one by one, but the difference between your tax scenarios and your budget policy. Even though our taxable value has increased to that 3.5% countywide and that 3% increase in the unincorporated, you can still see here, looking at this chart, that overall in our countywide, compared to our policy, at rollback we'd be about 9.6 million under, and at millage neutral we'd be about $4 million under. In the unincorporated area, it's about $1 million at rollback, and at millage neutral about $900,000. But as I stated earlier, the budget is currently balanced at that millage neutral rate. And I should note that the delta between June and July, we pushed into the 301 recovery reserve.
Can I ask him a quick question on that? Because
Yes,
you
sir.
shared that there was already a budgeted amount into the 301 account.
Yes.
It was in the budget, and you're increasing that by the 5.5 or so if we stay at rate neutral? Is that what I heard?
So here's the slide for that, Commissioner. Thank you for asking. If you look here, you'll see the FY27 budget for that reserve at millage neutral would be $36.5 million. That consists of the $22.8 million of existing, $5 million in policy minimum, and then another $8.7 million.
I know we talked about it yesterday, but I couldn't remember the numbers.
The number, yeah.
Thank
So
you.
right around $9 million increase, a $9 million increase in that. Any questions on this before I move on to the next slide?
Nope.
All right, so here's your roster of millage rates. Again, you'll see the proposed millage rates for the county, for countywide and unincorporated, are at millage neutral. The MSTUs vary based on their operating needs and capital needs for the future. Any questions on that? Here's your tax dollars associated. As I stated before, the current year rollback tax dollars total $635.2 million, and the proposed tax dollars at millage neutral are $640.9 million. And with that, Commissioners, we have a recommendation to adopt a resolution establishing the proposed millage rates as the maximum property rates to be levied in FY 26-25, and to reaffirm the advertised public hearing dates in September 2026 for the budget approval process. Again, those dates are September 3rd, 2026 and September 17th, 2026. Those hearings will be in this room at 5:05 p.m.
All right.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions?
No. Don't appear to be any. Troy?
Our first public speaker is Brad Cornell, and he will be followed on Zoom by Marcia Oenick.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mr. Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to address you. I have no comments on the budget, but I did want to comment that your staff generally have been very helpful as we in the public, and me in particular, try to understand your budget. And
How's that working out?
don't give me a test.
Okay.
But Chris Johnson in particular has been very helpful. He takes a lot of time. I am a slow learner on budgets, and this is stuff that is very helpful, and I appreciate Mr. Johnson's help on that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our only other registered speaker is Marcia Oenick on Zoom. Marcia, you've been prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do so at this time. Marcia, you've been asked to unmute yourself. If you'll do so at this time. I'm not having a good Zoom day, sir.
Yeah, Zoom days ain't working, huh?
You're just not unmuting. Marcia, one more call. You're being prompted to unmute yourself. And third time.
Marcia. All right.
Well done.
All right, we'll close the public comments. I have one commissioner who'd like to make a motion possibly.
Ready?
You ready?
Yes,
you're gonna,
I was ready.
You're gonna call out the numbers?
Before
or-
he showed us the timeline, I was ready.
All right.
I'm gonna make a motion.
You wanna reinforce the actual numbers? Do you need help with Chris?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I
I'm
got
gonna
a
wait
second.
for this guy.
I got a second to my motion that I haven't made yet.
Yeah, but we haven't set the maximum, right? That's what we're voting on.
That's what we're voting on,
Yeah.
the resolution to set the
Okay,
maximum.
do we need to say what it is?
I'm getting
We
ready
do
to-
not this
Oh,
time.
okay.
It's included in the resolution backup, and I can put it back to the.
I just wanna make
to the
sure.
slide.
Okay.
All right, so I have a motion and a second.
We haven't
All in
made-
favor on the maximum millage rate and setting the dates for our future meetings.
And you needed to say rate neutral.
Rate neutral, millage neutral rates.
I didn't
Okay.
say that part.
All right, right.
As included in the attached
Maybe I needed
resolution.
help here.
Right.
Hold on.
Yes, you did, sir.
All right.
That's it.
Aye.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, same sign. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Where we at
Commissioners, that brings us to item 14. Item 14A is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners, acting as the Collier County Airport Authority, consider an unsolicited proposal for a potential sale leaseback transaction involving airport facilities at Marco Island Executive Airport and provide direction to staff regarding further evaluation. Ms. Trinity Scott, your department head for Transportation Management Services, is here to present.
Good afternoon. I brought backup.
Yeah, I see that.
Trinity Scott, Department Head for Transportation Management Services. Today, I'm also joined with Darren Hutton, our Director of Operations and Performance Management, as well as, I'm going to get it wrong just because I just got in my own head here, Garrett. Bryant Garrett, our Executive Manager of our airports. We are here today because we have received an unsolicited letter of intent related to the Marco Island Executive Airport. This item is before the board today because Florida statute requires unsolicited proposals be presented to the responsible public entity for consideration before any further action is taken. So today's presentation is intended to provide the board with the information necessary to determine whether it wishes to direct any additional evaluation of the proposal. So just to give you.
McDaniel, did you want to say something before she
No, well, I wanted to ask if you all have had an opportunity.
Yeah,
I don't hear it.
And let me share with you the process here. For two things. Number one, Ms. Patterson, when we're going through the budget in a couple of months, let's get Darren a raise so he can afford socks.
That's on record.
Okay. The presentation that we have today is not to analyze whether this is a good transaction or not. There were misunderstandings when this LOI came in. I would like to render this over to this proposal over to our procurement department and put up all three of our airports for an INT, an intent to negotiate process for all three of our airports, not including the sale of the land. It was improperly assumed that this offer included the sale of the land, and that was not the case that in fact came along. So the goal here is utilizing this letter of intent to open up our three airports for proposals from developers. We have a need at the Everglades Airport. We have a need at the Immokalee Airport, and maybe I don't know whether I don't think on the surface that this particular LOI is the best process for us to go through, but I think what it does is it should open up the process for us to go out and solicit to other developers and other investors that may be interested in doing business with us, and that's the ultimate goal here for me.
Commissioner LaCastro.
I don't think that's a bad idea, but I think a cleaner way to do that is to directly address this LOI and go and be able to vote on that and go back to this person and say yay or nay. Then if there's something in this LOI that might have, other use or educational purposes for, like you said, maybe across the board, that's a totally separate second thing. But I think we should send a clear message back to this person. That's what they're waiting for. They didn't send us an LOI to sort of, put an idea in front of us for us to consider for all the other. They want to know yes or no on Marco Airport. This is in my district. I only did a deep dive into this. That's an interesting concept, which I would support. Anything that might have us do a dive, like I always say, to make things better, faster, cheaper, smarter. But I'd like to send a direct message back to this person who is expecting that, or a group of people, and say, thanks for your letter of intent, but when it comes to the Marco Island Executive Airport, the way your letter of intent was proposed, it was disapproved by the BCC. And then anything we do with it afterwards, any direction we might give Ms. Scott is afterwards. But I just think that might be a cleaner way to do it. I think we need to vote on this for Marco Island Executive Airport, and I wouldn't support it by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know if anybody else would, but I spent a lot of time with Trinity on this one when it came in, and it's not something that I think is a good business deal for Marco Island. To your point, giving this to the staff and saying, hey, we shot it down for Marco Island Airport, but dig into this, and it could have other uses or educational purposes. I just think that's sort of part two. So that's just what I would say. So, I mean, I'd make a motion that we say no to this, which is what it's on the agenda for, yes or no. And then any direction we give you. I think there's merit to what Commissioner McDaniel is saying for some of our other properties.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I would like to just take care of this subject in front of us today. Just yes or no on this. And if there's any other things that Commissioner McDaniel wants to explore, I'd be more than happy to participate in that. But I think this just needs to be handled. What's before us right now just needs to be handled today. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. Totally agree. I want to put this one to death, and then if we want to come back and do something that might be a lot smarter, I'm all about it. But as far as this one, direction to staff is let those people know that we're not interested.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, thank you, sir. The executive summary specifically says that we acknowledge the receipt of the unsolicited letter and then give direction to staff to as to what to take as further action. It doesn't call for a vote on this particular LOI, just to be very clear. I don't disagree that it...
So can we vote further action, take no action?
No.
I mean, how's it work?
The rationale is we've accepted the letter of intent.
Okay.
We've realized the alternative or the process to go out for a solicitation for an ITN for all three of our airports, not mutually exclusive, one or the other, have to have one contractor for all three. We go out to we utilize this as an effort to put these properties out for bid, if you will, for contractors and investors to come and do business with us.
But this was an unsolicited bid that came to us.
Correct.
Right? We weren't advertising we want to sell our airport or put it out to bid or
That's
anything
correct.
like that.
So
why wouldn't we just handle this, what exactly came before us today, and then move on? And then if these are other good ideas to move beyond that would be something we do at another time. That's all I'm saying.
I don't
disagree.
I guess we're going to end up at the same place. If you want to, I would support denying or sending a rejection letter for this, as long as we can go forward and give direction to open all three airports up for the ITN process to negotiate on our FBOs, all three of them.
No problem with that. Just
Do
make
what?
the letter short.
Yeah.
I said I have no problem with that. Just make the letter short.
Yeah.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Yes, no,
go
so,
ahead.
to me, it's 6 1, half dozen the other, but to be succinct and direct and to also answer Commissioner McDaniel's question and direction. So the direction to staff, if that's what it's saying in here, is my motion would be, maybe we don't need a motion, we just need to give you direction, but the direction would be send this person a very short letter and say thank you, but no thanks. And then this person doesn't need to know where, in that letter, it doesn't need to have 3 paragraphs saying, but guess what we're going to do? You gave us some thought or whatever. That has nothing to do with this person. Step 2 would be, just as we're all saying, if this, after you send that letter out and it kills this totally, if there's something you want to come back to us with, based on the idea that Commissioner McDaniel is floating, is that there could be merit in some of our other locations, then that's the second homework assignment, and I don't think any of us would have a problem with that. But, the direction is send the letter first and just address this, and then part 2 is come back at a future meeting if you think after your staff digested this, there was that Commissioner McDaniel's idea had some merit, had any merit at all. Probably doesn't, but no.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah.
Sorry, guy. I'm sorry.
My understanding of how our processes work is when someone makes us an unsolicited offer, similarly, we had one not too awfully long ago for that property down at Port of the Isles. And staff came to us with very specific direction, and they wanted us to solicit for an affordable housing development, and we said, no, let's put it out on the market, see what's available, see who might in fact be interested, and garner all of the data that we in fact can in order to attain the highest value for our taxpayers. Similarly, when we receive an unsolicited offer, it triggers a systemic process where we don't necessarily accept or reject a particular LOI. We have to put the properties out for bid no matter what. And so that was my rationale or thought processes here. We don't have to deny or accept this LOI today. We open up all 3 airports for a solicitation in an ITN to an intent to negotiate to find out the highest and best value that we can get for our taxpayers. That was my thought process. This opened my eyes to, geez, there might be somebody out, these people offered a certain amount with a certain rate of return at a certain expense. There may be somebody else that will do better by us. And I think it's worthy of us to go give direction to staff to take it to the procurement process and generate the ITN.
I just want to get through this particular item.
I disagree. I think we're making more of this than what it is. We got a letter of intent, and I think we need to reject it. And actually, for the second step, I wouldn't be interested in putting the Marco Island Executive Airport out for some sort of bid. So maybe the other locations have merit, but we've sat down and looked at the numbers. Marco Island Executive Airport is not. I don't think we need to be overly proactive with the Marco Island Executive Airport. Anybody can give us another. You can get 10 more letters of intent tomorrow, but us basically waving a flag to the world and saying, hey, guess what? We would like your bids. I think that's unneeded.
Yeah, I think we're comparing apples and oranges here. You're talking about the property down off 41 East. That was a blank piece of property that had a building that had to be torn down. We had no intent in keeping it. I think our intent overall was eventually sell it to some investor for something. So that makes sense, but we have 3 airports that exist. We have an airport authority. We have, I didn't know we had any intent to go out and put them up for bid, even though somebody generated an unsolicited bid on one of them, which is probably the only profitable one we have. And then, the language in there just didn't make sense. It didn't make sense for the taxpayer to have to pay to use their own airport at the end of the day when it makes money. And actually probably carries the other 2, which I kind of agree with Commissioner LaCastro. If the other 2 were in that position and we could run it more efficiently or have some private entity being part of it, I'm game for that. But I think it has nothing to do with today and just dealing with this particular unsolicited letter that we received for the one airport. I don't think I'd ever have any intent to sell right now, if that makes any sense.
It makes sense. It's not my understanding of our processes.
How about this? Whatever the process is, send them a letter. It sounds like, can I just ask, anybody interested in selling the airport to this individual?
No.
Yes or no?
Not really.
We're not selling the airport.
Well, whatever the offer is, anybody interested in that offer that we read before us in our notes for the last week and a half?
No.
Anybody interested
No.
in that offer? Okay.
But
However we got to do it, send them a letter, say the board's not interested, and whatever else Commissioner McDaniel wants to do in the future,
Let him do it.
we'll do it.
Well, you'd have to bring us back your recommendation of how to maybe do it. We may not be supportive.
Well, that's
of
why
it.
I'm giving to
Yeah.
Trinity here to figure it out. But just the first part, this particular item before us today, however you got to write that letter, it sounds like we're not interested in whatever that proposal is. And then for the other things, bring back some sort of idea how we would approach that. Is that fair enough?
No.
No? Why not?
Well, and here again, and I don't mean to be argumentative, but the process here is the triggering, and if we want to send a letter of denial to these people with this LOI, that's fine.
That's all I'm saying.
It doesn't preclude them from coming back and adjusting the proposal that they already
does
sent
not.
to us, because as I already shared with you, their offer was not to buy the land, and that was one of the perceptions that was actually put forth here. So my thought process was this triggers within our systems, this triggers us to relegate this over to procurement and generate an ITN for and I wanted to include all three of our airports, but if you don't want to do anything with the Marco, we can leave it alone. We need a new FBO in Immokalee. We need a new FBO or some kind of a rehab in Everglades. So I didn't see a harm in looking at all three. So
Commissioners, I think I can get you where you want to go.
that would be nice. 'Cause
I was letting you all talk.
All right, well, Commissioner
Let me just
Castro
make
wants
a
to.
For
comment,
the-
but maybe you're.
For the ITN, the board can say that they don't want to pursue it any further, and they don't have to direct staff to put it out. So they can stop it. Your board can decide to stop it. Now, you can also give me direction to work with Commissioner McDaniel to put together a scope, to put out a separate ITN to do what he is asking to do, which is to put out, which would be not where we would be getting unsolicited proposals. We would be soliciting to get those proposals for that, and it would be a scope that we would put together and put out. So I think I can get you where everyone wants to
But
go.
you would have to come back to us after your discussions with Commissioner McDaniel for our permission to be able to go out for that scope.
Yes, and
right?
I can work with Commissioner McDaniel, and I think we can turn that around in really quick order.
I'm fine with that. The only thing I would just say, and it's probably wasted words, but this doesn't trigger us to do all that. So that's where I disagree with you. It's an idea, but when somebody sends us a letter of intent, we say yes or no. Now, our idea that, wow, this is a neat idea, but this LOI doesn't trigger us to have to do anything other than just say yes or no to this.
It can trigger.
It
If
can,
you were
if we
interested
decided
in
to.
it, if you were interested in that idea, you can direct staff
Right.
to then put this out as an ITN, and we would solicit all offers, and then we would bring that back to the board, and you would look at all of those and move forward on if you even wanted to choose one of those offers or not.
To Commissioner LaCastro's point, you don't have to go any further if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Because somebody wants us to do something, you can say no.
Right. So my position is I don't want to go any further, but I'll back off from that and say, if you think there's some valuable discussion here, and then you'll have to come back to us and summarize how those discussions went with Commissioner McDaniel. I don't have as deep of a dive of knowledge on the other airports, but I do on my own. And so that's why I wanted to take this one as it sits. If you think this merits discussion, but to use the words, and maybe it's just semantics, hey, this LOI triggers us to do A, B, C, D, and E. To Ms. Patterson's point, it doesn't trigger us to do any of that if we don't want to. And so initially coming here before this meeting ever started, I didn't want to do anything else other than just answer this LOI. If there's some merit and some discussion here, I'm open to hearing what the staff thinks after sitting down with Commissioner McDaniel, who does have more of a stake in the other locations, more knowledge and maybe some ideas. I don't have any off-the-wall ideas for the Marco Island Executive Airport, which is the only airport that's making money in a very positive way and is working. And this letter of intent wouldn't be a positive for it. And to me, that's all we're addressing today. So, you want to just summarize that, Chairman?
Yeah, I mean, when Trinity come out and says, I could probably figure this out for you, and she explained it. It's not exactly what I was asking her to do. So, and it still gets us to where you two sit down and over a cup of coffee and a
We pretty
bagel.
much already have sat down, and the thought process
Why don't you sit down again?
It was, it looks like I'm going to get to sit down with her again, but the thought
put pen to
process
paper.
was to go ahead and give direction to relegate this over to the procurement for an ITN.
Yeah,
I don't think so. This executive summary was to purchase property.
I don't want to get anybody in trouble,
And so,
but even in my own district, in the CRA now, I'm probably going to get some people in trouble. Now, you're telling me that we had to hear this today because it was an unsolicited offer on a piece of property at the county, or however it was posed to us. And it was an item today that we're hearing. But I almost remember several months back, a particular organization here in Collier County did an unsolicited offer for a piece of parcel down on Bayshore, and it was held, and it said that, well, it had to go through procurement. And now we're looking at tomorrow it hitting the streets through procurement as a bid off, going out for bid. I'm curious because it just piqued my interest. Why wasn't that brought before the Board of County Commissioners? Was it because it went through the CRA, or was there something missed
Let us go back and look, because I thought that one came to the board because the decision was made that it wasn't going to be, it was bring your best offer, not a specific thing that had been kicked around about whether it was going to be, if we were going to try to list what was wanted.
Well, I would
on
like
that
to look
property.
into that because
Yeah,
I don't
will.
quite remember that any
Yeah.
particular organization ever come, or that particular
Yep.
offer ever being brought before the board.
Let us double check, and if we miss that step, that would be on us. But typically, like what happened with the affordable housing parcel, they had an idea, staff agreed in concept, but we brought it to the board to say, we got this unsolicited offer, which we do need to bring to you, and we agree sort of with what they're saying, but the board said, hold on, we want you to offer it more broadly. I thought that's the process that the other parcel followed, but let me double check that timeline.
Okay. So, do we need a vote? Do we not need a vote?
I think it's just
I'm
direction.
confused. We need a vote.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the attorney.
Yeah, just to clarify everything, get a vote, dispose of this item, and then you can talk about putting them out to bid.
Yeah, well, how Trinity explained it, we can look at with her and Commissioner McDaniel sitting down and
Yeah, well, and
brainstorming. And when we do that, well, what's the good thing about that is we're going to put out what standards we request, what type of investment we're going to request if we advertise it. So we have a guideline of what people, if they're willing to accept not just something coming to us with some numbers.
I understand.
And that way you guys can really say, hey, this is what I think would work. This is what we need as a county to make us full or whatever. So,
When I was looking through this, it wasn't an analysis of whether this was a good LOI or not. It was an acceptance of the receipt and then relegating it over to procurement for the ITN. But I'm fine. If you want me to powwow with her and come back in a couple of weeks, I'll do that.
all right, do I have a motion for what Trinity said?
I'll make that motion, deny
right.
this, and I'll come back in 2 weeks with a proposal for the ITN.
I'll second it.
And I have motion second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign, same sign. All right, thank you, Trinity.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15, staff and commission general communications. Item 15A, public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during previous public comments in this meeting.
We have no one.
We do not have any staff project updates, which is item 15B. That moves us to item 15C, staff and commission general communications. Just have one for the record. We did lift the burn ban, as you all know, on July 2nd. So it is it's officially lifted. With that, County Attorney.
Nothing further, thank you.
Commissioners.
Commissioner Hall.
Nothing, thanks.
Commissioner Castro.
Troy, do we have anybody on Zoom? I'm just kidding.
It ain't working.
Yes, Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah. I always like to use this time, especially if it's something that's definitely warranted, to throw out a few thank yous, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of all of us. We had two big groundbreakings recently: Fire Station 49 and the Veterans Nursing Home, and I think you give thanks where thanks are due. And Amy Patterson, John Mullins, and all the volunteers, John back there, all the volunteers that put together those two events. They were awesome, flawless, big tent, chairs for everybody, big coolers of water. I mean, all the tiny little things that you could think of. And then the Veterans, Nursing Home was another home run. We have the Lieutenant Governor there and all the major elected officials from Tallahassee, and you got, a table full of pins and beautiful programs. And sometimes that stuff can be underappreciated, and we just walk in and look for our seats. But I thought those two events were, stellar. I know we all did. I'll just say to Amy, I know Miss Patterson, I'll just say to you, so I'm looking for one of those events at some time in the future for Fire Station 21.
Yes, sir.
Same tents,
Yes.
And then I also wanted to give a shout out to is Chris Johnson back there? Chris and I, I was invited to sit on a panel up in North Naples, almost like right at the edge of Lee County, and it was by the above board chamber to talk about the governor's property tax proposal. And I was on a panel with Cape Coral Mayor and a former lieutenant governor of Florida who now heads a tax consulting firm, and we had a group of citizens in there. I reached out to Chris and said, hey, before I go to this thing and, get a bunch of spears or rocks thrown at me, or I get, debated to death, we sat down, and I mean, he's the 50-pound brain. He really dug out a lot of stuff that made me more educated on the governor's property tax proposal. One of the things he said is everybody's acting like this is the first time it happened. In 2008, a similar proposal went out. The numbers were smaller, a little bit of the shift, but you know, I appreciate Chris arming me with some very specific things. And he came there, I sat him at table one, and I know people made a beeline once I introduced him and said, hey, that's our budget guy, and we're in the middle of big budget discussions right now and are addressing this. But our big takeaway, I think we left there really putting Collier County in a great light. And then as Chris knows, I mean, I was interviewed on TV, and, you know, you do a 2-hour panel and they take, you know, 5 seconds. But the takeaway was a really positive one. I was able to say we just had a budget meeting. I personally asked the sheriff if he had major concerns. And although we're all watching what's going to happen in November, the big takeaway, and it's exactly what got on TV, is Collier County is watching it just like everyone else, but we're in a much better position than a lot of other counties that haven't been, and I said, quote, doging their budget for the last few years and haven't been looking for savings. And I said, whether this passes or not, and Chris sort of echoed the same thing when he was talking to people, this has certainly forced counties who maybe weren't looking at their budgets as closely to all of a sudden scramble. And here in Collier County, we're not scrambling. We have a concerted, organized effort to address this and make it work if it passes. And if it doesn't, we're on another successful path. But, you know, I just want to acknowledge, you know, Chris, you know, racing up there. And they even charged him at the door. I was like, hey, this is one of the panel members, but you're getting reimbursed for that, right? For that lunch? But it was good. It was a good takeaway, and I got a lot of positive comments. And even the lieutenant governor, he actually sent me an email today. And when I mentioned Resource X, you know, so for Commissioner Hall's knowledge, and he wrote that down because he is advising other counties of some things they can do, and he was very interested in what, you know, we're doing, and was impressed that my comments weren't one of panic and, oh my God, we're closing all our fire stations. And I said, you know, we've saved, you know, $100 million, give or take, and we haven't closed one library, we haven't shut down one fire station. And the lieutenant governor was pretty impressed by that.
300 million.
But 300 million. Okay, there you go.
It's all cumulative.
So that was really great. And you know, obviously, I've had a few people reach out to me as well, and this is more kudos to Chris. And I've said, you know, you really should speak with Chris Johnson, who represents our county and is our expert on the budget. 30 seconds later, Chris sends them a personal email. Here's my contact information. Here's my personal cell phone. And, you know, I think that makes, you know, showing that kind of proactive leadership from our county staff to other counties or people of interest, I think, you know, is it makes our county look good. So, you know, thank you, sir, for your professionalism, your knowledge, and it was appreciated and well received, you know, in that room. I got a lot of positive comments from some people. So thank you.
Commissioner McDaniel, I can't remember if I asked you or not.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
I almost forgot what I was going to ask about. Do we have an update on, and I know Jamie left, the firehouse out on DeSoto that I'm told still isn't open yet? I know we're doing shovel and groundbreakings and all kinds of things. Anybody got an update on when that
71? Is it station
Yes,
71?
well, we were right there ready to move in and it got hit by lightning. So we're working, yeah, I know. We're working through repairing what was damaged there so that we can get that station open. I think it was built on an Indian burial ground, honestly, because it's been nothing but trouble since we started building.
Wow. If you could give me a timeline on that so I can
Yes,
put
sir.
it out. I mean, I'm getting hammered on that on a regular basis.
Yeah, I mean, up until now, we've had a series of human error, but now we have an active nature. So I'll get that information to you.
Okay. Number two, there was some discussion about a rewrite on our code enforcement ordinance, and I haven't seen that come through as of yet. So.
And I did talk to Jamie about that, so I'll get him to give you an update on where they are on with that.
Okay. That's all my comments.
Okay. I just had something. Senator Scott's office sent me something yesterday or the day before, back on July 9th. I know that the FEMA announced that the $47 million of support going back to Southwest or South Florida communities. And part of that was $11.2 million to Collier County for beach renourishment and erosion prevention, following, I guess, from the actions we took during Helene and Milton. So I'm assuming, I shared it with Chris and the county manager the other day. Now this 11.2, would this go back into our emergency resilience fund, or would that go to, because it sounds like it's,
Typically, it goes and reimburses what we've already spent.
yeah, I know, but if it came out of that fund, wouldn't we reimburse? I'm just curious.
For the record, Chris Johnson, your Director of Corporate Financial Management Services. It would go back to the funding source that it was spent from. So in beach renourishment, depending on where it was on the beach, it would either go to TDT, or if it was a non-TDT funded beach, it would go back to the general recovery fund, yes.
Yeah, I was just curious because it names the 2 hurricanes in here, and I was just curious. I'm assuming we know where the money came from initially, but I just figured that was good that we got a reimbursement, or at least a portion of it.
Definitely, we're working on all of those, so it's a long process. So
Came
it's
from
good- it's good
District
to see
2,
it
I
come
remember
through.
that.
You remember that? Was that District 2? Right, yeah, okay.
And for the board's awareness, we do maintain a separate reserve for catastrophe within those beach funds. So when we've been building that, we had a level that was a little bit lower in the past, and so we've been working on building that up to be able to handle things like this if there's a major event on the beaches while we await reimbursement.
Yep, and we increase that annually.
Yep.
So.
And I would also want to thank the staff and my colleagues up here. I don't eat lunch. I feel bad sometimes. I just drink coffee and I keep going. Remind me if you guys need a break, or, you know, I feel bad because sometimes I look at the clock and I'm like, oh, it's almost 3 o'clock already.
This brother needs to eat.
Yeah.
I hear you, man. So just kick me or do something.
You got 10
because
pounds of
I'll-
coffee cake back there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to thank you guys because you guys are troopers, man. You guys stick it out.
Except for Commissioner
Well,
Sanders.
you know, he's frail. No, I mean, he's a good guy. All right, well, it's going to bring this session to an end. Thank you, guys.
There you have it. No, my main.